With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our...
I think we stuck at it, and a good deck it is out there, so we'll go again tomorrow.
4 wickets down at lunch, looked fairly even. How did they manage to get away, do you think?
Yeah, I think those two lads batted really well after lunch, and yeah, got away from us a little bit, but yeah, we kept toiling away, and
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskin.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware. a professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar.
4 wickets each for Ben Rain and Craig Miles on debut. And now, as I look up, Stanley McAlinden, the night watchman, has been caught behind and he departs for 4.
Felt like it. The Sun bowls played through the offside, just a fraction of width, and Lee's taking full advantage. As that is driven through the offside beautifully by Lee. It's running down the hill. The ball picks up pace as it does so away to.
Comes in, right arm over and bowls. That's cut, and that's a wicket, and that is the end of Michael Jones. Caught at second or third slip there.
Gorvin bowls beautifully caressed through the offside by Alex Lees to the cover boundary.
Gorvin is lobbed by Lees. Everybody's missed it. This is going to go for 4.
Yep.
And everybody's missed the ball.
And had success. Salter bowls. Lees gives them the charge again and lofts this one over for 6 runs. Salter to start a new over and nudged it into the offside by Lees, and they'll go through for a single to bring up Alex Lees's 50.
Comes in and bowls. Borthwick flicks it to mid-wicket and he's out. Gorvin's bowled him and he's taken Lees's off stump out the ground. Well, Hassan bowls, cut by Beddingham. That's a gorgeous shot. That's away for 4. It's flown away past point. Some nice scenery. Same shot again from the last 4. And this one races towards the pool box.
Is into bowl, and that's beautifully stroked through the offside for 4 runs by Ollie Robinson. Harris bowls wide of up, crunched away by Robinson through the covers. Harris bowls, and that's driven back past him. Harris can't get a hand to it in the follow-through, and that's been nicely timed. As Harris bowls, and Robinson up on his toes, forcing towards backward point for 4 runs. Harris bowls, pulled for 4 more. Fine. As Beddingham turns one on the leg side, and that is his half-century of 82 balls. That's included 7 fours. Harris into bowl. Pull shots is bisecting the 2 fielders. Well batted from Ollie Robinson as he in turn moves to a half-century.
Is there as well. And this is a clip wide of the slip corner and down towards third man again for Robinson. Another 4.
7 or 6.5 games. As that's edged wide of slip by Robinson. It'll run down the hill for 4 runs, I think. Yep, just Van der Hoogten bowls and Beddingham punches through the offside off the back foot. A classical cricket shot. It runs away.
Kieran Carlson bowls. Swept. Where's that gone? That has gone for 4. He's got there. Punches the air in celebration. And he's got there in 93 balls. Raises his bat in celebration. If the police stopped you, you'd explain why you're out.
Gorvin bowls down leg side. Cook goes the stumping. It's out. Glamorgan have got the breakthrough. Brilliance from Chris Cook. There's Gorvin bowls played through the offside pleasantly by Clark, and that will be his first boundary. Gorvin to bowl to Beddingham, who drives nicely and will get 4 runs here. Wide of mid-off. Sisodia bowls outside off stump. Too much width again. Hammered away.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and he cuts, and that's down towards third man for 4. A nice shot, there's nobody there. It bounces off the wall at the front of the stand. Beddingham turns to raise his bat. And
Van der Hoogten bowls, and he repeats the shot, and this time it's the other side of Andrew Salter.
Bowler comes in again. put hard out through acres of land on the offside, and Harris is not going to get across to that one. That's gone for 4 towards the pavilion steps from the middle of Beddingham's bat.
Towards them. More for the miss hit as Clark hits one away on the leg side, and that will bring his half century up. It was aerial, but it was wide of James Harris.
Clark, he'll be seen tomorrow on 68 from 99 deliveries. Beddingham 134, Durham 411 for 5, a lead of 21.
Well, Ollie, this is becoming a regular occurrence, our chats after your innings. Another 100 today.
Yeah, it was nice today. Obviously, it was pretty quick as well. I didn't really bat for that long. But yeah, it was obviously, we came in a tricky situation, really, kind of 4 down fairly early, and then me and Bedders rebuilt quite nicely and allowed Clarkie that platform to go and play how he's been playing.
It mirrored in many ways a lot of what Glamorgan did yesterday. You didn't lose a wicket in the afternoon session. They nearly didn't. They only lost one just before tea. But the new ball came along today, and Durham played nicely with the new ball, whereas with Glamorgan yesterday, that caused them to collapse.
Yeah, I think we kind of spoke about that at tea as well. We knew that the second new ball was going to be a big part of this game, and actually soaking up that pressure and not doing what they did and throw away, what were they, I don't know, 300 for 4 or whatever, and end up throwing it away. Actually, we've realised that no, there's not enough runs out there.
What's the pitch playing like? This looked like a little bit of an even bounce from one end.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a little bit up and down, a bit on the slower side, but I think if you build pressure and put it in the right area enough, it's still a little bit there. But I think when the ball got a bit softer, it became very nice to play.
Now losing Alex Lees right on the cusp of lunch for 62 was a blow for Durham, but then you and David Beddingham just knuckled down and put that huge partnership on the board.
Yeah, and I think we kind of spoke about that at lunch. Was kind of, we need people to stand up now and actually put in a performance, and luckily enough we did that today, me and Dave. And yeah, as I said, we've allowed Clarkie to go out there, and he's got 60 odd off 70 balls or so. So yeah, I think we're in a pretty good position now, and hopefully we can cash in tomorrow and try and win this game.
You're probably done without tea coming when it did, because you were batting nicely, and then out just after it with a stumping. It was a good piece of wicket keeping, actually.
Yeah, it was. It was a nice bit. I'd like to have done that myself, but no, it was a good bit of keeping, and yeah, it was probably should have hit it really, but oh well.
And David Beddingham, he's got a century to his name. Graham Clark could join him tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully Clark can get another one on the board. Obviously Dave's not played T20s, and he's been working real hard in his batting, and I think that's been evident today. He's looked amazing, and yeah, he's 130 not out at the end of the day. So tomorrow, come back fresh, 130 not out. It's a pretty nice place to be.
And if you'd been told this morning you'd have a lead at the end of the day's play and still 5 wickets to play with as well, you would have taken that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. It's what we spoke about really, was can we try and go past them today, and yeah, we have done. We've gone at 4.3 and over there for best part of 96 overs, 97 overs. So yeah, good position, and hopefully, as I say, go again tomorrow.
Just a quick one from me, Elliot. That's okay. It's not always easy to settle into a new team, but you must be thrilled of how quickly you've just come into this team and played really well.
Yeah, definitely. It couldn't have gone really any better for me. I think it's a credit to Durham as a club and the people at the club that have allowed me to settle into a role and back me in that respect. And like I say, the people here, the staff, the players, the coaches, it's just been so welcoming, and it's like, it really does feel like home now.
Does it give you that extra sense of satisfaction knowing that perhaps you weren't given those opportunities at Kent and just proving a few people wrong, maybe?
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's nice that I can repay the trust and the backing that Northie and the coaching staff have put in me, and yeah, it is nice, and it's obviously it's a lovely feeling to be able to perform on a regular basis and do it when it matters. He's been working real hard in his batting, and I think that's been evident today. He's looked amazing, and yeah, he's 130 not out at the end of the day. So tomorrow, come back fresh, 130 not out. It's a pretty nice place to be.
And if you'd been told this morning you'd have a lead at the end of the day's play and still 5 wickets to play with as well, you would have taken that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. It's what we spoke about really, was can we try and go past them today, and yeah, we have done. We've gone at 4.3 and over there for best part of 96 overs, 97 overs. So yeah, good position, and hopefully, as I say, go again tomorrow.
Ollie Robinson there, who I have to say, I will not tire of interviewing if he continues to play in the manner in which he has this season, because it gives us a very good reason to go around and see him at the end of the day's play. And I've interviewed him regularly this year, so may it continue. It is a beautiful sunny day, and a few of the sensible people are in the shadows at the back of the two-tier County Durham stand on our right-hand side. Did my pre-match video this morning just in front of that stand, and in the sunshine. It is really warm. And the car, the last 2 nights, getting in the car's like been getting in an oven. I even had the windows and the sunroof left open yesterday.
Oh, gosh.
And it was still red hot when I got in.
Oof.
So, anyway, Durham looking to press on today, and Glamorgan have got to try and bowl themselves back into this game, Nick.
Yeah, it's a question of...
Not gone yet, of course.
Either knocking these over very quickly and minimising the first innings advantage, or alternatively just drying up the runs and forcing Durham to bat a long time into today and give themselves less time to bat to save the game, really. And after last time out at Sussex a couple of weeks ago, when Glamorgan batted through more than 6 sessions to save the game, albeit they're without a couple of the people involved on that occasion, but they'll have a reasonable amount of confidence. I think that they can bat long if required.
It's been quite a placid pitch at Hove, though, hasn't it? And there's been some massive runs there in the last 2 seasons. Some big double hundreds as well.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan were shot out in the first innings pretty quickly down there, and I think the withdrawal of Ollie Robinson, the other Ollie Robinson, obviously helped from the match, who went off supposedly injured halfway through, though it then turned out that he was just a bit sore in the manner that fast bowlers get, and he wasn't actually injured. But Glamorgan were very grateful that he wasn't present on the last day. But on the other hand, this is a Durham attack. Well, though they performed in the first innings, who are shorn of several regular performers as well.
Umpires about to head out, Paul Pollard and Neil Pratt. The match referee is James Whittaker, who I haven't actually said hello to yet this week. I've not seen him. They used to sit in our corridor, but I think they're up in the pavilion at this moment in time. Hans Graham emailed last night, so this one arrived after we'd gone home. And he said, "Good evening, Marty. It's canny warm and uncomfortable down here in Sheffield. I'm 10 miles away from Chesterfield. It's not quite as warm as it was in the loft when I was working on my new house in Bowburn, which is in County Durham, in Durham City, all day yesterday, ripping out old glass wool in some rather confined spaces. I bet that was itchy, sticky and itchy. And still not as warm as it was when England played South Africa at the Riverside in last year's ODI. That's the one to beat," he says. Well, yes, that was the day of the hottest day on record.
Ugh.
In modern times, because the cavemen may have had hotter days, but we don't know because they didn't have the technology to measure it then, did they?
Don't tell me. I played on a couple of those Saturdays last year. Yeah. Gosh. It was drinks break every 10 overs. And those were bowled very slowly as well.
Yes. Tina's email, she says, "Hello from the quayside," not quite the Roca Riviera. She said, "Enjoyed hearing us mentioned on your commentary yesterday. We do have the TV on whilst we are watching. Looking forward to another good day of cricket today." So Tina and Stuart and Colin and a few others up in the and one of the boxes. It was the David Graveney Lounge they used to be members of, but I don't think that's used like it was now. I think that's used for other things. So the Graveney Club members are now in one of their own boxes. As the players head out into the middle.
Yeah, I had a tweet from Rod Young. "With the exception of Van der Hoogten, we lack quality in the bowling department. Need a like-for-like replacement for Nisa, i.e. a genuine fast-stroke medium bowler all-rounder. Hatzoglu, the leg spinner who played in T20, hasn't set the world alight. And now he's injured. Well, not sure about the injury. I haven't had an update about that. He didn't bat because of a back spasm last Friday, but hopefully that'll be only temporary, and we await guidance from the club as to whether Nisa is officially part of the Australian squad from now on, and if so, how long it might be before they get a replacement lined up. As soon as I have any information that I can repeat, I will be repeating it.
So then, resuming their innings, David Bedingham on 134, and at the other end, Graham Clark on 68. 411 for 5. And James Harris is going to open the bowling. So Durham 411 for 5, leading by 21. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Newcastle into the 11 o'clock news in about 4 or 5 minutes.
James Harris then running away from us at the Finkel end is in to bowl to Bedingham, and he plays that defensively to Carlson at mid-on, and there is no run. And I hope James Harris's match improves somewhat, because he is working with us on BBC commentary on Friday night. So hopefully he'll have something to be so cheerful about.
Sounding like a bear with a sore head. A bear with a sore head.
He's very good on commentary. He's done a few before. As in he comes to bowl, and that's driven out into the offside, and that is the first run of the day to David Bedingham. Takes a single, moves to 135, 412 for 5. And of course, whenever there's any discussion of the schedule, I look at him and say, I blame the PCA myself, of which he is chair.
Yeah. Well, they were whinging on, weren't they? So
it is that they have to tread fine lines and balance the interests of all sorts of members, which may be contradictory at times, I guess. Harris is in to bowl, and Clark defends that one back down the pitch. No run.
Fact of the matter is, in any profession, if you say to people, do you think you work too much? Everybody's going to say yes, and everybody wants more time off. It's amazing how many of them, though, on their time off, spend all day on the golf course.
Unless you're Marnus Labuschagne, in which case you don't want time off. You just want to play cricket, and more cricket, and you can hold the golf. 412 for 5 on this glorious morning once more at Riverside. Harris bowls, and that's driven into the offside and well stopped at cover by Ul Hassan, and there's no run.
Where's my scorecard gone? We have the window open. There's a gentle cooling breeze coming through the window, so I can't decide whether I have my gilet on or not. But I noticed when we finished yesterday, I went round to do the interviews, the wind had really got up, and by the time I got home, it was quite drafty and chilly.
In comes Harris to bowl to Clark. That's outside off stump. Oh, it's no ball. It was a decent enough delivery, just outside off. Batter able to safely leave it.
Mind you, I didn't get home till 4 this morning. Boom, boom. He's on all week, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there were plenty of young persons out enjoying themselves on the streets of Durham city centre, as I went and grabbed a takeaway sandwich.
Oh, here's the update then. As Harris comes in. Well, it is a nice sunny day, and if you're in the stands, wear your factor 50, but we're in the shade indoors, and it's a bit drafty, so I'll get the little tiny violin out. But Durham in a good position here, 414 for 5, so at the close of play last night, they were 411 for 5 and led by 21, so they're now 24 ahead. David Bedingham on 135, Graham Clark is on 68, and these two have put on a partnership so far of 72, I think it is, and earlier yesterday, Ollie Robinson made 102. So Durham looking to bat through the day and build a big lead here.
And the over then, 414 for 5, 1 run off the bat, plus the 2 for the no ball. Thank you to Damo on Twitter for your kind words on our commentary. And Nick Webb 2017 or Marty Cricket, if you wish to tweet us. If you are not in the Twitter sphere, then it's We're Cricket at yahoo.co.uk. And I dare say Martin might be willing, if you ask him nicely, to read out emails from Welsh listeners as well.
Yeah. It's Ian who's in the members' room upstairs with Stuart and Tina. It's Ian Todd. I always think of Colin Todd, the former Bolton manager. So it's Ian. And in one of his other roles, Ian is actually part of the team who sought out the maelstrom that is the football fixture list every year. Here's Van der Houten. This is defended by
Right.
Bellingham. I think aren't the fixtures out on the 22nd of June or something?
Which, what, the Football League or?
Well, he's a member of the Football Supporters Federation, whatever their current title is.
Yep.
And there's a panel of people who, when the fixtures are brought out, they have to pore over all of these different things to make sure that everything can happen the way it can. And it's down to things like, a few years ago, for instance, the stewards who covered West Ham games also covered Colchester games. As Bellingham pushes this off towards point, and they're going to go for a quick single here, and there's a shy at the stumps from Gorvin. He missed the target at the far end. So they have to look through, and if there are any days when Colchester are at home the same day as West Ham, then they had to change one of the fixtures around because it's the same stewards. Similarly, certain police forces don't want, like Northumbria, try not to allow Sunderland and Newcastle to be at home on the same day. They'd rather have one away and one at home.
Yeah.
And so on. So there's all these little permutations right the way across the country and around, I presume Wales as well, and no doubt in Scotland too. But they look after Premier League and Football League fixtures.
Yeah, the Cardiff City and Swansea City alternate home fixtures basically, because
they have to work their way around when Mid-Ronda are at home.
Back about 90 odd years ago, they're about Aberdare and Merthyr and
Mid-Ronda. Where did they play? Tony Pandy.
Oof, it's a little bit before my time. I know I'm knocking on, but
here's Van der Houten. And this is defended by Clark, just like the previous delivery. Well, I think the most famous player who played for Mid-Ronda was Jimmy Seed, who came from Sunderland and lived in Whitburn. Played cricket for Whitburn as well, and then went off to manage Charlton Athletic. But I've told the story before, but he got gassed during the First World War. And when he came back home, his fitness levels, of course, because of this incident, weren't where they needed to be. His lung capacity had been affected, so Sunderland let him go, and then he joined this new team in Tony Pandy called Mid-Ronda. Van der Houten in, and Clark pushes this out towards the covers, no run there. And then they sold him to, I think he went to Tottenham for quite a bit of money back in the day. To the point where when the locals found out he was being sold, there was nearly a riot. So a few years back, I was covering a Durham game at Arundel, of all places, when I got a phone call from a producer at BBC Wales, and he mentioned Jimmy Seed, and I said, would you like me to put you in touch with his nephew, because I'm friends with his nephew? And he said, no, we'd like you to be the voice of him in a documentary. Van der Houten bowls, and this is played back to him by Clark. Just rolls beyond the bowler. And I was sent scripts to record, which were extracts from Jimmy Seed's autobiography. But to this day, I've got no idea what happened to the documentary. I don't know if it went on the television or it went on the radio. I never saw it or heard it. So if anybody out there has any idea where it might be, and I can either watch it or listen to it, then let me know.
Do you know what the title of the doc was?
I would imagine it was something like the Jimmy Seed story.
Mm.
And I reckon I recorded the voice over bit maybe 2017, something like that.
Yeah, I was just looking through around the football links. Terry Venables was chairman of a club in the Rhondda because he had family links there. Former England manager, as that's played out on the offside by Bellingham, and there is no run. 415 for 5, so the lead is 25 runs.
I've had an email from Duncan Evans, a proud Glamorgan supporter, brackets with a distant relative having played for Glamorgan, close brackets. Good morning, Marty and Borodar. Nick, another Scorchio morning here in West Kent.
As Harris is in and bowls, and that's turned on the leg side by Bellingham, but Carlson fields at mid-on and there's no run.
West Kent, that's going to be Tunbridge Wells or somewhere, isn't it? He said you were discussing the, in my honest opinion, shambolic scheduling yesterday. Is this something that can be rectified by the ECB by moving the 50 overs back to April, playing the county championship in May and July with the 2020 in June, and taking cricket back to the festival grounds as a follow-up?
Harris bowls, and that's blocked back to him by Bedingham.
So you're taking cricket back to the festival grounds, and as a follow-up, Nick, if Swansea is off the schedule, would Neath be viable for 4-day cricket, he wonders?
Well, I have staged first-class cricket in Neath in the past. I would imagine it would need a bit more upgrading in terms of facilities. They've got the 2 one-day games there this season, including Durham. As Harris is into bowl, and that's played to point fairly gently. Bedingham settling himself in to his morning's work. Neath 4-day. Well, Glamorgan used to play the touring sides there occasionally. I did see an ageing Jeff Thompson doing his stuff against Glamorgan in the 80s at Neath. And there was a match in which Javed Miandad hit a double century, and Yunus Ahmed got a century. As Harris is into bowl, Bedingham turns one on the leg side towards mid-wicket. They'll run at least one. They'll come back for a second run as Salter does the fielding and gets his throw in, but they are safely home. 417 for 5-6 added this morning.
Dave says, did you get out paddleboarding last night? I said, didn't, because I got home about, when was it? About 7:15, and it was quite windy and a bit choppy, so I didn't bother. He said he was on the beach in a plane, which looked like something inventor Caractacus Potts from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang would have made. Came flying in.
Harris to Bedingham, who's jabbing that one defensively back to the bowler.
And he said it came flying in really low, touching the sea and then going back up again. Everybody was looking at it. It was probably a microlight. You get a few microlights coming in along the beach.
Yeah, I presume you have to be pretty careful about the wind and surf levels if you're paddleboarding. 417 for 5. End of the over. Bedingham has 138. And Clark is still on 68, so he hasn't scored as yet in the first 3 overs. But then he hasn't faced that much either. Glamorgan down to just the one slip. Sweepers on either side of the wicket.
Van der Houten in. Oh, that's moved on. Oh, because he's playing forward to it.
Yeah,
in fact, he's got a bottom edge on that, I think. And it
didn't quite carry to Cook, I don't
think. Gone
think.
off the bottom corner of the bat and not quite made it the first slip.
Good stop by Cook, who did well to save Colin Ingram from having to go down and risk his fingers.
Ball driven out into the covers. No run there. Hassan picking that one up. Had an email from my colleague Jeff Brown a little bit earlier on, and he's had an email from Brian Lander, who used to be a bowler with Durham City and played for Durham in the minor counties. So they are going to have a reunion in a game here in the next few days, I think. This is defended by Clark. So members of the Durham team who knocked Yorkshire out of the Gillette Cup in 1973 will be coming to the Riverside a week on Friday for a 2020 game. So
50th anniversary.
Yeah. So Brian says we're going ahead with a 50th year anniversary reunion on the 23rd of June at the ground, albeit a week early, of players who played against Yorkshire at Harrogate on the 30th of June in 1973. Oh, that's my birthday. In comes Van der Houten. This is pushed off to point. 8 of the team will be there together with their wives. Russell English and George March are sadly no longer with us. And Derek Sokol is now living on the south coast and unable to travel.
Well, it's not bad getting 8 out of an 11, 50 years on, to be fair.
So they're coming on the evening of a T20 game here against Yorkshire, which has a 6:30 start. I met Brian. There was a bit of a reunion of former Durham players 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was. And this is a play and a miss from Graham Clark. I think it must be the year before COVID. He was helping to do a fundraiser for Durham City Cricket Club. They were trying to get more kids teams up and running, so that's what I interviewed him for. And then you had a former players get together last year, wasn't it? I know, during the One Day Cup. Was Brian at that? Can you remember? No. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few of you there, wasn't there? Mark defends this one. That's another maiden. Good start with the ball today from Morgan's point of view. Just 6 runs this morning. So he's taken 2 for 63. 6 maidens from his 21 overs.
Yeah, everything is valuable in terms of Glamorgan drying up the run rate, of course, but they really need wickets to improve that process. With 2 days to go of this game and a long defensive effort, you would suggest, likely to be needed from Glamorgan in their second knock. And Durham, if they are still going, might contemplate declarations somewhere around the tea interval, depending on how quickly they score. As Harris is in and bowls and Beddingham plays to mid-on, and there's no run. Glamorgan, of course, will be aiming to keep that option off the table as far as the hosts are concerned. And indeed, in need of, well, at least one more wicket to bag a second bowling bonus point. We're in the 102nd over of the innings, and those points come within 110. As Harris bowls to Beddingham, who whips it away on the leg side, down to square leg. Rolls rather gently towards Salter, and they go through for a single. 418 for 5. So Durham need a further 32 runs in 8.4 overs to get the bonus point. Well, a couple of shots, it should come fairly naturally.
Some tactics here from Ian Willis. Bat for an hour and then let the handbrake off. Bit robust.
Harris bowls, and a swing and a miss from Clark outside off stump, who remains on his overnight score of 68.
That never got off the floor, that.
No.
That's daisy cutted right the way through. We've not seen that from this end. It's been a bit of uneven bounce from the other end, outside the line of off stump, but not from this end.
Yeah, Miles managed to get a little bit of bounce early on from this end, didn't he? But we haven't seen those low balls, but so far they've all been going outside off stump and haven't claimed wickets. Harris bowls and Clark plays out into covers. Oh, there's a slight misfield from Ul Hassan. They think about a single, but fielder recovers quickly, and so they do not risk the single.
Thomas says, good morning from Gran Canaria. Keep up the good work. Keep us entertained. Where the lads... Never got to find out where in Gran Canaria was yesterday. I'd go for Mas Palomas. It's popular with the modern crowd, isn't it?
As Harris bowls, oh, that's a 4-ball down leg side, and Cook can't
that all about?
Get more than half a paw on it, and they have gone through for 2 byes. That is harsh against the keeper.
It is.
That's harsh.
He was nearly off the next cut strip down, wasn't he, trying to stop that one? Didn't want to get a hand.
Yes, we're not responsible for the YouTube audio.
No.
In response to...
I don't know what the issue is with that. Some people say they can only hear it in one ear, but we've changed all of our wiring around. We've used different microphones, and it's made not a ha'porth of difference, so it's something to do with YouTube.
Harris into bowl, turned on the leg side by Clark, who will get his first runs of the morning. Will there be 4? No, just a couple as Salter slides round the boundary and taps it infield. 422 for 5. And Clark is off the mark for the morning. He has 70. Beddingham has 139. And Durham 422 for 5. Yes, as I keep keep emphasising, we're responsible for what goes out on the BBC site. And we can't always do anything about what goes out in terms of the audio quality on the county streams.
Norman Robinson says, "Hiya Marty, serious own goal when referring to Colin Todd as Bolton manager. Whilst absolutely true, he's best known around the area as the Chester Street lad who signed for Sunderland as a youth in the 60s. I know all of that, but more recently he was the Bolton manager, so that was the most sort of recent prescient reference that I thought should be made. When my dad was living on the seafront, he used to pop into my dad's for a cup of tea every now and then, or indeed coffee, whatever his juice of choice was. Now we're going to change the ball here.
Oh, well, wrong cows again.
It's only been 22 overs, no wickets. Get the ball changed.
Yes, what, the second of the game? It's not quite as bad as the outbreak that was driving you bonkers a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So Graham Clark's added 2 this morning to his 68. And how many overs have we played now? 5. So you might prefer a different ball.
Yeah. 102 on the board. 28 runs to get in 8 overs. Should not trouble Durham unduly. 1 wicket for Glamorgan would be nice, or 4 would be even better, but let's not be greedy.
132 runs this partnership so far from 210 balls. Damo says, bat sensibly to 100, lead, then just go hell for leather and unleash the bowlers. Well, both sides are sort of weak on the bowling front, aren't they? Durham have signed Craig Miles, who's, I'm not saying he's a weak bowler, but they're down in numbers.
Yeah, Glamorgan no overseas, and Jamie McIlroy's been taking a few wickets, is being rested for this one.
Pingu says, to be fair, Colin Todd managed 7 clubs after Bolton, where he left in 1999.
It's relatively recent.
Yes.
99, it feels like yesterday. It was when I moved to become a full-time member of the sports department on a 3-month loan, which I never went back.
That's when I met my wife, 1999. Damo says, it's a lovely morning on the Cambridge Riviera. The sun is cracking the flags. I would imagine it'll be cobblestones in the centre of Cambridge. Derek says, whatever happens in the world, I always ask myself, what would half man and half biscuit say about it? New over from Van der Houten. Did Colin Todd have a son? Was he Andy Todd, who played for Bolton and Charlton? Was that right?
You're asking the wrong man in terms of football knowledge, I'm afraid. More of an egg chaser myself. -21 today in Durham, in Chester Street, according to the BBC, which of course is never wrong.
Van der Houten bowls cut away by bedding him out towards the cover boundary on the Castle side of the ground for 1. Where did Andy Todd play? Forest? Scarborough on loan, back in the days when, gosh, he did a lot of the East Midlands teams. Eastwood Town, Worksop, Hucknall, Burton Albion.
Tell you what, if Bedingham threatens his career best, then Glamorgan are in trouble.
Oh, that's still a long way off, isn't it? Was it 257 or something?
Yeah, I just looked it up in case.
Clark on 70. Drops the ball short towards point, no run there. I think that's a different Andy Todd.
Oof.
There's no mention in there of Charlton and... although it does say his dad's Colin. Could there be 2 professional footballers called Andy Todd with a dad called Colin?
Seems unlikely.
Yeah. In comes Van der Houten driven by Clark up to mid-off. No run there. This one's the one I'm looking for. Andy Todd, dad with Colin. Played for Bolton Wanderers, Charlton, Blackburn Rovers. Oh, he's at Borough. Can't remember that.
Yes, just sends an email to David Jones. Unfortunately, we've got two of them, and I can't remember which is which on email.
Van der Houten driven by Clark. This is going out to the point boundary for 1.
So apologies to the wrong David Jones. You're going to get a superfluous email because I've got to send it to both of them. It's the title of Tony Cottee, the cricketer's autobiography. There's only 2 Tony Cottees.
Yeah.
And of course, Tony Cottee, the cricketer, also made, I think, 3 professional football appearances as well.
Did he?
Yeah, Swansea City.
Ah. Right. 424 for 5. Van der Houten bowls. Beddingham plays this one short on the leg side for a quick single up towards mid-on. Right. Colin Todd played for Sunderland and made 173 appearances. Then he went to Derby, Everton, Birmingham, Forest, Oxford, Vancouver Whitecaps. They all went there, didn't they? And Luton Town. You name anyone else famous footballer who played for Vancouver Whitecaps?
Not off the top of my head. You'll probably tell me that it's...
The door went to Toronto FC, I think. Noel Defoe came from there to here. It was Peter Beardsley.
Rob Earnshaw's the only Welsh player that I can think of who played in Canada. Former Cardiff City striker. As Harris runs in and bowls and on leg stump and turned through mid-wicket by Beddingham. Timed nicely, running away to the University stand for 4 runs, 145 to Beddingham, 429 for 5 on the board.
Well, he might have managed 9 teams after he left Bolton, but he wasn't at many of them for long. Swindon Town for a year. Derby County for a year. Bradford for 3 years. Randers, I'm not even sure where that is. Belgium, maybe. Darlow. And then he was at Randers again, so that's 8. And Esbjerg, which is Denmark, because that's where the ferry used to go to from the Tyne many moons ago.
Next delivery from Harris is worked to square leg for a single. Beddington to 146. 430 for 5. Just 20 needed for the bonus point. And the maximum, not 12 points, but 8 points in the championship. 8 bonus points. 16 for a win, 5 for a draw. Harris to Clark on 71.
Oh.
Again, keeping low. And again, Clark slashing and missing as Cook had to take it somewhere down by his bootstraps.
Alan's been back on. He said the sound was absolutely fine yesterday. Well, we haven't touched a thing, have we? Touched a thing. I would say get your headphone and stick it in the centre of your forehead, and then you'll hear it in both.
Harris wearing 9 short sleeve shirts is in to bowl. It's played through the offside by Clark to sweeper Sisodia. And they take the single.
Oh, I'm not going to hear that now, am I?
For 31 for 5. No, Sisodia's name is not the same as a Phil Collins hit.
Yeah.
Which was that the one that was closely based on a Prince song?
What, Sisodia?
Yeah. There's one Phil Collins single.
We were talking about him yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah.
Phil Collins. Yeah.
Harris bowls and, that's strangely timed by Beddingham, who just sort of spooned it gently towards mid-on, not dangerously so.
Well, I mentioned Phil Collins yesterday because he's one of the directors here as a business pal of Ian Botham's, but then Katie messages to say that the other Phil Collins, the musician, lives somewhere near Geneva, and his child went to her school, because it's a small world.
As that's outside off stump and cracked away by Bedding for 2 runs. Sodia was a little wide with the throw then. 433 for 5, Bedingham on to 148. And he was joking last night as he wandered past that he wasn't used to such long days, having played mostly white ball cricket over the last few years, although he has played some second 11 championship. He's trudging down towards fine leg now. 433 for 5, just 17 needed off 6 for the bonus point. Was that sorry?
Wow.
Phil Collins. I'll ask after this ball.
Van der Houten to Clark. Ooh, playing a miss ball, leaving him outside the line of off stump.
You said a listener had a school connection with his daughter. That wasn't the one who's now the actress, is it? Isn't Lily Collins? Or have I got that?
Oh, I don't know.
Have I got that entirely?
There's Lily Allen, who's Keith Allen's daughter.
No, not her.
Lily Collins. I've not heard of her, Lily Collins.
Yeah, she's big. Well, metaphorically, not physically.
Van der Houten from the Lumley end. Clark plays the ball down into the ground. It bounces up quite high, loops out to the cover area, and is fielded by Ul Hassan. No run.
Yeah, that's the girl, Lily Collins. She's an actress. She has been in, most relevantly and recently, Emily in Paris.
Oh, the kids watch that.
And she was also in Les Mis, BBC version.
All right.
Fontaine.
Clark waits and then drives at this delivery from Van der Houten. It's gone out towards the Castle stand for 1.
Born in Guildford and raised in Los Angeles, as it goes.
All right, it's a well-trodden path. Probably travelled there via Concorde.
The daughter of English musician Phil Collins and his second wife.
Wasn't it Phil Collins who flew to Philadelphia on Concorde? So he started Live Aid at Wembley and then performed in America as well.
Mm.
Cut from Beddingham towards point on the boundary. 1 run. Salter Fields. Stuart Dick says, I'll be listening in until the reprobate returns from school this afternoon. The other reprobate is at the in-laws. Today's work tasks include an Ashes preview, US Open golf preview, and potentially reaction from the weekend's Comrades Marathon in South Africa. And there you are. The busy world of the sports analyst and writer.
It's quite a varied portfolio.
In comes the bowler again, and this is turned up to mid-on by Clark. No one there.
Amir Evans tweets, Sussex sign Shipley as short-term cover, the New Zealand international. Kent do the same with Arshdeep. And we ask Zainul Hassan to open the bowling, leaving Hogan's replacement Podmore in Cardiff. Durham will post 600 plus, and we'll be left trying to bat out a draw. Ugh. Amir, who's usually one of our more cheerful correspondents, but in a bit of a gloomy mood.
And the hidden balls turned by Clark off the legs, out through deep mid-wicket. Harris comes racing in off the boundary in front of the pavilion. And 2 runs. Where are we in terms of... We're still within the
just
bonus points, aren't we?
Yeah, just 13 to get now for Durham. They'll walk it.
147 these two have added.
Which will take Durham up to the maximum 8 points. And Glamorgan on 4 at the moment. That's Paul Merton and Guest 8. Ian Hislop and Guest 4. Paul Merton always seems to win. I love the scoring on Have I Got News For You, because they never give it during the programme. They just make things up, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, have a point.
And the news quiz.
437 for 5. James Harris running away from us at the Finkel end. 1 for 110 so far. Is in to bowl. Played comfortably into the offside for Beddingham's 150. He will come back for 2 for good measure as the throw comes in from Sisodia. Beddingham's 151 has come off 245 deliveries, and as it is included 15 fours. As he raises his bat, it's been an elegant sort of innings, unhurried really. While Robinson biffed and bashed at a runner ball, Bedingham, coming in at 32 for 2, has just gone at his own pace. 61.
3 weeks off from the bish bash bosh of the T20's done him the world of good.
Harris bowls and he's edged it through to Chris Cook. And Bedingham has gone for 151, and Glamorgan finally have the breakthrough, and they have their second bowling bonus point. And credit to Bedingham, he was off before the umpire's finger twitched there. Routine catch outside off stump. James Harris has his second wicket.
Just a little dab at the ball there, wasn't it, really? Difficult to reset when you've just got to the nervous 150s.
Not something I'd know an awful lot about. So 151 off 246 balls. 15 fours. Stand 149, which is probably a record for Durham against Glamorgan on a Tuesday in June.
In the morning.
Some records do get a little bit arcane.
Is it Tuesday? I can't remember.
I think it's Tuesday. Yeah, my tablet says it's Tuesday, so I'll choose to believe it. Right. Is this Rain or Deleda entering the fray?
Deleda.
Deleda, thank you. It is indeed the 23-year-old Dutch international. Thankfully, Glamorgan and Durham not losing their county players for Netherlands duties this month.
What's the lead? 49, does that say?
The lead is 49, yes.
Yeah.
390, 10 to 400, yeah. 49 is the lead, 4 wickets left in hand.
Well, when these two got together, i.e. Bedingham and Clark, they were exactly 100 runs behind.
Yep.
So,
they've done a fine job for their side. Deleda, the new man on strike. And Glamorgan reintroduced 2 slips to proceedings as Harris is in to bowl to Deleda, and he lets that one go through just outside off stump, raising his bat out of harm's way. So a little bit of encouragement for James Harris. Routine nick from the batsman. And Cook with one of his more comfortable takes. 439 for 6. Harris to Deleda through low outside off stump. No shot is required.
Oh, Katie's been back on.
Right.
She says, it seems like I've been following Phil Collins around.
Mm-hmm.
If he lived in Guildford as well as Switzerland.
Well, Lily Collins was born in Guildford, so I presume Phil Collins was resident somewhere in the vicinity at the time.
She said, unfortunately, I wouldn't recognise him if I saw him, as I probably did at school.
But is it Lily Collins that she was referring to?
Ah, yeah.
As that is played on the leg side by Deleda to get off the mark to the vacant square leg position, and that was played so gently that the ball had come to a halt just in front of the umpire by the time Carlson got there from mid-on.
Leicester Ploy's got a century for Derbyshire. Battled back against the Yorkies. They're now 260 for 4.
Oh yes, they're in the lead, aren't they, Derbyshire?
Yeah.
Having been miles behind on first innings there. 440 for 6, yeah. Durham 50 runs in profit as Harris is in to bowl to Clark, who drives on the offside and finds the fielder at point, and there is no run. So the toiling Harris mops his brow at the end of his over. At least he has some reward for his efforts. 2 for 113 by his name. 440 for 6, delayed a 1. Clark 75, Beddingham back in the hutch for a mere 151.
Brian Hurlbeck's emailed about Jimmy Seed, and he said, some years ago you mentioned a story about Jimmy Seed and his Whitburn connection, and the fact he was sacked by Charlton after a game at Roker Park, where he'd invited his extended family to watch the match. He says, on that Saturday, I'd been sent back home to Sunderland on my own, aged 8, because I was homesick during a holiday in Chesley Street. So, he used to come on holiday here, I think. Did his auntie work in a sweet factory or something? I can't remember. Used to get the bus for his summer holiday from Sunderland through to Chesley Street. Here's Van der Hooten coming in the ball to the leader, who pushes the ball nicely wide of mid-off. Carlson chasing it up towards the boundary in front of the Castle stand, the East stand, 2 runs. And he said, on that Saturday, my dad took me to the game where Sunderland won 8-1. Years ago, there was a TV documentary about Jimmy. Maybe it's still on iPlayer. All right, I could have a look on there. Yeah, his family were all sitting in the director's box, and Charlton got thrashed 8-1, and he came up after the match to tell them he'd just been sacked. So the leader plays this to the mid-odd, no run there. I think it wasn't just the result of the 8-1 defeat that had a pretty bad start of the season, that, yeah. Oh, hang on, what's this?
More on the Lily Collins front?
No. Davy Fennick. Jimmy Seed film at the White Swan, the 11th of September, the Cast Trust. What was this? Oh. Van der Hooten to the leader. Oh, it's up in the air for a moment or two. He's played it up towards Carlson. Just dropped in front of him mid-off, diving across to his right.
Yeah, having timed his previous shot very sweetly through the covers, that one was playing too early and almost lobbing a catch.
As part of the annual Charlton and Woolwich Free Film Festival, there will be a showing of Away the Lads, a 1976 Thames TV drama documentary about the early years of Jimmy Seed. Well, that's not the one I was in, obviously. This is defended. Missed, actually. It's gone through the keeper. In fact, I would have been 5 then, so I'm definitely not voicing up anybody.
No, I shouldn't think you were voicing an adult at the age of 5.
It's about the early years of Jimmy Seed, directed by Frank Svitanovich. The film stars John Bowler as Seed, and it covers the years 1902 to 1919. Anyway, that's not the one. Later drops that short on the offside. It bobbles out towards point.
It was my younger daughter's first job was doing voiceover in a children's cartoon.
Yeah? In English or Welsh?
In English. Mm-hmm. There is a Welsh language version as well. It's called Hannah's Helpline or Hannah's Hotline, one of the two. It's on, I think it was out on Channel 5. She played an accident-prone octopus. And with all those legs, there's plenty of accidents to go on.
Yeah. Van der Hooten to the leader. That's gone down towards third man for 1. That sounds like the sort of thing my daughter would watch.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Hotline or Helpline, but it was definitely Hannah, who was an agony aunt duck, I believe. It was called Holly Hannah in Welsh, but there was a different cast, and my daughter didn't speak much Welsh, unfortunately. Although they were fairly limited lines, so she could probably have managed them in Welsh as well. 443 for 6. Emma Evans says, should have added in cheerier mood. We finished the day 4 on 317 for 2 at Hove. Yes, Glamorgan did. That was day 3, actually, I think, Emma, but I take your point. As Harris is into bowl, and that's driven into the covers by Deleda. And there is no run. 7 runs needed of 17 deliveries for Durham to get maximum points. 3 wickets needed for Glamorgan to get maximum points, which is somewhat of a tall order. But Harris, who has got this morning's breakthrough, will bowl to Deleda, who pushes and runs on the offside, and well-timed single. Just pushed to Sisodia's left at mid-off. Quadruple Nelson is on the board, 444 for 6. If you want to tweet us, NickWebb2017 or Marty Cricket on Twitter, and Martin's email, wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. As Harris is in to bowl and beats the defensive prod of Clark, and it's through to Cook. I presume that's Weir, W-E-A-R.
Yeah.
As in the river. 444 for 6. Not quite a cloudless sky, but virtually just some very high white fluff. About 11 o'clock as we look out from the Finkel end of the ground. As that's played into the offside for another quick single, and they're getting these runs needed for the maximum points without too much risk. Clark moves to 76, 445 for 6. Forgive my ignorance. Why Finkel? Is that a person or a place?
Ferry along the river, probably about 2 miles along the river. So heading back towards Durham.
Yep.
The river comes through a gorge and quite a steep-sided valley.
Harris bowls. Deleda plays to mid-off.
And so there's the Abbey ruins there, and some stepping stones go across the river. I think there's a caravan park there as well.
And that's Finkel, is it?
Yeah, it's just a few moments away from the maximum security prison.
Right.
Of which there are 2 in that location.
Yeah, I'm staying near a prison.
Yeah. Franklin Prison is one of them.
There's Harris bowls to Deleda, who plays one into the offside, takes a quick single. That one was sharper than the previous ones. And the throw misses the stumps anyway. It's backed up. So 3 push and runs in that over, which will not please James Harris best. And there are fielders who are designed to save singles there. But Durham placing their shots nicely, and Deleda and Clark looking as though they're quite happy to edge towards the maximum bonus point. In singles, they only need 4, and they've got 2 overs to do it.
The Abbey, Finkel Priory, the ruins. It's a nice spot on the river, and it's great for a game of hide and seek. Brilliant.
So the sorry, I'll let you describe this delivery.
Van der Houten to Deleda, plays that wide of mid-on. He'll get a couple of runs here. Might actually get 3. Billy Roots chased it. They'll only get 2. He stopped the ball about 15 yards from the boundary in front of the health club.
So that university ground down by the river in Durham, is that where Durham used to play?
Yeah, that's the race course.
Yeah.
So that's the university ground. Yeah.
There's a regatta going on there.
Yeah. Somebody was saying they'd been to Durham on Sunday and the regatta was on. That's a gorgeous location there. So you've got the university cricket ground, which is the race course. And next to that, you've got some rugby pitches and football pitches. Then you've got Durham City Cricket Ground. As Van der Houten comes in, And this is played up to mid-on, no run there. And then beyond Durham City Cricket Ground, you've got the rugby club. So it's very much all
a sporting mecca.
Sporting mecca. And then out the back of there, as the river bends around in a big sort of S shape, there's a bridge takes you across to the other side to where there are more sports complexes, and that's the Durham University official sort of sporting complex where Newcastle United used to train at Maiden Castle. I think Hartlepool and Darlington trained there as well. Van der Houten, driven by Basteleda, that's up the field. Might go for 4, Root's chasing after it. It slows, Root catches it. 10 yards to the boundary, and Deleda runs 3, I think. Good running. And Durham have got the 450. They've got maximum batting points for, I think, the 3rd time this season, possibly the 4th.
They've done it with 9 balls to spare.
Comes in and bowls again, and this is pushed by Clark up to the cover area for 1.
Our enthusiastic friend is in fine voice this morning.
Yes, Jamie. He hasn't been round this side of the ground this match. He was dressed as a bear or something the other day when he was here. I can't see where he is today.
It's a bit hot to be a bear today.
Yeah.
Unless you are a bear, of course, in which you've got, in case you've probably got natural cooling systems. But to be dressed as a bear, don't think so.
Durham got 4 batting points here against Worcestershire in the first home game in the season. This is a ball that's guided down to 3rd man by Delena for 1. In the first match of the season down at Hove, they were out for 376, so they didn't there. But then where did they go? They went to Cardiff, didn't they? When did they get there? They got 5 batting points at Cardiff, despite the rain. They got 5 in the next match here against Derbyshire. Clark forward to this ball on a length around about off stump, plays it out into the short extra cover area. That is the end of the over, 453 for 6. They didn't get any batting points against Yorkshire here. Gloucestershire, what did they do against Gloucestershire? They got 4 in that one. Yeah, it's the 3rd time then that they've got maximum batting points this year.
Well, Glamorgan will be hoping that the pitch does not produce too many demons as the game goes on. There have been those just patches of inconsistent bounce a little bit at both ends. Outside off stump rather than straight deliveries. 453 for 6 as Harris starts a new over to Deleda with 2 slips. And Deleda pushes into the offside, and Al-Hassan comes bouncing in, flips the ball to Sisodia. That is Gorvin, I think, doing a little bit of gentle warming up at point to see if he can add to his 2 for 65. As that one's driven to mid-off by Deleda, and there is no run. He said with a grin as I asked for him for interview. A bit slim pickings today. Well, he bowled as well as anyone, and he claimed a couple of wickets, and he was back in the side, so why not? But the players know, I think. Harris in to bowl outside off stump. Deleda plays no shot. When you're being requested on the strength of 2 wickets, it's not necessarily a great day for your team. 453 for 6. 3 balls left for James Harris to claim a hat-trick and for Glamorgan to get maximum bowling points. Delader on strike. On 12, Harris in, and Delader plays into the offside. Ul Hassan fills at cover, and there's no run.
Katie says she thinks it was her son who was at the school.
All right.
But he was in primary school when I was at the end of secondary school, so I didn't know him. Just a rumour that there was a kid with a famous dad who played the drums with one of the kids' bands at the school fete. Phil Collins playing at the school fete and the drums. I wonder if he was dressed as a gorilla.
As that is played out on the offside by Delader, and there is no run. Yeah, reminds me of one of my colleagues. His kids went to school with the children of Nigel Walker, the former Olympic athlete and Wales rugby winger, who then became head of sport for BBC Wales and is now running the Welsh Rugby Union. Anyway, yes, Nigel, of course, turned up for the school sports day or whatever. As Harris is in and bowls, and that's played out on the offside. And there is no run for Delader. And the over, 4:53 for 6. Apparently, he did his best to win the parents' race by as small a margin as possible. I think he was jogging and eased up and waited for someone nearly to catch him up before he still won it. That was the version I was told, anyway.
Oh, it would appear members of BBC management are in front of a select committee at the Commons today.
Good heavens.
Answering questions about changes to regional radio.
Yes, indeed. Painful process.
Paul McVinn. Andy Gorvin coming in to bowl, replacing Van der Houten from the Lumley end. Paul McVinn says, I should have been there today, but the child is off school ill, listening and watching with the Lee Howie autobiography, so not too bad. Paul and Kirk Oswald in the Eden Valley. Nice area over there, the Eden Valley. We stayed in a camping pod on a farm there about 4 or 5 years ago. Near the, there's an open swimming pool, Lazenby, somewhere like that. Nice neck of the woods. Here's Gorvin then, keeper standing up for Clark, who flicks this away off the legs out towards deep square leg for 1. And moves on to 78. And in doing so, Durham's lead moves on to 64 at 454 for 6. Nearly had an hour of play this morning. Madonna's in my ears at the minute.
Which one?
The other one I'm dreaming of. What was it? True Love? True Blue?
True Blue?
Yeah. Didn't like that one. All played by Delader out into the covers. Diving stop from Carlson. Yeah, it was a bit sugary, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the... Was it around about a second album?
The difficult second album.
Summary enough, isn't it?
Yeah. Gorvin to Clark. Delader. All pushed away. I could just see the number 7 on his back there because the number 2 was obscured, but it is 27 rather than 7.
Yeah, Derbyshire's 5th wicket pair still going. Deploy and Hyder Ali. Derbyshire 294 for 4, leading Yorkshire by 52 runs. So
they've basically deployed the rearguard action.
Oh.
Gorvin in. And a bit of a leading edge there from Delader. It's gone out through deep mid-wicket for... Oh, I thought there could have been 2 on the go there, but no, they've just settled for 1. Harris was in from the boundary to field the ball on the edge of the square. See, me and Anna Foster, who's on air now, whenever I'm reading news on her show during the winter, we're often citing musical differences, the two of us. She thinks that's a great album. She's just said. Right, what's the weather got in store for us? 4-5-5 for 6. Gorvin into Clark. Clark up on his toes, plays the ball down into the ground, and it bobbles back to the bowler. Fine, dry and sunny. A very small risk of the odd shower popping up somewhere, but generally most of us will keep blue skies and sunshine. Corvin in, driven by Clark up to mid-off, no run there. Warmer in Hexham, that sea breeze keeping things cooler on the coast, as it always does.
Weather forecaster covers back. It'll be dry in most places, but you may catch the odd shower.
There's a bit of dew on the car this morning.
Was there?
Yeah, it looked like it must have. I think it got quite chilly last night because of the clear skies.
See, Laius Duploy is no longer a Welsh fireman.
Did you know?
Yeah, he was for the first couple of seasons.
Was he in a retained station?
Bourbon, no. Not retained. So Kieran Carlson is to take over from this Lumley, Finkland.
There's a tiny patch of wispy cloud above us now. Where has that come from? Do you think it's just forming as we're looking at it?
No, there's a bit of wisp around earlier, but it's different shape. Have to ask Dr. Hignell if you want
looks like
meteorology. He's a specialist in that.
It looks like Santa. Was it weird?
Glamorgan could do with being gifted a few wickets. Kieran Carlson, 0 for 48. Who's been naughty? Who's been nice? He bowls to Deleda, who drives on the offside. And there is a single 456 for 6, the lead 66. At Bristol, Gloucestershire 368 all out, Leicestershire 85 for 1 in reply. Been rain delays to that match. As Carlson bowls, and that's dab and run on the offside from Deleda. From Clark, I think the board was wrong there. It's Clark who played that one. For 57 for 6. Sussex 46 for 0 in their second innings, trailing Worcestershire by 16 runs. Worcestershire made 410. Carlson bowls, and there is a double appeal as Cook takes it, removes the bails, and they seem to look to both umpires as Deleda pushed forward. 4, 5, 7 for 6, 67 ahead. Here comes Carlson again, and that's turned on the leg side by Deleda. No run. Division 1, Kent 259 for 6, a lead of 415 over Surrey. Driven by Deleda into the covers, no run. Amadella Kadri 56 not out.
Partnership of 277 now, Deploy and Ali. The 21st highest in first-class cricket for Derbyshire, according to David Griffin.
Driven down the ground by Deleda as Ul Hassan is rather deep at mid-on. And Carlson says, what sort of a throw was that? As didn't come out right for Ul Hassan.
He says it's the second highest at Chesterfield and the third highest against Yorkshire anywhere.
Oh, yes, he'll have his stats flying, will Mr. Griffin. Photographer and statistician and archivist and general tub thumper for the county game.
His videos during the winter are quite interesting when he's been thinking about things.
Yes, banging the drum for the delights of the county game. Kept us going during lockdown as well, to a certain extent.
What did the score for the 6th wicket? 149. That was the highest 6-wicket stand for Durham against Glamorgan. Update now. Well, Durham are still in their first innings here, 458 for 6, so they lead Glamorgan by 68. There's been one wicket today. David Beddingham got to 100. He ran a 2 from 149 to take him up to 151. Never really had any time to celebrate the milestone, though, because he was caught out next ball, caught behind off the bowling of James Harris. So he departed after facing 245 balls and hitting 15 fours. And his partnership for the 6th wicket of 149 with Graham Clark was Durham's best 6-wicket stand against Glamorgan. Clark is still out there. He's on 79. Bastalader's on 15. And Durham at 458 for 6, lead by 68.
And 8 points to 5.
Next ball is defended. Now, technically, it was the 5th wicket, wasn't it? Because of the night watchman. So really, it would have been the 5th wicket. So the highest 5th wicket.
Well, it was the 6th, wasn't it? Yeah, you can't change records, as
no. Well,
who was the previous?
Who was in with us on day one?
He was the previous, was he?
Well, him and Kyle Coates, who messaged yesterday while we were on air, they put on 188 for the 5th wicket. As Delader pushes this one. That was at Sophia Gardens in 2004. The best 6th wicket, David Boone. And MJ Foster. Who was that then? Michael Foster? Can't remember Michael Foster.
Don't know.
A Yorkshireman. That was in 1997 in Cardiff. They made 140.
There we are. So one for the record books this morning, albeit a rather arcane area of the record books.
Next ball stays low, stays very low, and Delader does well to jab the bat down on that and keep it away from off stump. Might have nipped back in a little bit here from Gorvin as well. Just watching this again. He stopped it just around about off stump.
Jab down into the ground.
Somebody, people do point out, because Durham have only been playing first-class cricket for 31 years, that, they do break records regularly, which I suppose they do. This is a defensive shot from Delader as well. So, interestingly, when the other Ollie Robinson, that's a maiden from Gorvin, the other Ollie Robinson on his debut for Sussex here a few years ago, broke the record for the highest 10th wicket stand for Sussex. That had gone back to something like the 1920s, so...
There'd been a lot of records in the last couple of years for Glamorgan, batting-wise. Even though Glamorgan is just over the century mark in terms of first-class status. As Carlson prepares for a new over. In fact, 4 of the record wicket stands have come in the last 3 years for Glamorgan. 2nd wicket, Byram and Ingram, 2022 against Sussex in Cardiff. Carlson bowls, turned on the leg side by Clark, no run. 5th wicket, Carlson and Cook against Northants, 2021, 307. 6th wicket, North East and Cook at Leicester last year. As that is driven down the ground by Clark for a single to Ul Hassan at long on. And 8th wicket, 211, Cook and Nisa against Sussex. Was that against Sussex? There are lots of runs against Sussex. I sort of assumed it was. No. Oof, which one was that? As that one's nudged away on the offside. Single taken, 461 for 6. Anyway, Cook and Nisa. I haven't written down which match it was in. It was possibly at Yorkshire this year. So 4 of the record 10 record stands for Glamorgan have been in the 2020s. Down leg side from Carlson. Appeal for a catch behind, and he's gone. Clark has gone, taken down leg side by Chris Cook. And he's gone for 80. And Durham lose their 7th wicket with a score on 460. The lead is 70 runs, and Glamorgan doing their best to minimise the damage.
He's just trying to sweep at one there. So he's out for 80. He looks rather disappointed to be in it as well. batted well though. And, Durham lead by 70. That's the important factor here.
Yeah, Clark had been moderately quiet this morning generally.
Yeah.
There's no reason why he needed to press on particularly. They got the maximum points comfortably enough. But rather a tame way to go. Just a little flick down leg side. Well taken by Chris Cook, who's done well to claim 4 dismissals in this innings. As I was butchering on about his record stands, Cook is now a member of 3 of the 10 record stands for Glamorgan in their history. And of course, we've had the top 2 scores by Glamorgan within the last couple of years as well. So, yeah, even though Durham have got, Glamorgan have got 70 more years of history than Durham, we've been blessed with lots of batting records in the last few seasons. 460 for 7. As Ben Rain's a useful man to have at 9.
Neil's just texted me about Michael Foster. What's he said?
Ben Rain averaging 27.8 with the bat this season, a high score of 71.
Says he now plays Sunday cricket for Burnmore. Not ringing a bell.
Carlson will come round the wicket to the left-handed bat, Ben Rain. And he's got 1 slip and 6 approximately saving the single, including mid-wicket, as Root prevents Rain from getting off the mark there. Carlson in to bowl, played back to him by Ben Rain.
Rain's highest score this year, 71. He's had 2 50s. And comes into this with 167 runs and an average of 27.8. And just looking at the high scores for individual batsmen this year, Rain has got those runs. He got 71 against Worcestershire here in a win, having got 100 against them last year here. And he's had a 50 not-out against Yorkshire here as well. And that was what innings was that? That was when Durham held on to win. Orvin bowling to Deleda, who plays the ball out through deep mid-wicket, 4-2.
Leicester, the Cook-Nisa record stand. And he found it.
Corvin into Deleda. Ball bounces off short, leg side to northeast. Bernard Whitaker has been on. The pendulum might have swung, but not as much as some would think. Glamorgan are battling hard to stay in the game, but only when they bat a second time will the effects of 4 sessions in the field be shown. Could be 5 sessions, yeah. What time is it? In comes bowler. Deleda plays that to short mid-wicket. The wicket is very flat, and I suspect a bit of strange bounce might be because of the shape of the ball. And if it had lost its round shape. 10 wickets will take some getting, and I would suggest a draw is more likely than a Durham win at present, although that could change quickly. Well, there's nothing like hedging your bets there. Bernard's just
like the weather forecasters.
Bernard's just suggested every outcome. It depends if Durham can make inroads early doors with the ball and get on top of Glamorgan if the pressure starts to build. Corvin in, and the ball heads off down towards vacant third man for 4. The pub is open. It also, of course, depends what Durham's lead ends up being. If they end up putting a lead together of 150, 200 here, and you get another big partnership from these two, say. Lots of unknowns, Nicholas. Lots of unknowns.
Yes. Lots of uncontrollables. It's all uncontrollable from our point of view.
Jack Stansfield says, "Afternoon, gents." As Gorvin comes in, 2 balls left of this over. It's gone down the leg side for 4 byes. Listen to this. Oh, it didn't.
I thought the ball was going to thud into the...
It hit the rope quite hard, didn't it?
Thud into the advertising board.
And there must be some reading there or something. Yeah.
Retrieved by Sisodia, one of the...
I asked, by the way,
wearing a cap.
I got to the bottom of the mystery of the Toblerones last night.
All right.
They didn't have anybody to put them out, apparently. So they've had a team of people putting them out, taking them back in. But I've also asked Vic the groundsman, is this a new rope? And he said, yes, it's very nice and bright. And you can see it because the old rope, particularly the bottom corner of the ground towards the health club, we used to lose the boundary rope down there because it used to blend in with the darker strips of grass. This is played by Deleda down towards deep gully, and he was a bit hesitant to get going there, but rain called him through. So Jack says, as I prepare to travel up from South Wales to Birmingham for the first Ashes test, can I dare to ask your respective predictions? I think you'll get stuck in lots of traffic on the M5, and there'll probably be roadworks somewhere near Worcester, as there always are.
Yeah, it's down to 50.
Is it?
It's down to 50 somewhere around Worcester, yeah.
I can't remember a spell when there haven't been roadworks past Worcester, going back probably 5 years now.
Yeah, it's long-term ones at the moment, I think.
He says, enjoying the coverage as always. Predictions for the Ashes? I'm not making any.
Cricket will be the winner.
Yeah.
Carlson to continue. Having removed Clark in the last over for 80. He's bowling to Deleda. And Carlson tosses it up and drives into the offside for a single, 472 for 7. Edward Hall tweeting as I suggested that David Lloyd had opened the batting and the bowling for Glamorgan in the last couple of years. It was against Northants in April 21. Carlson bowls, and that's turned on the leg side by rain, and there is no run.
Pingu reckons the cloud looked more like a Furby than Santa.
Dreadful things, weren't they, Furbies? Yeah. Carlson bowls outside off stump, cuts hard but straight to point by rain. He'll feel he's missed out there.
Damo says it looks like one of those furry things that was CGI'd into the latest Star Wars films.
Rubbish it is. Carlson tosses one up. It's driven, but not timed by rain, and he'll pick up a single to deep mid on.
Away man says it must be idyllic there today. Warm sun and a cooling breeze.
It's pretty nice out there.
Val Burns says, like many others yesterday, we were comfortable in the shade in the County Durham stand.
Carlson, again, giving it plenty of air. Driven on the leg sides by Deleda and well stopped by Salter at mid-wicket. Salter, who must be thinking, why aren't I bowling? Carlson has 1 for 55. And bowls, and that is defended by Deleda very gently on the offside. That is the end of a quiet over, which produced 2 singles for Durham. They're 473 for 7. They lead now by 83 runs over Glamorgan. Yeah, Lloyd and Van der Hoogten have both opened batting and bowling in recent years, as now has Ul Hassan. If anyone has got any other names from the reasonably recent past, shall we say the
Is that back to 1999? And Colin Todd.
Yeah, in the last 25 years, that'll do. I've been doing the full-time job for 9 years now, and those are the only examples I can think of. Lloyd and Van der Hoogten, and now Ul Hassan. Do tweet me if you have anything to add to that. Nick Webb 2017.
Val says her husband did move into the sun yesterday, but only lasted 20 minutes because he got burnt.
It's 20.
Back to 50 jobby. Gorvin coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Rain, and he's... I thought he'd bowled him there. I thought that was the bails flying in the air, but it wasn't. It was the ball bouncing up off the keeper's pad. Keeper standing up to the stumps. It's hit the keeper in the inner thigh.
Yeah, difficult conditions for keeping, with both the temperatures, the long innings, and the odd ball keeping low.
It's one slip in place. Rain drives out into the covers, no run. Where do you stand? My mate's a wicketkeeper, and he said anybody who keeps wicket in short sleeves, it's wrong and it shouldn't be allowed.
I always wear long sleeves. I've always worn long sleeve shirts to play cricket in. Ever since college, really.
Orvin bowls to Rain. This is played off towards cover, no run there.
So I just used to find my elbows a complete mess in the average summer if I wore short-sleeved shirts, so always long-sleeved.
I'm sure when I played, I used to wear short sleeves and never really used to make a mess of my elbows. It must be the way, must have landed more on the back of my shoulder or something. These days, you wear those skins, though, can't you?
Yeah.
Gorvin round the wicket and over pitched and driven by Rain for 4 up to the north stand. Nice shot. Sam, the Durham press officer, came in today with some photocopies of, and I have to say, I mean, what an era to live in. 1950s, 4 pages of write-ups in the Sunderland Echo sports section on local league cricket, the Durham Coast League, the Durham Senior League. So this is Saturday, June the 3rd, 1950. The paper cost a penny, and it was a broadsheet by the looks of things. Advert down the bottom right-hand corner. Garden requisites at bins. Good tools make gardening easier. Gorvin in. This is played off to mid-wicket. No run there. They became House of Fraser. Bins doesn't exist anymore now. But
right.
What could you buy? Garden canes. Ballast garden rollers.
Right.
16 inches wide. Watering cans. 6 and 6 for a watering can. Gorvin in bowls and played by Rain off towards point, no run there. So, headline. Olin takes 8 for 29. And then there's a picture at the top. Whitburn football stars Kenneth Custon and Sidney O'Lynn, who took 8 wickets for 24 runs today. So it's actually on the day write-ups as well. So you've got reporters watching Durham Senior League matches, and the reports are going in that evening's paper. Devastating bowling by S. O'Lynn of Whitburn shocked Chesley Street at the Ropery Lane ground, which is just up the road from here. And the whole side were out in less than 90 minutes for 73, the bowler claiming 8 of the 10 wickets for 29 runs.
Oof.
But for a 6th wicket stand by Wake and Buick, Chesley Street would have been comfortably routed.
Carlson from the Finkel end into bowl to Deleda, who's defending forward, and there is no run. Next delivery turned away, gently down towards backward square. single taken for Deleda. Moves to 25, 478 for 7. Yeah, I managed to have a glimpse of some scorebooks of matches my dad played in back in the 1930s. As forward comes Rain and drives to mid-off when he gets there, and there's no run. Turned up in someone's attic. Just about legible still. Carlson round the wicket, bowls to Rain, plays out on the offside, and there's no run. I suppose cricket is covered in different ways these days, isn't it? Because with the Play Cricket website, you can find out what anyone's done anywhere virtually.
And actually, you can watch some of the live league games now.
Carlson in, bowls cut away by Rain, and it is well stopped at backward point. Single taken, 479 for 7. So, although it may not be in the newspapers, it's certainly there on the old interweb.
Well, this is ringing a bell with these footballers because, and I'm going to go back to Jimmy Seed again like a parrot, but...
Next delivery played on the leg side by Deleda, no run.
1950, this is the era when Whitburn won the Durham Senior League, and they had a number of South African footballers who played for Charlton who came up and played for Whitburn in the summer, brought up by Jimmy Seed. So Sid O'Lynn was one of them, I think. Anyway, the scorecard here, I mean, my eyes are not the best now, but McGrandaz mentioned, and he's taken a catch. D.L. Ward caught Emerson, bowled O'Lynn, duck. There was, in the Test history team that day, 1, 2, 3 ducks. We've even got a scorecard from the Coxo District League, Bowburn seconds against Strimton seconds. Here comes Orvan round the wicket to bowl, right arm round to Rain. Rain on 6, 479 for 7. Schoolboys, are you preserving with your cricket? Remember, the Sunderland Echo, in conjunction with the Northern Daily Mail and West Hartlepool, is presenting autographed cricket bats to 12-year-old schoolboys in Durham County who show the best all-round performance and progress in competitive cricket during the present season. Round the wickets, Gorvin again, and this is played by Rain, who is from Sunderland, 1 run. The selection of the lucky boys will be in the hands of Durham County School Cricket Committee. Oh, I bet that didn't end well.
Oh, yeah. Well, my boy's doing very well this season.
Yeah.
What's the betting? It was a committee man's son.
It was an advert for Smedley's Hydro at Matlock in picturesque Derbyshire.
Hydro?
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, it'd be a hotel and spa.
Oh, yes, yes.
I've stayed in
Matlock.
Matlock.
It's a bit early for hydroelectric power.
Yeah. Gorvin over the wicket now to Deleda. Deleda pushes the ball up to mid-on. When Durham played Derbyshire in Chesterfield in 2017, I stayed in Matlock, Bath actually, and it's about a 20-minute commute up over the top to Chesterfield. Don Hardy stops Bolden Rot. After a good start, Bolden slumped badly, and only Don Hardy of the home batsmen seemed comfortable against a good Horden attack. He was ably assisted by Fairgrieve in adding 24 runs for the 5th wicket, and so retrieving what appeared to be a hopeless situation. The leader down to a Yorker length ball wide of off stump, drives it out to the point boundary for 1, and no ball is signalled. Bolden, by winning the toss, seemed to have a decided advantage. For the opening batsman went out to a wicket which looked good for many runs. Burton, however, was out when he scored 11 to a very good catch by Dixon at silly mid-on. There's hardly any mention of any... Well, the first 2 paragraphs are all surnames only. And then you get to paragraph 3 and suddenly we've got first names. So I'm looking at this from a journalistic point of view. Cut here by Rain, and a nice diving stop by Ul Hassan at point. So then it goes on to say Joe Carney and Stan Hunter pushed the score along, but with the total at 37, the game took an unexpected turn with the wickets of Carney, Hunter and Hawler falling with no more runs scored. A nice cut from Rain out through the covers and off towards the top end of the pavilion for 4. It's going to make it all the way to the fence by the looks of things. Wearmouth on top. Hammond claims 5 CM Harbour wickets and a gate of £88 was taken. The large crowd which converged on Carley Hill this afternoon, £88 was taken at the gate, certainly had theirs money worth. Brilliant sunshine they saw. Wearmouth bowler Hammond dismissed 5 CM batsmen for 9 runs. And the whole side back in the pavilion for just over 70. That was about the norm at Wearmouth, I think. I remember being involved in a game there where Wearmouth were bowled out for about 19. Corvin round the wicket, bowls, defended by Rain.
So were those actually written by newspaper reporters, or were they sent in by clubs directly?
Yeah, well, you probably would have had stringers, wouldn't you? I remember when I used to do the scoring for Whitburn in 1985 for the first team, and used to have to ring the scorecard into a guy called Bobby Gidney, who collated all the scores around the local leagues for the Sunderland Echo and the Shields Gazette. And he used to give me 50p or something like that. Scott Sherrard's looked at my Santa Cloud and says I've been in the sun too long. Definitely did look like Santa when we first saw it.
Yeah, it's one of the things I foolishly put my hand up for is writing match reports for our club side, which makes for quite a busy weekend evening sometimes. 487 for 7. Lead is almost in 3 figures for Durham as Deleda plays one on the leg side, and there is no run.
There used to be a guy many years ago who used to regularly ring the local papers with football reports of games he'd just made up. Brilliant. Fictitious players scoring goals, and they got printed.
Carlson bowls, Deleda plays on the leg side, and they'll go through for a quick single because there is no square leg and Salter has to move round from mid-wicket. 488 for 7, lead 98. That is brilliant. Of course, you could make yourself the star of your own show.
I think you regularly did.
There's Carlson bowls, and that's noodled away towards gully by Rain. No run. Delayed 27, Rain 11. The men out this morning, Clark for 80 and Beddingham for 151. Carlson 1 for 58, halfway through his 17th over, driven into the offside by Rain, but straight at Salter, no run.
The US Open Golf starts on Thursday from the Los Angeles Golf and Country Club. Be nice there this time of year.
Cut by Rain out through the covers, in fact, rather more in front of square than I thought. Single taken as Colin Ingram runs round towards the scoreboard to our right. 489 for 7.
Have you been to Los Angeles?
I have not had that pleasure, no. You?
Yeah, we went to Pebble Beach, actually. We were touring around and happened upon Pebble Beach Golf Course.
Forward pushes Deleda and defends. And the over, lead 99, Durham 489 for 7. Ashthorpe, former Durham player, current coach, is now with us.
How are you, mate?
All good. Could have done with a couple more wickets, but the sun is shining and cricket is ongoing.
You been coaching?
I have. I even had a hit myself. That's why I'm a little bit sweaty.
Yeah.
All good. Beautiful day. Over at the back out in the nursery nets here.
Oh, on the outside. Yeah,
beautiful.
On the new ground. Yeah, that's a nice little location, isn't it?
Perfect setup there. Just need a big bend around it.
Yeah.
Is it coming off the middle today?
A couple did. A couple didn't. Pretty much sums up my
Is it coming off the edge today?
There's a couple that definitely hit the edge. But no, a bit of preparation for our kids as play a national quarter-final tomorrow at Bradford Park Avenue.
It's quite a big ground now, isn't it?
Yeah, they're excited. That's good. Should be a good day against New College Bradford. So the winner of that plays in a finals day in Derby somewhere the following week.
Zainul Hassan coming into the attack here. We haven't seen him bowl today, have we?
No.
No, it was Van der Houten and Harris earlier, wasn't it? So he's bowled 15 overs so far, none for 51 on maiden. Durham 489 for 7. The lead is 99, and they've gained maximum batting points for the 3rd time this season and twice in games against Glamorgan. So they're in a decent position at the moment with that 99-run lead. Rain's on 12, he's on strike, Delayder's on 27. And Ul Hassan comes round the wicket to Rain. He defends this, and it's a misfield, and he's gone through for a quick single. Sneaky, very sneaky. That brings up the 100 lead, and the ball hadn't gone far beyond the stumps, but Ul Hassan wasn't watching what was going on there.
It was cheeky that from Ben Rain. Expected the bowler to tidy up his own work, as did mid-on and mid-off. And it dribbled about to where the umpire stands, and Ben Rain thought, well, I'll have a run there. Thank you very much. He said
20.1 overs.
Brings up the 100 lead, 490 for 7.
Ul Hassan comes in again and bowls. That's left alone. It goes skipping past off stump and bounces out the keeper's gloves.
A little bit of swing there, wasn't it?
Malcolm Basanko's looked at the cloud of Santa, and he reckons he sees a pint of Stella.
It's wishful thinking. Oh, what have I missed? Oh, okay.
There's Santa's face.
Yeah, I see where you're going from.
Or somebody suggested a Furby. Hassan to Delayed, and that's gone away towards short extra cover. What was that? Or gremlins, you know, those little things that got wet and multiplied.
Midnight.
Yeah.
Furbies were the things that started talking at you, weren't they?
Yeah, they were the little toys, yeah.
Oh, they were terrible. I mean, the trouble is that they wouldn't shut up, would they? And I stuffed one in the bottom of the washing basket to try and shut it up, and it still chattered away from there.
It was still talking in the washing machine. That's a good lead from Delayed. That was quite tight to the line of off stump. My daughter came home a few weeks ago with a toy hamster.
Oh.
Once you turned it on, it started making all these noises, then started having toy hamster babies all around the house. What? Thinking, who's invented this?
I presume that was a finite supply of toy hamster babies.
I'm starting to
generate them
inside to see how many more were about to come out.
I started to eat them,
popping out all over the place. Ul Hassan to Delayed it, plays the ball back into the ground and back to the bowler's left hand.
Are they now in the bin?
I don't know where they'll be. I'll probably start standing on them in the next few days because that's what normally happens. Amount of things I stand on that I just don't see anymore.
Hyder Ali has gone for Derbyshire to break that big partnership of 277. Derbyshire effectively 84 for 5 against Yorkshire.
Bit of a fight back there, isn't it?
Well, Hassan to Delayed. That's pushed away out towards the covers. And 1 run from the over. So Durham now have a lead of 100, 494.7 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Wales. John Hutchison's been on. He says, I seem to remember a certain commentator's father wearing short-sleeved shirts when keeping wicket, along with many of the keepers of the time in the Durham Senior League. Personally, I was always the Jack Richards man with long sleeves taped tight to my wrist and the top button done up. With a white sun hat on as well, starched brim.
Interesting. The umpire's just having a word with Delayder about where he's batting. I think he's batting outside of his crease and possibly encroaching on the danger area. He's getting a stern telling off here as we just watch.
Is it where he's batting or running?
I think where he's batting and then he's taking his first step into.
Surely he can bat where he wants. It's where he runs would be the.
Well, you can't bat in the danger area.
No, Labuschagne has been told off about
he
this.
couldn't have been standing that far up because the keeper's been standing up with the stumps.
He was stood back in the last over there, and he's just had a right pop at him there.
Don't damage the facilities. 490 for 7. Lead is 100. Carlson bowls and
dropped.
It's been spilt at slip by the look of it. Unless that
I
just
don't know,
turned.
that never carried there.
No, it hit him in the stomach.
Yeah, it did.
Is it northeast that slipped?
Unless that spun miles out the footholds, that is.
I think that's an edge.
That's a drop.
Well, he rolled over and away from us after the ball hit him, so you couldn't see what happened to it after that.
As the next ball is played into the offside. No run. So
look at the reaction of the ball on
11.
Very stroppy right now.
I used to wear a stiff collared shirt high and have the collar turned
The
up.
full button up?
Neck. Not so much a full button up, but I used to wear a wide brimmed hat, I think.
Nothing wrong with that.
Carlson bowls miles outside off stump, and that is called wide.
I'd burn too easily. I'd burn in the dark.
He'd burn out there today. She's warm.
Well, that one turned from Carlson, but unfortunately it started just inside the white line and turned outside it. Carlson in bowls. Rain leaves through to Cook. 491 for 7. Lead 101 for the hosts. We're past bonus point time as down the wicket comes Rain and slogs it
badly
to deep mid-wicket for a single. I think he was looking to smash it over long on, but it ended up being dragged agriculturally to cow corner. 492 for 7. Carlson to Deleda on 27 not out, and he plays one gently to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
He was definitely looking for more than a single there, Ben Rain.
He's looking to stick it through Martin's window, I think. Long on. Carlson bowls, driven on the leg side by Deleda. Salter Fields, no run, so a single, what appeared to be a drop chance, and a wide in that over. 492 for 7. Sussex are into the lead against Worcestershire, having been 62 behind on first dig. They're now 98 for 0, 36 ahead. That's in Division 2 as well. And Leicestershire 114 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 368 all out. At Bristol, there have been match delays there for weather and other entertainment off the field taking place. Patel 59, so he was up with Carlson at the top of the second division run charts.
Well, Hassan bowling to Rain on 14, coming round the wicket from the Lumley end. Rain drives, it's cut off, short extra cover by northeast, I think that is.
Yeah,
nice diving stuff. Julia Wetherall's just emailed, and actually looking at the Sunderland Echo that I've got in my hand from 1950, her dad, Doug, may well have been writing cricket reports on the Sunderland Echo back then. He certainly worked for them in that sort of era. And I'm looking through, I've got 4 pages here. There's not a single byline on any of these pieces. Next ball is played up to mid-on, no run there. She says, when I was in primary school, I was delighted when I was chosen to take the school hamster home over the Easter holidays. Sorry. It ate the bedroom curtains, and it was many years before my dad found out, says Julia. Oh, I hope he's not listening. 429 for 7. In comes Hassan. This is played up to wideish mid-on for 1 by Rain.
It has been a gentle sort of morning's cricket, in case you're wondering why. Hamsters and reports from the 1950s, featuring and Phil Collins' offspring in our conversation.
Well, Sam brought this in because just my granddad's on the scorecard, but I'll take this home for me dad because I'm sure he'll read every page of this. There's 4 big pages of local cricket reports from the northeast from 1950, June 1950. Well, Hassan over the wicket now to Deleda. This is pushed off to point. No run. Bernard has been back on. I was a wicket keeper in my later years and found it much easier to keep to the better quality bowlers in the first team rather than the second team or the midweek team. A bad delivery heading down the leg side was much easier to detect compared to bowlers who could spray the ball absolutely anywhere with nearly every delivery.
I shan't say anything in case any of my teammates are listening.
I think there's agreement.
Well, Hassan
Getting in from the Lumley end, right arm over to Deleda. It's just dabbed away short on the leg side, no run. He says, I tried to stay on my feet and took the view that diving took the keeper out of the game. And he said, once the ball was past me, my aim was to get to the stumps for the fielder to return the ball. I only dived if the ball was within my reach. However, I got criticised for not diving, but I let that pass me by. Those complaining would never don the gloves and had watched too much of the full-time professionals on TV. There you are, the wicketkeepers union strikes. Ball it in now. Oh, that's a short one, and he has to rock back there. Deleda bends the ball away down towards backward point.
That came a bit out of nowhere, didn't it? Al-Hassan dropping one.
Big effort ball.
End of the over.
Still looking for his first wicket for Glamorgan, though. In the first team, that is.
John says, I've just been listening to you talking about made-up games. It reminded me of a game I rang into the Chronicle. Can I have copy, please? A midweek game back in about 1984 or 85. The game was to be played at the Fell, but due to a waterlogged outfield, it was called off. 3 of us stayed behind for a net. And after we finished, mischievously, somebody, i.e. me, decided to ring the score in. The Fell made about 120 for 4 after 20 overs. Obviously, I scored a 50.
Carlson off spin, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Rain, who plays it nicely through backward point and will pick up just a single as Colin Ingram, Glamorgan's senior player in years, gets to it speedily enough.
He said, obviously I scored a 50 and our keeper Tony, who was the worst batter ever, scored 40.
494 for 7. And we're not making this one up, honest. Carlson to Deleda, back on his stumps, turns it around just backward of the umpire for...
He's dropped his
balls. It's one of those where you slide your bat in and it jams into the air.
Did the ball hit him on the hand as it was
No, his bat will jarred back into his wrist. And they hurt.
I was about to say for a comfortable single, but they pinched a second.
The levels of discomfort are fathomable. John says in reply, the visitors can't remember who they were bowled out for 80 odd. Tim Gray, another wicketkeeper, bowled and got a 5 for. I'm sure there was some sort of investigation by the club, but nobody ever found out who it was until now.
Carlson bowls, Deleda plays to cover, and there's no run.
He says, I think I'm safe now after 40 odd years.
Exclusive BBC investigation reveals fake match from 1980. Carlson bowls and forward comes Deleda, watchfully defending on the offside. No run, 496 for 7, having resumed at 411 for 5, so 85 runs added. Glamorgan doing a reasonable defensive job, getting out the 2 overnight batters, but these 2 looking to get a set now as Deleda plays one back to the bowler. He's faced 69 deliveries for his 29. Nothing spectacular, doesn't need to be for Durham. Time is not at the moment an issue, as that's played on the offside by Deleda. Straight to root at cover, no run. End of the over. The game's slightly pottering at the moment.
I was just thinking that. It reminds me of a few games that we watched here last year. However, with Ryan Campbell in charge, I think they're probably going to look to bat till lunch and then explode to try and set up a reasonable total for Glamorgan to probably be out of the game and only be 2 possible results in the draw and a Durham win.
So what would you think? Durham looking to bat if they can until tea? I mean, obviously...
I think before tea. I think either way, Glamorgan will be batting before tea. They want as long as possible. The wicket, it looks like it may be a little bit harder to score on now than it has been in the first few days. But again, it doesn't look like it has any demons in it.
Edge. Keeper went the wrong way. It's gone for 4. Very tight to the line of the stumps as well from Rain. What did that do?
Not a lot, I don't think. I think it's shaped in and Rain's got the outside edge and it would have flown to first slip. Again, another effort ball from Al-Hassan. And that brings up the Durham 500. 500 for 7 on the tins.
Cook wrong-footed.
Yeah,
it's moved as the ball looked to jag in from the round the wicket bowler, so he's going to his
right step,
right.
don't you? Yeah, absolutely first. And that's a tough one, isn't it, as a keeper, not to take that step to your right, although the ball did shape that way, so you naturally do go, as you would know, being a keeper.
This is
a very low standard, I hasten to add.
This is Durham's highest total of the season. First time they've got the 500 this year as Ul Hassan comes in, running forward to it. So their previous best had been against Glamorgan in Cardiff, 471 for 9 declared. They also made 452 for 9 against Derbyshire, 445 against Gloucestershire in Bristol. Just going back to the Sunderland Echo, it looks like the West Indies were touring that year. They were due to play Durham, possibly in Sunderland by the looks of things.
They used to have the games at Ashbrook, didn't they, back in the day?
Round the wicket comes the bowler and a plainer miss from Rain. Ball just slightly wide of off stump. This is written by Argus. That was the byline that used to be on a lot of the stuff back in those days. Senior League clubs have had a nasty jar to their finances by the atrocious weather conditions in the opening weeks of the season. And the county club got its turn on Monday and Tuesday. They had a chance to pull out on the gate for the visit of the West Indies, but I'm afraid there's little prospect of the Senior League clubs making good the losses already sustained. That's thumped by Rain out through the covers, and Sam Northeast diving to his right, but nowhere near that. That's gone for 4.
Tactical dive there, I think, from Northeast to make sure he didn't have to go probably the 100 metres to go and retrieve it.
Some things never change, Ash, right? This is 1950.
Oh, here we go.
Right? Sunderland, with considerably more expenses than any other club, have probably been hardest hit of all. In the last few months, they've announced that unless they get some money through the doors, there's a risk they could close down.
Yeah, it's an expensive facility to run. It's a huge clubhouse at Ashbrook. And obviously they've reduced the ground staff quite significantly over the years. With rugby being played there, that used to have lawn tennis as well.
Yeah,
didn't they? That's gone by the wayside.
Off, and there was some luxury apartments built there as Ul Hassan comes in. That's a no ball. And they're going to run off it anyway.
Very tired Van der mid on.
I was glad to see the built apartments on the tennis courts, because I was fed up of being smashed into the tennis courts when bowling there.
I've seen one hit over them. That's a pretty decent
Over
hit.
those apartments?
Yeah.
Wow.
Neil Thornycroft says he played a game of rugby for Lisvane against Bridgend Sport, and the captain's father sent the score into the Daily Express, so it got printed along with the senior clubs, Bridgend Sports against Lisvane.
507 for 7. Delayed it with a cut shot. That's gone off towards the point boundary for 1 to the Castle side of the ground. Durham 508 for 7. The lead's 118 where we are now, 7 minutes away ish from a luncheon. Can't remember what I ordered today.
I think I'm on the pasta.
Pasta la vista, baby. It was, what was it? It was
pie.
I might have gone down the pie route, you know. Ul Hassan. And a quick single for Rain up to mid-off. Yeah, I think the pasta was those layers, wasn't it? When you got it there?
Tell you, like pasta bake.
Yeah.
It's a rather long and expensive over from Ul Hassan there. 509 for 7.
And the one over. How many runs were from it then?
It's gone off the board.
Yeah, I've got it here. 8, 10, 11.
Yeah. 509 for 7. I think I'd better leave you until after lunch, since you've got Ash to keep you company. I can go and fire up the broadcasting equipment, get the string to the can, etc., and I'll see you the other side of lunch.
Top stuff.
Carlson. Bit of off spin. Right arm round from the Pinker end, our end of the ground, bowling to Rain, who plays the ball off towards the cover boundary for 1 run. Colin Ingram fielding there.
50
partnership from these two as well. So the 3 of the last 4 have had at least 50 partnerships. 171, 149.
Jamie's very happy with that. As Carlson comes in the ball, right arm over the wicket, and this is punched off the back foot and a misfield in the covers by Root. And they take a long two, and Delita's going to come back for a third. Carlson's not a very happy man at the moment.
71 balls for that 50 partnership.
Carlson, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Rain. He fires this one towards the leg stump, and Rain gets a leading edge and goes out into the offside for no run. So another solid morning's work with the bat for Durham. Just the 2 wickets lost, the 2 batsmen of Beddingham and Clark. Then make into a big score, and Rain this time chips it straight back to the bowler, and he is caught and bowled. A really soft one, but Carlson probably deserves that wicket. Just a leading edge there, looping back, and he goes caught and bowled for 27, and Durham are on 513 for 8. Carlson been plugging away for his side, trying to rest his bowlers. Carlson picks up his 2nd wicket.
53-run partnership.
Sincere right on the stroke of lunch.
Oh, yeah.
Durham lost Lees at this time yesterday.
Yeah.
And Patel is going. Is it Patel, the new batsman? It is indeed. Comes around and out of the shade and into the bright sunshine here. A beautiful blue sky day here in the northeast. And Rain gets a round of applause there. He'd be disappointed getting out just before lunch, because I'm sure he would have enjoyed a little period after lunch where he could have put the foot on the accelerator. So Patel is the new batsman to join Delita out in the crease. So Ollie Robinson runs a drink out for Delita. Some of Durham's bowlers who are injured just starting to come back into some kind of practice. Coghlan playing a 2nd team game up in Scotland. I think Cars has penciled in to play some 2nd team cricket next week.
How did they get on in the T20 yesterday, did you say?
They came 2nd.
They came 2nd.
Yeah. Jamie Crawley, who played...
made the final.
Yeah.
Dave reckoned that Scott Steele was playing for Scotland Day yesterday.
I didn't check the scorecard.
I couldn't find one. I was looking for a scorecard.
Let's have a look. One from today. Is he playing today?
He's not in the scheme of things.
Yeah, he's in the squad today, yeah. Scott Steele, so he might have played last night. I didn't notice, to be honest.
Ajaz Patel, the new man. And the wicket comes Carlson, and he defends this one. 1 ball left of the over.
So that's a 50-over match up at the Grange. Durham second 11 are 164 for 2. Johnny Bushnell on 74. And Coggers is on 42, not out.
Here comes Carlson again. That stays low. Skids away towards the first slip area there. And
we're going to get another one. Sneak another over in. So former Durham player Jamie Crawley got the majority of the runs for Scotland yesterday. And got them home.
With Beddingham making 151 today, Robinson 102 yesterday. Durham have now got 19 centuries against Glamorgan. Glamorgan have Carlson's 162 in their first innings, so they've got 17 centuries in the head-to-head as well. I'm just looking for the highest scores. Durham's highest score against Glamorgan came in their first innings meeting, their first meeting in Cardiff, 521 for 9 declared, 92, 93, something like that. So they're 513 for 8 today.
The sun comes in and bounces Delita, who hooks it round the corner. Down to Harris at long leg, and they pick up another single. Move on to 514 for 8.
Would have been 92 because Dean Jones was playing. Got 124. Wayne Larkin's 94. Durham won by an innings and 104 runs.
Sorry, 143 from Larkins, 194 from Dean Jones, 124 for Paul Parker. Ian Botham took 6 wickets in the match, and Simon Brown 8.
So Al Hassan is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Patel, who defends this one out with a thick inside edge out into the onside for no run.
2 years ago here, Durham made 503 for 8 declared, with 5 players recording half-centuries, but nobody making 100. And Glamorgan's first innings total of 97 on that occasion was their lowest in a head-to-head.
Slip in place. That's Al Hassan, round the wicket. Patel pushes this out into the offside. And we'll pick up a couple to get off the mark. Nicely timed defensive shot. And Durham pick up 2 to move on to 5-1-6 for 8. Delayed and not out 34 heading into lunch. Patel 2 not out. I think the last thing Glamorgan will want is a wicket here as well. They don't want to delay lunch. They want to get off this field. Put their feet up and have a rest. Put some work in. As Al Hassan comes in, and Patel again pushes this out on the offside. This time Root does the fielding, but they've raced through for a single. Move on to 5-1-7 for 8. 127th over.
Ed Bevan questioning why Sisodia and Salter have only bowled 19 overs in the innings.
Carlson's probably looked the best spinner, to be totally honest with you, from what I've seen.
Haven't seen either of them today. Many balls left to lunch. 2.
2 to come. Al Hassan back over the wicket. And Delida clips this one beautifully wide of mid-wicket. And this one will run away towards the gym for 4. Moves Durham onto 421 for 8 and Delida onto 38. Lovely bit of timing there. Slightly over pitch and a little bit straight.
Now then.
What you got?
5-2-1 for 8. This is their joint highest score against Glamorgan.
There you go.
5-2-1 for 9 in that first match in 92.
So last ball before lunch. And the players will take a well-earned break after a couple of hours in the beautiful sunshine as Al Hassan comes in and Delida defends this out onto the leg side and turns and will walk to the pavilion. So he'll end the session 38 not out. Patel ends the session on 3 not out. Durham, as Marty's just said, have equalled their highest score v Glamorgan and are 521 for 8. Carlson, probably the pick of the bowlers in that session, picking up a couple of wickets. But tough work for Glamorgan out in the sun. And Durham sitting pretty. Just trying to see what the lead is there.
1-3-1.
1-3-1 in front. Could have done the maths, actually. It's harder to read the scoreboard than do the maths for my wonky eyes. It's the ground staff now meander out to the middle to do their sweeping up and remarking of the lines.
Time to rise.
Players head towards the pavilion.
Hear our cries now.
Good session for Durham. 131 lead.
A team with great prospects
setting
now
up what will be no doubt an interesting second innings for Glamorgan, who will be looking to try and save this game this afternoon and tomorrow.
Achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new. The brave and the bold, they find us like glue.
Just get the bowling figures up there for you.
Born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham.
Well, they've still got some way to go for their highest scores because they've actually scored more than 607 times.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Has 2 for 80.
Lovely use of the feet.
Hassan for 74. Gorgon has 2 for 86. Harris.
And he's gone.
Yes, at lunch on day 3, Durham are 521 for 8. That's their joint highest score against Glamorgan, equal to 521 for 9 declared. They made it the first meeting between the two county championship in 1992. We've seen 151 from David Bedingham today, 80 from Graham Clark. Ben Rain, the latest man to go, 4:27. After lunch, Ajaz Patel will resume on 3 and Bastaleda on 38. So their lead at 521 for 8 is 131.
Just carry on there with the bowling figures. Refreshed on me. Got to go over to me 2 for 86. Harris 2 for 116. Salter 97. Sisodia just 19 overs between them. Salter going for 50. Sisodia 40. Carlson picking up 2 wickets today of the 3. So men out today.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
Durham
professional pathway for
131.
And girls in the north.
And
See you in around about 35 minutes.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Riverside for this, where are we? Second session on day 3. Have to think about it. Durham 521 for 8 in reply to Glamorgan's 390 all out. The lead therefore is 131 with 2 wickets in hand. The story of the morning, in case you are just joining us. David Beddingham and Graham Clark not really able to push on. Beddingham caught behind off Harris for 151. Clark caught down the leg side by Cook off Carlson for 80. And Carlson also claimed the wicket of Ben Rain for 27. But Baz Deleda is still there. 38 not out. Just been joined before the lunch interval by Ajaz Patel, who played for Glamorgan last season, and he's on 3 not out. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me Ash Thorpe. And Carlson to continue with his off breaks.
Should be an interesting first half an hour here. I think Durham might look to get themselves in for a couple of overs and then look to accelerate this scoring. Looking to be either bowled out or declaring probably in the first hour after lunch to give Glamorgan 4.5 sessions to make something of the game.
So it is Patel on strike and Carlson to bowl from this Finkel end. And Patel stretches forward and defends on the onside, and there is no run. Philip Richards saying can't understand why Carlson's bowled so much himself. Graham Smith says better economy than Salter and Sisodia and taking the 2 wickets.
He's bowled better than the other 2.
Carlson bowls and stretching forward is Patel, defending. He's bowled long spells on occasion this season, Carlson, and then has not bowled at all in other matches. Got a few wickets in the One Day Cup last season, much to everyone's surprise, because he hadn't bowled much for a few years. As that one is glanced away, drifting down leg side from Carlson, and Patel will pick up a couple of runs. I think there was bat involved.
Yeah, a little scratch, wasn't there, I think? Tim van der Houten stretched the leg down there at 45. I'm sure that's just what he wanted after lunch. A very stiff chase from him.
Well, he's played a lot this season up until his little spell out.
It's been the lead thing as well, hasn't he, in this match?
Oh, yes. He is the main man at the moment as Carlson bowls slightly shorter and Patel tries to crack it on the offside, but it just dribbles to cover. There's no run. So Durham collecting the maximum bonus points from this game. 8 to Glamorgan's 5. Carlson bowls again to Patel, who's forward defending. Back down the pitch. Clearly no intent to press the accelerator immediately.
They'll probably give themselves a couple of overs, I think, just to get themselves back in. And try and push that beyond 150 towards 200. That lead.
Carlson bowls and Patel gets one off an inside edge towards square leg. There is no square leg, and so they wander through for a single. 3 off the over. 521 for 8. The lead 134. Patel 6. Deleda 38.
Nice start again from Carlson. A bit of drift back into the left-hander. Couple of inside edges.
Is this pitch going to give Patel much to work with, do you think, in the 3rd innings?
I think, I mean, we were just talking about it, weren't we, off air, and Durham not really renowned as a spinning pitch, but I guess that the weather will be the only thing that could bring that into factor, that it's been a hot 2.5 days so far, and that doesn't look like it's going to change. It doesn't look like there's a lot of rough out there from the seamers, but it's probably one of the drier pitches that I've seen here this season. Normally there's a tinge of green on day 1, but it's been white from the get-go. So time will tell. I know he bowled us to victory already. We've had Kuhneman bowl us to victory here earlier this season, so there'll be expectations on Ajaz Patel in the 3rd innings.
James Harris to bowl to Patel. Right arm over to the left-hander. He plays this out into the covers. Got 20 odd, I think 26 at Bristol in the last county championship match. Just been looking through my Facebook timeline, and a year ago was the day when Ben Rain and Paul Coghlan both got their centuries against Worcestershire. And Rachin Ravindra got a double 100, didn't he?
Yeah.
In his one and only game for Durham.
I think I might have fell asleep at one point that afternoon. No disrespect to Ben and Coggins. It was a long innings.
Harris in, that's stayed low past the off stump. Where's Jamie today then?
I think he'd be over in front of the members there.
Sounds like he's across to our right-hand side.
He might be in the sun over there somewhere, but he normally sits down in front of the players. And his dad normally sits about 5 or 6 rows away from him.
With earplugs.
Yeah.
Is that their banner hanging from the front of the stand, the blue banner?
Possibly, yeah. Gonna have to get the binoculars out, mate, and check him out.
I know, I've forgotten to get them out of my case. I'll have to open it in a minute.
He did have a bucket hat on earlier, one of your favourites.
This is cut by Patel. Good diving stop at point. Slightly backward point by Hassan.
Very stiff, taking his time to get back to his feet.
I've just been on the roof.
Okay, as you do.
Well, the camera lad's up there. He's under a gazebo. It's hot up there, but it is quite breezy.
Yeah.
But what I've done is I've just, for those of you who might want to try and picture what the ground looks like if you haven't been here, or indeed what's around the ground, including the nursery ground, it's a good view up there as Harris comes in and bowls. Nice shot from Ejaz Patel. He's drilled that back past the bowler, and that might go for 4 towards the far end of the
teaser.
ground. It's a teaser, and it's got there.
Lovely shot that from Patel there, just leaning on a drive.
So from up there, you can obviously get a very good panoramic view of the ground and up to the castle, but also behind us, Lumley Castle, the nursery ground sitting on the banks of the river and the nets, the athletic stadium, the football ground, and then looking over the other side towards Pelton Fell. So if you've ever wondered what it's like around this Chester Street area, that's your opportunity to view.
Could you see the sewage works from up there?
No, they're hidden away in the trees. I could smell them. Downwind again today. Harris with a short one, which Patel just leaves alone. Patel's got a few 50s from memory, hasn't he?
He's definitely not the worst with a bat, that's for sure.
One for Glamorgan, I think, tail end of last season.
Yeah, let's have a look.
He's made some handy contributions for Durham already with the bat. Couple.
Made 51 not outs at home.
Sussex. Bowler comes in, and that's cut past point, possibly for 4. Oh, Hassan's chasing round. He'll cut it off at wide backward point. Wide backward point. I've just made something totally up there. Now a sort of deep backward point. Is that right?
Anything you like.
We got the drift.
Yeah.
You can't have a wide point because they're all the way along the point line, aren't they?
Backward point or cover point, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but that was deep backward point. Where are we? Ejaz Patel. Highest score, 52, Central Districts against Wellington in 2021. Played 2 games at Yorkshire in 2019, 4 games at Glamorgan, including 51 not out at Sussex last year. It's got 1,419 runs.
530 for 8, lead 140 as Carlson to Deleda on 38, and Deleda pushes forward. Has not added to his collection since lunchtime.
His first ball, I think.
Yeah, Patel nicked the strike, didn't he? Of the first over. Carlson bowls, Deleda stride down the pitch before driving straight at root at cover, and there's no run. Carlson jogging in again. Balls firmly struck by Deleda, but again straight at root, who gets everything behind it to block it.
His body language doesn't give much to the imagination, does it?
Yeah.
He kicked the ground yesterday. That did amuse me.
Please stop whacking them straight at me. Carlson bowls back on his stumps, goes to Deleda and takes the single up to mid-on, where Hassan is set back these mid-on, mid-off positions are giving away the singles.
Durham now 10 beyond their previous highest score against Glamorgan.
Carlson around the wicket to left-handed Patel, who is pushing forward and defending. No run. So there's a slip, a backward point, a cover point sweeper, cover saving the single, mid-off, maybe saving the single, as that one is played to backward point by Patel. No run. I will not continue describing the leg side field because that is the end of the over. Carlson 2 for 72, Harris 2 for 122. No one has got 3 wickets so far for Glamorgan in this particular innings. 2 as well to Van der Hoogten and to Gorvin.
David Fenwick says Scott Steele plays his club cricket for Sileby Town near Loughborough. Yeah, I was looking at some of their scorecards the other day. He was 60 not out in a 10-wicket win against Lutterworth on Saturday. Bushy has got a ton for the seconds against Scotland.
Yeah, let's just have a look at that scorecard.
Where's the scorecard?
It's on the Cricket Scotland.
Ah.
A link there. There you go, if you want to have a look. It's quite nicely laid out.
119. Here comes Harris. That's just dabbed down to third man by the latest. This is the Fields, 1 run. So Bushnell 119. Ben McKinney made 13. Switfield 30. Paul Coghlan 50. Liam Dralaskis 25. You're down to the... It's a 50 over game today.
It is, mate, yeah. I played the T20 last night.
Sam's just texted me the link, actually.
Yeah, I nicked it off his feed from Durham, to be fair.
Around the wicket comes Harris to Ajaz Patel, who's got a thick inside edge to that one. He's looking to drive it back past the bowler. It's gone down to fine leg.
Perfectly placed cover drive to deep backward square leg. What I do like about Patel is he's busy, isn't he? And he's got the scoreboard moving as soon as he's come in. That just takes the pressure off Deleder a little bit and allows him to take a few balls here after lunch to reacquaint himself with conditions before he'll probably look to put the accelerator down. Try and set Durham up with a lead, and see plenty of time to try and bowl Glamorgan out. Glamorgan will be batting to save the game.
Deleder on 40. Defends this one. He got a 50 in the T20 the other day. I'd like to tell you which game it was off the top of my head, but they've all melded into one huge blob, which I can remember very little of any of them. 58 against... Oh, it was Notts, wasn't it? Yeah. I wasn't at that one. I was on strike. In comes Harris, bowls, angles that right in towards the foot of off stump, played away by the leader. What did he get at Bristol a few weeks ago?
He made runs down there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First innings, he got 65. He's only played not even a handful of first-class matches until he made his debut against Yorkshire. He only played 1. And that was if Netherlands against Namibia. This is off down towards fine leg. I think a leg bye might be signalled here. Is it going to be? No, it's off the bat. So played against Namibia in a first-class match in 2017, and then that format was scrapped after Afghanistan and Ireland took full test status. It was the Intercontinental Cup. I was at the World Cup with the Netherlands in Australia last year.
Did very well.
Bowler comes in again, and this is played by Ajaz Patel out through deep mid-wicket. A little flick of the wrists, and that should go away 4-4, and it does. Salter's out there, but he couldn't get round in front of the Castle stand in time to cut that one off.
Gorgeous flick of the wrist there from Patel. whipped it through mid-wicket.
He's moved rapidly on to 17. Deleda has just added the 3 runs since lunch. Martin Jenkins tweets, such a shame we didn't manage to sign Critchley a couple of years ago. This was Matt Critchley when he was leaving Derbyshire, was linked with Glamorgan, so I think there was some interest there. Went to Essex. Would have been very useful with bat and ball in all formats.
Isn't he? It's a good player.
Part-time spin of Carlson more effective and economical than Salter and Sisodia in this game.
I think it's definitely been more effective.
And Carlson will continue then from this end. That's a dreadful ball.
And that's a kiss of who would tweet something so silly. That was filthy.
And it's smashed away by Deleda for the treatment it deserves, 4 runs.
I feel for him because he's decided to take the responsibility himself there, and he's dragged that one. It was like an under-12s ball. The batter,
any batter at any level would have had their eyes light up at that.
I'd have managed to drag it on somehow.
Carlson to Deleda on 45, steps back and hits one into the offside for a single for the cover sweeper.
Jerry Rafferty's other hit is playing on Radio Newcastle at the moment. So not many people remember this song. They all remember Baker Street.
What was the other one called?
Don't know. I should know better, is it? Yeah.
Carlson is in to bowl, and Patel plays one through the offside for a single.
Do you recognise it?
I do. I don't know what it's called, but I do recognise the song, yeah.
5:44 for 8, Patel to 18. Rick Walton tweets from the sunny west. Sends a picture from last weekend's Cricket Wales Pathway West game. There's Carlson bowls, driven into the offside nicely by Deleda, but it was intercepted by Harris sweeping at cover, and they just take the single, 5:45 for 8. Rick says it's a picture of the under-10 boys against under-11 girls class at Llanrhian Cricket Club. Brilliantly supported. Carlson bowls and Patel works a single on the offside, 546 for 8. On Sunday, some of us are off to Dorset. Can we get a shout out to all those involved in our junior pathways, especially the families?
Yeah.
Says Rick, yeah.
The forgotten heroes of that. Everybody who carries the kids around.
Night Owl, the song.
Carlson bowls, Deleda clips one to short mid-wicket. It's the only dot ball of the over, which conceded 8 runs, 546 for 8, Deleda 47. Patel 19.
Moving along nicely after the lunch break, mostly off the back of Ajaz Patel, surprisingly. But the lead building.
Oh, they've faded it right out into the news. You don't often hear fades that long on the radio these days.
Got to hit the news at the top of the hour.
He had some good songs, Jerry Rafferty, actually.
Yeah, you're going to have to remind me of what they are, mate.
Well, Baker Street,
Yeah,
obviously.
definitely Baker Street. I know that one.
Get it right next time. Harris round the wicket to... Oh, an edge and put down by the keeper off Ajaz Patel. It was low, it was hard chance cross to his left, but it was certainly in his mitt for 1 second and then out again.
Yeah, tough one, as he's probably standing a little bit closer than he would want to. Cook, and that one away low and quite quickly away to his left. Couldn't quite manage to get his hand under the ball. He managed to get a hand to it, but never looked like really getting the paw around it. Unfortunately, there's a chance. Goes begging.
Harris in again, driven by Patel. That's absolutely sumptuous.
So you've got a feel for the bowler, haven't you? Why does that always happen? The poor James Harris, the ball before, finds a genuine edge, and fair play to Cook because he had to go for it. Ingram's a little bit wider at slip. And then the next ball is slightly overpitched, and Patel absolutely launches it through cover point to bring Durham's 550 up. So Durham on 550 for 8 now, and Harris trying to put his hand on his head, and Cook's got the double teapot on. And you've got, I don't know why, it's the curse of being a bowler, I guess.
Well, Durham's highest total was when they won the title here against Notts in 2009. They made 648 for 5. This is played away off towards mid-off and won that by 1,000,000 miles and a half. That was an innings and 52 runs.
It'll be easier on Friday night for James Harris because he'll be sitting next to me and talking about it on the radio.
There's nothing quite like it. Everything goes your way up here, and you've never failed. You've got a feel for him there. It's just
this is
their bowler.
This is their 16th highest score at the moment. Harris around the wicket and a short one.
Good lad.
Attempted hook by Patel, and he's played and missed it, that one.
There's a lot of effort that one. We got on the board, 133rd over. Harris into the back end of his 25th, and he looked fed up there after a nick and a drive through. He's like, I'm not getting driven again here, mate. Have a sniff of that one. It's a tough gig bowling. A lot of effort, a lot of strain on the body.
Harrison again, driven by Patel. Runs up to mid-off, no run there.
He's been doing it a long time, James Harris. 17th season in first-class cricket, I make it, having debuted age 16.
Well, he's had the day to remember against Durham, hasn't he, in 2015?
He did wipe us out 9 for, didn't he? I think even Michael remembers.
Oh no, somebody in Durham's going to set for life tickets in the lottery. Not being claimed since January.
It's definitely not me.
3 tickets with the same number. Harrison again pulled by Patel to the square leg boundary.
How much is this person missing out on? Do we know?
A few £1,000s a month for years.
All right, it's
the made for life thingy.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm not aware of the intricacies of this.
That ends the over. 551 for 8. Patel nicely in control of that last pull shot. He's moved swiftly on to 24.
Here's the update. Still batting here and still building the lead. They are currently 551 for 8 against Glamorgan, so they lead by 161. Basta leaders on 47, having got a half-century in the last championship match at Bristol 3 weeks ago. At the other end, Ajaz Patel on 24. We've seen David Bedingham go today for 151, Graham Clark for 80, and Ben Rain for 27. And at 551, Durham are now 30 runs ahead of their previous best against Glamorgan. There's commentary on the BBC Cricket website and the sports app.
As the first ball of Carlson's new over is nurdled on the offside by Patel for a single.
Great description. I like that. Nurdled.
Well, it's just a sort of
manipulation of the ball there.
Placement was no specific shot, really.
100% agree.
As Deleda off the back foot plays hard up to deep mid-on for a single. Sisodia does the fielding, and we're back into a period where runs are coming quite easily for Durham. 32 added since lunch.
If you live in the Nottinghamshire area, super nurdles are a popular dish down there.
Wide outside off stump from Carlson, chopped away by Patel for a single into the covers. 5-5-4 for 8. Super Noodles.
Yeah, noodles.
Oh, noodles.
It's the only accent. Well, maybe he's a bit in Leicestershire as well. Noodles.
5-5.
You want duck?
Carlson to Deleda, approaching his half-century, and remains 2 away from it as he plays gently on the leg side. So just adding to the agony and the tiredness levels of the Glamorgan players as Carlson bowls to Deleda, and that is through him and into the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, a little bit of flight there, a little bit slower from Carlson. Just beating him on the outside edge, expecting a little bit more turn there, Deleda.
Taking this bowling mark seriously as Carlson these days. As back on his stumps goes Deleda and plays it up to Sisodia at deep mid-on. Comfortable single. 4 off the over. 5.55 for 8. Start hopping. Quintuple Nelson.
Still getting reaction to the Santa Claus cloud that passed us by earlier on. Somebody else said they see Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Beatles are bringing out a new song today, haven't they? Some
Mac has been playing around with his AI thing. Yeah.
What was his name? John. My mind's gone. They've used his.
Named himself after the airport, didn't he?
Yeah. John Liverpool Airport, that's right, that's his surname. Yeah, so they've used this AI to get a bit of John Lennon's voice out of some other recordings. Start of a new over from Harris bowling to Deleda, who is on 49.
The song's called I've Been Waiting to Speak to Someone on Customer Services for 17 minutes now.
And it also samples 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps, please.
Splodgeness abounds.
Yeah.
Circa 1980.
Oh, it's a while ago. In comes Harris, played by Deleda, short mid-wicket to, I think that's Sam Northeast in there, is it? No run.
Yep. The other 2 spinners going through some warm-up activity, Salter and Sisodia even out on the boundary. Might just take the pressure off the seamers here.
So Deleda's got 2 half-centuries. He made 61 on his debut against Namibia in 2017 for the Netherlands, and then he got that 65 at Bristol. On 49 now, make that 50. As he turns the ball off towards long leg, 4-2. 94 balls.
Yeah, nice knock from Deleda. He's come in, he's took his time, but ensured Durham get up to a very healthy lead and have something to bowl towards this afternoon.
Just 3 fours. You don't get that often, do you?
Aggressive player by nature as well.
It's usually 5, isn't it? At least if you get to 50.
Maybe reflective of some of the fields that have been set this morning.
Next ball is driven up to mid-on. He wasn't looking to steer it there. I think it's come off the toe of the bat.
Yeah, big thick inside edge there. He's tried it that through cover and dribbled up to mid-on. .57 for 8. And some tired Glamorgan bodies out there.
Next one played towards point, and it is played to Colin Ingram. No run.
Not used to these hot days in the northeast like the rest of us. The weather has been beautiful all match. Early to mid-20s. Light breeze, bright blue skies. As we see the Glamorgan staff doing another lap.
This has gone down towards Gully. Ingram dives and stops it, but they run a single. Somebody suggested about Glamorgan being in the heat for 4 sessions earlier today, but well, Durham batted all day yesterday, so there's 3, and this morning that's 4, so now into session 5.
The 1 over, didn't they, on day 1?
Yeah.
With our new opening bat, Stanley McAlinden. Umpires on the walkie-talkie there for some reason.
It's quite an old ball, isn't it? 55 overs, although it was changed at some point, so it's not the same ball. And Andrew Salter, who will turn his mind to batting fairly soon, you would imagine, has to do a job with the ball first. Emir Evans says Carlson into his 24th over. Salter only bowling 9 does not bode well for him. So Salter will try and finish off this innings. Gareth Lewis tweets, unfortunately for Glamorgan fans, it appears we haven't replaced Hogan, and when injuries occur, the bowling attack looks severely blunted. Yeah, Harry Podmore hasn't made the start that he would have wanted, having moved from Kent. Salter bowls, tosses it up, Matt on the full, and driven to cover by Deleda.
I think Jamie was just shouting there he wanted a wicket.
He did, yeah. He's not precious. He doesn't care who's batting or bowling. He wants a wicket.
Yeah. It is his flag.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Salter into bowl, driven firmly by Deleda down to Sisodia. It's mid-on, single.
Now then, here's a question for you. I'd never heard of this before, but this is from Andrew Hutchinson. Jerry Rafferty was in a band called the Humble Bums, but who with?
Oof. Play a miss from me.
He was from Paisley in Scotland, near Glasgow.
As that is driven to mid-off by Patel, and there is a comfortable single there because mid-off is on the edge of the 30-metre circle that isn't there. Steve Miller?
No. You've got to think a little bit outside of the musical box for this one.
As that's turned up to mid-on by Deleda. Again, the single, I mean, I think they might as well bring Sisodia in and say it over the top, really, because they're just milking singles.
Yeah.
561 for 8.
Go for Billy Connolly.
Oh, have you looked it up?
No?
Single take.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Get it.
Where did you look that
How
from?
would I...
Famous Glaswegians.
Yeah, all it, yeah, that gave it. Well, that was my only clue.
They were a Scottish folk rock band. There was also Pam Harvey in the band.
562 for 8. Salter to Deleda, who opens his shoulders and hits it towards mid-wicket. Ingram does the fielding, just the single. It looked as though he was looking to go big there. But
That was supposed to go over Sisodia's head there mid-on. Like
Yeah.
you say, just the temptation of him. He's in about that three-quarter position where if you get half a hit on it, it's going over his head.
that brings up the 50 partnership, of which Patel has 28 and Deleda 22. No sundries.
2, 3, 4, 5 partnerships above 50 now for Durham. 2 above 100.
Yeah, this
above 150.
This score box on the BBC website is getting rather overfull with 5 players having passed 50.
Well, this is the second time this year that Durham have had 5 players get past 50 against Glamorgan, and I think it's the third time in 2 years, 3 years, or something like that.
Possibly. Glamorgan have saved some of their more disappointing performances for Durham.
I think we're going to have some short balling here.
Harris to the leader.
They've gone back to the funky leg side field.
No one there.
3 on a line.
So we've got a fine leg, a deep backward square and a deep forward square out on the leg side. Nobody at mid-on. Or do we have mid-on? So Gorvin's at mid-on. Sorry, you just retrieved that ball. Going to put a mid-wicket now in place.
Oh, yeah.
Van de Kooten coming across.
Short ball coming. Hook if you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
What could be an off-stump Yorker and the double bluff.
You're going to take it on, aren't you? This scoreboard here, you're looking to score runs.
Harris in. Let's come off the back of the bat from the leader. Then he looked to pull it through the leg side. He's staring at the toe. So
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
maybe the toe of the bat.
Short, please.
Right on the cue end. I wouldn't be surprised if he just gives himself a little bit of room here. There's lots of real estate on the offside.
There you are. In the draw in Cardiff in this year, 2023, we're making 471 for 9 declared. 5 Durham players made at least 50 in the first innings, but no century. They've done that 4 times. It also happened in a win against Glamorgan in Chastity Street in 2021, that might say. With Durham 503 for 8. Harris bowls, pulled by Deleda. There's men out on that funky leg side, and it's gone down to long leg for 1. So they've had 5 half centuries without a century against Glamorgan in 2 of their recent games. They've now got 5 players today making at least 50.
2 Centurions in this one.
But 2 Centurions in this one, yeah.
Bedingham and Ollie Robinson.
By the way, the Humble Bums split up in 1971.
I was
might have been
devastated.
something to do with me being born. Yeah. So what's the score now? 5-6-4.
Them and Take That hit me the hardest.
Round the wicket comes Harris, played by Ajaz Patel towards backward point. Quick single, throw at the stumps from Billy Root, missed the target at the batsman's end. Some emails coming in.
Delader had given up on that one by the look of it.
Yeah.
He's just throwing his hands in the air as to say, why have you run there? But safely negotiated.
Maybe they've gone into sixth gear, into overdrive. The lead's 175 at 565 for 8 here on the BBC. Hi, Marty and his band of brothers today. Greetings from sun-kissed, sizzling back garden in Costa del Hartlepool. In comes Harris and a little pull shot down the long leg by Delader for 1. Just got back in from work to find Durham 550 for 8. Is the pitch a batting track? Should be with you until the close of play. Have fun. You do wonder how docile the pitch does look at the moment.
Yeah.
How Durham will take 10 wickets.
It'll be tough. It'll be tough. This reminds me a lot of the pitches that we saw here last year. And it was very, very tough to bowl sides out on the latter stages of the games.
It's about the top 2 inches, as they say, isn't it?
Mm.
Harris in. Turned away towards square leg for 1.
Lead approaching 200 now, so Glamorgan take a long time to get ahead.
Kevin Ramsey guest Billy Connolly.
Top man.
Which reminds me of the odd musical fact that popped up again recently with the sad demise of the great Tina Turner.
Mm-hmm.
Which sports person featured as a backing vocalist
for Tina Turner
on one of her records?
Which sports what?
Which sports person features as a backing vocalist for Tina Turner on one of her hit singles?
She released a couple in... Well, she didn't release, but she was she promoted rugby league in Australia back in the... I think the early 90s, the late 80s, early 90s.
Salter in round the wicket to former bowling partner Patel.
Hulk Hogan.
No, the rugby bit is right. Not rugby league, rugby union.
Is it a Welsh rugby player?
No.
It's going to go for Martin Afire or somebody random like that.
It is someone random. Yeah, played on the leg side by Patel. No run. There's Salter round the wicket in his 11th over. Floated up, driven back to him. Good scrambling stop by Salter. England Rugby Union captain Lawrence Delalio, who was a member of his school choir, who appeared on We Don't Need Another Hero.
Yeah, there was a choir.
There we are. Salter bowls, and that's driven back to him by Patel. No run. That's a great pub quiz question, isn't it?
Wow.
Gary Davies on his 80s show on Radio 2 on a Saturday night did a tribute to Tina Turner a few weeks ago, which is on BBC Sounds.
As Patel opens his shoulders and then drives on the offside for a single.
And I hadn't realised, but was it Martin Ware from ABC? He produced one of her albums when she came back. And
Martin Ware from Heaven 17.
Heaven 17,
yeah. I read his autobiography recently. It's got a chapter of love in between the band and the singer, as that's driven to mid-wicket by Delader. Thrown hastily in by Carlson to keep.
Who's now holding his shoulder and looking to the heavens.
So just the single off the over, 568 for 8. Yeah, it did a lot of good for both parties, really, because Tina Turner, who was a bit out of fashion at the time, got a bit of British 80s credibility from former member of the Human League and who's just moving into Heaven 17, and Martin Ware benefited as well, getting a few gigs off the back of it. Production gigs, that is.
All the men come in these places. I really couldn't stand Simply the Best. What a dreadful tune. And how many dreadful football teams run out of that every week.
Well, that's what the promo was in Australia, was for the grand final.
Simply the Best, awful.
Well, overused.
I think they played it last week at Leicester when Leicester should beat Durham.
No wonder you're bitter.
It's because you wanted Fox on the run.
We're going to see Sisadia here. Change of bowling. Left arm spin then. And get after that. Ajaz Patel has log swept it and he's caught by... Is that Salter on the deep square leg boundary? It is. So Patel departs for 31. Durham lead by 178 at 568 for 8.
Going by Nick's stat yesterday, it was his first wicket in 15 years. No, it's 5 years, isn't it? Or something to that effect.
Yeah, last championship game was 2018. Yeah. Last first-class game for the university the following year.
But the 9th wicket is down.
55
caught slog sweeping. Well held and well judged by Salter out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And 568 for 8.
At that point in an innings, Ash, when you've just got a bit of free rein to go and give it some Clayby, would you be disappointed that you were out there or not? Or do you think yourself?
I mean, as a number 10, I mean, he's batted brilliantly. I think he's took the lead role in that partnership. He'd probably be disappointed that he hasn't hit that for 6 with it being a left-arm spinner to a left-arm spinner. And not the longest of boundaries out there, but...
Well, it isn't the longest of boundaries, but look where the flags are pointing. He's hitting into the breeze, isn't he? And he was maybe a yard short of getting it over the rope.
I think if he'd got that properly, it was 6, but I was expecting them to actually walk off and possibly declare there as...
Who's left to come in now? It's Craig Miles.
Craig Miles on Durham debut. But they're just discussing there which roller I think the Glamorgan players want when the last wicket falls.
Yeah, Private Dancer was a good song, and We Don't Need Another Hero wasn't too bad. Well, there's one or two others, but I didn't like Steamy Windows, and Simply the Best winds me up.
He's a good coach, Steamy.
Steamy Windows.
I saw her live at a football stadium in Athens. She was really good.
Oh, right.
The football stadium was rather alarming. It was rather decrepit, and the drinks sellers couldn't get down. They were coming round with sort of things of beer bottles to sell, but they couldn't get to every row. So you passed your money down, and they did lob the beer bottles up at you.
I love it. I love it. What about a bit of Proud Mary? That was big, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was earlier stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With, Sadia bowling here too. Miles, who pushes this up to mid-off, no run there. I mean, it's interesting because a lot of these stars in, Motown and that kind of thing in the 60s and early 70s didn't really make that much money. They had a lot of fame, but
the producers took it all, didn't they?
Miles forward to this one. Ball rolls out on the offside. So she really made a name for herself in her second career as a solo artist in the early 80s. That was where the money rolled in. Left arm around from the Lumley end. Miles leans into this one and defends.
Looks like he's modelled himself on Jadeja by his mannerisms and his approach to the crease.
Balls once more. Miles turns this off to square leg. There's nobody there, so he'll get a single. What would you have preferred, Deutschmarks or dollars, or are you more of an American Express man?
I don't care. Cash. Any cash. Cash is king. Not here at Durham.
Not anymore, it's not.
No.
Yes.
Not anymore.
Not when the wife can track every penny that you spend.
Oh.
Hello, Kath, love you if you're listening.
Bowler comes in, driven through the air and wide of short extra cover. And between that and made off for 4 by the Lather. Score moves up to 5-7-3 for 9, and the lead's 183.
Oh, let's just hope it's
Are they going to declare now, do you reckon?
Just
so you can keep the lead.
Nice round number for the lead.
Yeah.
Professor Stephen Rolnick tweets, "What who makes you say top 2 inches and insult to psychologists everywhere?" Aha. It's just a useful shorthand, isn't it, for mental pressure rather than
I used to say the biggest distance in sport between the ears.
Correct. Depends on the sports person,
especially on the putting green.
Size of the lugs as well.
5-7-3 for 9. Salter will try and finish off this innings. Bowling to number 11, Craig Miles, who has a single to his credit. And Salter is in to bowl, and Miles props forward to defend.
He's getting some nice drift, Salter.
And he comes, bowls, and a big heave
sixer, isn't it?
On the leg side by Miles. It's gone all the way over mid-wicket, ricochets back off the stand, and it's a maximum of the number 11, 579 for 9.
Love it. Dirty, filthy slog, that. Good connection, like you said, right on the base, right on the concrete of the fence. It's down in front of the Durham University stand.
Well, Salter might be batting in 10-15 minutes, so if he does his job with the ball, as that one is defended on the leg side.
This is the horror period here. What you don't want to, after spending all this time in the field, is another partnership here.
Salter worrying about bowling. Will have to turn his thoughts very quickly to batting, as that's worked, I think, off the pad from Miles down to short fine leg for a single. Yeah, just a little tap of the knee by umpire Pollard. Lead 190 now. Delayed on strike on 61. Salter bowls, and it's hit back to him on the bounce.
Ground catch.
It fooled me for a moment.
Yeah. Came at the right trajectory, didn't it?
Thought it just chipped it back into Salter's midriff, but it was hit down into the ground. 580 for 9. Salter away from us. Back on his stumps goes to Lader and plays it up to Gorvin at long on. Gorvin gallops in. In fact, that's the end of Salter's over 12 overs for 63, poor man. 581 for 9, the lead. 191 for the hosts. As what are we? 50 minutes, give or take, into the afternoon session. So even if a wicket falls or they declare now, Glamorgan will have 4.5 sessions to try and save this match.
Ray DeLee's had a look at my video from up on the roof. He says, "Thank you. This is the added value and interest stuff that feeds my geeky autism," he says.
Class.
Well, there you go. So it's a D around the wicket played out by Delayed 4-1 towards the river side of the ground.
Multimedia Marty at its finest.
Alan Cunningham says the Big Yin, i.e. the Humble Bumps, saw them in QM Union in the late Queen Mary's Union in the late 60s. Finally played banjo, sang and told the odd gag. Wow, somebody who was there.
Awesome.
Well, he comes around the wicket, left arm round, tries to York. Miles down low to keep that one out. Gareth responds to the video from the roof, says he enjoys such reports. Paul Summerside just stunning again from our lower middle order. Miles pushes this into...
There's a lot of ability there, though, isn't there, with the bat? None of them are any mugs.
Yeah.
I suppose the fact the night watchman was in means there's better batters lower down, doesn't it?
McAlinden also has a first-class 50 to his name.
All right.
Does he?
When? Got one last year.
Did he?
I think. I'm pretty sure he did.
Am I lying? I thought he got 26 against Derbyshire. That was his highest score. Yeah, I think so. This has gone off the point now, right?
I might be totally lying.
I think you've
also batted 26 not out and 18 not out.
18.
In the championship.
Add them all together.
Got to 50 in the 2 innings.
Yeah, so you just made that all up.
Yeah. More than handy with the bat, Stan.
This is defended by Miles. I think what you might be thinking was he ended up in a really long partnership with Liam Travaskis to save the game against Derbyshire, and they batted for quite a long time, didn't they? And
maybe did McIntosh get 50 on debut?
Yeah,
that might be where
that was it. Yeah, he did. This is out through mid-wicket by Miles for 1.
It's an impressive debut from McIntosh. Took some excellent one-handed catches as well.
Yeah. And hasn't been seen in the first team because he cracked his thumb, I think. Loads of buys at Leicester last year towards the end of the season, but he damaged his hand, and then they ended up bringing in a wicket-keeper from Warwickshire, Chris Benjamin.
Chris Benjamin, yeah.
But the last 2 matches.
He nearly made 100 as well. And a big total here towards the back end of the season. Durham Uni student.
Yeah, made a few bob in the 100, didn't he?
He's done very well for himself, yeah.
There's a virtual unknown, and he's got a decent payout from that.
Definitely.
583 for 9. Lead 193. Salter bowls and Miles blocks. So outfielders at mid-wicket in front of the scoreboard. Long on in front of the family stand. There's Salter into Miles, drags it down a bit, and Salter does well to hurl himself to his right and field in the follow through and gets up with a slight degree of weariness. So there's no sweeper on the offside. Should they decide to hit against the spin. Still a slip in to try and get the wicket somehow. Miles, though, having clogged a 6 in the previous over, seems to be in no mood to give his wicket away lightly.
Come on, Salter, lob it up. By the last wicket. Oh, he has.
Salter bowls, and he's gone for it. Scorvin is underneath it at long on, and he's dropped it.
They didn't even run.
He never looked confident there, did he? He was tippy-toeing around the boundary, and he never looked confident.
I must admit, I lost sight of the ball, so I just started looking at the fielder, and he never quite settled under the ball.
No.
His hands looked very hard as he's tried to catch that.
Well, it's come at a reasonable height.
Yeah,
tight.
It was as simple as they get in professional cricket. Right off the drumstick and out onto the ground.
Miles dropped on 8. Salter bowls and turns one on the leg side.
At least that one didn't go for the
single. Well, Salter has not bowled a huge amount in the first team this season. Still looking for his first wicket. I mean, this is only his 3rd game, and he hardly bowled in one of the previous 2. But testing times for Andrew Salter as that next delivery is played by Deleda to short mid-wicket. Carlson fields there's no run. Just the single off the over. Ought to have been the end of the innings. Durham 584 for 9.
Sure, there's an apology there as runs past Salter, but Salter does not even look in his direction as he trudges off towards backward point. I was saying there, you just want to get off the field, and that was as simple as a chance as you'll get at this level.
In terms of boundary catches, yeah, he,
straight to him,
sighted it, waist tight.
Slightly fractionally more difficult than the one that McAlinden put out the other day.
Oh gosh, yes. Did you see that one?
No, I missed that one.
Oof, pot pie. Miles driving. It's just a deer. 1 run down towards the river boundary here. He could have. It came looping at him so slowly and easily. He could have clapped it on his thigh and played keepy up with it.
The sort of catch you'd be rollicking your 10-year-olds for dropping.
We've all done it. Well, I definitely have. It's no worse feeling as well, especially when you've been in the field for 140 overs.
That's a gorgeous shot. Hard by Deleda, and Salter's out there. Salter, it's
Ingram. Yeah. Ingram's fielding well today. Yeah. Really hurling himself round the outfield. Save some of your energy, Colin.
Hey, I was going to say, it's kicking off on the bridge. Look, there's suddenly a traffic jam there, but they're all stuck behind a grass cutter.
The councillor's coming back.
Yeah. Miles with a little nudge through to mid-wicket. Ed Seabones just tweeted a picture of a lot of players lying on the ground at Bristol. Everything's gone on there this week. There's an alarm gone off now in the ground.
An alarm?
Yeah. Bowler in once more. Miles. Big stretch forward to snuff that one out.
Do you think that's part of the drill that they all lie down when they're...
There's been a swarm of bees or something, maybe.
Allowed the players to sunbathe, he says. This is played off past point for 1.
The evacuation alarm in the pavilion at Bristol is a semitone higher than the burglar alarm. Somewhat alarmed to see upstairs in the press box a notice what to do in the event of a shooting.
Here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's been on the wall since the international match. Yeah. This is played
think
by
our members were like that.
the leader up to long on. Well, you know, if international test venues, it's that, I think it was a government campaign, possibly after the Westminster Bridge, what to do in the event of a terrorist incident. And it was basically run, hide and report or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, one shouldn't make light of these circumstances, but you would not have thought that a county championship cricket game would be the event selected by someone looking to do damage to large numbers of people at the same time.
Well, without wanting to sound crass, as
Salter bowls and smashed away on the leg side. Billy Root is the fielded out long on now, but it reaches him on the bounce.
Gorvin's done the walk of shame and is now in Bomb Alley at cover.
I would imagine anybody caught up in a terrorist event, of which we've seen in Britain in the last few years, would never have imagined in their wildest dreams they'd be involved in such a thing when they left the house that day.
Indeed. 589 for 9 as this one is hit up towards the university stand, and Billy Root can only stand and watch it soar over his head, and Craig Miles has his second 6. The lead passes 200, 595 for 9, and Salter gives it another little teapot.
They could be about to pass 600 for the 7th time. Yeah,
it's going up the charts.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. 595 for 9 as blocked on the offside by Miles.
The 8th highest score now.
Good contributions from the tail as well.
This is the highest score still in the 500s.
Salter bowls, and that is cut nicely by Miles down towards backward points. They take just the single.
I'm just looking, there's only these big scores. So 6 scores in the over 600. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 it is actually.
Next delivery is played out towards mid-wicket. Single to Deleda. 597 for 9.
There's only 2 of their top 7 scores of 600 or above that have been here. One of them last year, 642 for 7 against Worcestershire.
Salter bowls, Miles defends.
That was the Rachin Ravindra double 100 on debut match, and hundreds for Rain and Coghlan. 96 for Scott Borthwick. 642 for 7 declared, 155 overs, and the game was a draw.
Salter wanders off to his position at backward point, wondering if he wouldn't rather be selling coffees to bikers, as is his sideline.
I will ask you, Ash, if there's any point in them still being out there at the minute. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think as long as they're swinging and still adding to the scoreboard, then yeah, absolutely.
Given there's still so much time left in the game.
Yeah.
So it's a deer. Where's that gone? And it's over the top of long on for 4 by Deleda.
Is that our mate out there, Gorvin again, is it?
Yeah. It's the 600 up, is it?
Yeah. 601 for 9.
8th time then.
Look over to the balcony to see if there's any indication that they're going to call them in, but that isn't the case. 601 for 9. But later moves on to 71.
Faces the next one. He's gone down the wicket and he pulls it hard out towards the
Yeah, 4
long leg,
more.
and that's going to go for 4 more.
Not sure it's where he intended it to go, but it's effective. This might be the final push from Durham, looking to either pile them on as quickly as they can or get bowled out and get Glamorgan back out in the middle to give themselves plenty of time to try and knock the visitors over. As we know, Glamorgan more than capable of batting for long periods of time to save the game. A pretty good wicket here in the northeast.
Bowler in again. And another big howk, and this could be out. He is going to be out, surely. Oh, drop it again. Is it the same lad?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
To the groans of the crowd.
That was a slightly more difficult.
Yeah, you had to
one.
move
You had
a little
to move
bit,
in a bit.
But once it's in your mind as well, they tend to follow you.
Oh, Gorvin's put 2 down in 2 overs then, hasn't he?
He has indeed.
That
You've got to feel for him. And you've got to feel for the rest of the bowling attack who are desperate to get off this field.
Next ball turned by Miles to long leg for 1. 2 fairly straightforward chances, those. He's still down on his haunches with his hands clenched on his chin. A disconsolate figure.
And you've got to feel for the bowlers as well, who've copping it here at the end.
Comes in once more as a wideish delivery. That should be out.
That's
oh, where's it gone? Oh, he's
throwing it back over the boundary for 6.
Well,
it's a good effort from the big fella.
Got the ball right on the boundary as the boundary rope tapers round, so it's quite tight where he is. At sort of wide mid-on, really, not even in the covers. And he got it. He was going off balance, off the field, so he leapt into the air, threw the ball in the air, landed, jumped back onto the field to only discover that he'd thrown it over the rope for 6. This is defended.
Yeah.
Well, he could have been out twice there, Deleda. Instead, he's on 82, so he could get 100 on the board.
6-1-3 for 9. The lead building here, over by over. What's the partnership here for these two? Must have been nearly a 50 partnership.
5, 6, 8, so 45.
Another excellent partnership and not what you want from a Glamorgan point of view. Just wondering where Gorvin's going to go to this time. Hopefully from a Glamorgan point of view, somewhere out of the way. And for him. But the ball tends to follow you on days like this. You've got to feel for him.
I suppose if you've dropped an easy catch, you probably want a more difficult ones next time. So
a bit of reflex.
Redeem yourself a bit, rather than having time to think about it too much.
The top 2 inches.
6-13 for 9, Durham. A massive 223 in the lead.
That's better. It's like a club cricket field now. 3 in the ring. We've got deep backward square, forward square. We've got cow and a mid on. Now we're talking proper cricket.
At which point the Oppo captain says, "You've got to have 4 in the ring." As that's driven back to Salter by the number 11 Miles. And you have an argument over whether that regulation applies in your division. And who forgot to put the circle of discs out anyway. Salter bowls, and that's driven down to long off on the bounce. Sandfields, Miles takes a single.
This is currently Durham's 6th highest score.
6-14 for 9. The leader isn't looking to block these last few balls, I don't think.
6-2-6 would be their 5th highest.
Next delivery wide outside.
Slow and wide.
Sneaky.
Have a go at that. Have a go at that, Sunshine.
Gamesmanship.
Love that from Salter.
Sort of thing want to see in the county championship.
Hide it outside off stump. Reach that if you can. Salter in again to Deleda, who has a swing.
Has he bowled him?
And he's asking, is he LBW? It hit the keeper.
Yeah, it must have deflected off the pad up into Cook's shoulder, I think. Yeah, tough one that.
He's asking questions of Paul Pollard.
Couldn't see from, yes.
It's a strange one, wasn't it?
No idea what that hit on the way through.
Just hit his foot.
batter, keeper, whatever. Another swing of the bat, and it's drilled low by Deleda up to Root at long on, who fields and hurls it towards Chris Cook. Glamorgan looking a little bit disconsolate at the moment, and who can blame them? Last wicket partnership and drop chances, two that should have been taken by Gorvin, the one that might have been taken by Van der Hoogten. So,
on 47, 48 now.
Pushed away on the leg side.
Getting funky, Miles now, a little flick of the wrists.
Single taken. Salter in conversation with umpire Pollard.
I think they're talking about the LB there. If that's hit him on the foot, then it's probably going to go straight on to hit the stumps. But with Deleda coming down the pitch, there's probably enough doubt from his point of view to give that nod out.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
Interesting to get involved in such a deep conversation at this stage.
Yeah, something into the wind.
146 overs in.
Yeah, it's a lot of time in the dirt. There's a lot of fatigue.
These are the days that players just hate it.
Oh, come on. Give us some sort of decision. Anything will do.
It's been like this all day. I think if you
all
look...
day in the field yesterday in the heat now. Quite a long part of today. What time was it? It's 10 to 3.
If you're going to direct any eye, you might have a look at your number 11 who's shelled two hitters out in the outfield.
Sisadia coming in to bowl his 15th, 1 for 67 so far. Miles is on 21. And left arm round, Miles just taps it off to point.
Only got 2 in the ring now, boss.
Salter comes round to collect. Yeah, you've got Salter at a sort of halfway between gully and point. Deep backward gully, and you've got Billy Root at fine leg on the discs. Everyone else is on the boundary. The leader just pushing this one up to long off for 1.
50 partnership?
Could well be, yeah.
49 balls.
Yeah. They're going to run out of notepad here. They run in 2. No, they tap each other. It's
a good feeling for Miles as well, contributing with bat and ball on his debut.
Where's this
We get 4 there.
Whipped away down towards deep backward point for 4, right at the far end of the County Durham stand on our right-hand side.
Sisadia again going for the wide approach, and Miles, more than adequately, gets on the back foot and cuts that away past Salter's right hand and beats Ingram out on the boundary. Another 4, 622 for 9. This is starting to hurt Glamorgan now.
Only 13 overs till the third new ball.
Always look on the bright side.
Miles defends.
We had a philosophical argument the other day about whether you could apply the 4 fielders in the circle rule if there weren't actually any discs to perform the circle.
Next ball comes in, and a little nibble down towards gully, no run there.
Everybody's got a fair idea on the distance, haven't they? I think we've played a few games where it's a bit of a gentleman's agreement around where the fields are placed. And when it gets tight, everybody gets whacked out on the line. It's not the rules.
Just here and again with a medium pacer, and that's pulled out to deep mid-wicket 4-1 by Miles. So the lead's 2-3-3.
Brutal.
This is what you want from a Durham point of view, where you lose the toss. They've bowled them out on the first day, which Glamorgan will probably be a bit disappointed with that. The second new ball doing a lot of damage. And Durham bat big to bat once in the game and try and bowl Glamorgan out in the third innings.
Moeen Ali has said in a press conference, Ben Stokes is the only captain I would have returned for.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I'm sure there's a lot of disappointed spinners around the country.
Oh, yeah.
Young Rayan Ahmed, for one of them at Leicester, did brilliantly in Pakistan.
You would have thought that that sort of attacking option of Ahmed would have been the Bazball philosophy, wouldn't you?
It's a safe choice. It's the first time I've seen them make a safe choice, really.
Yeah. We'll go back to what we know. Not disparaging Moeen in any way.
Not at all.
Hasn't played red ball cricket in, what, a couple of years. 6:23 for 9. Salter bowls and Miles defends to the only fielder, saving the single on the left side.
Missed the pin.
NBA career. Isn't
I'm
taking
trying to
off.
go with the breeze, but the breeze dropped just as I threw the ball.
As that's defended back to Salter by Miles.
Jamie's even had enough of this last wicket partnership over there by the
Robbie
sound of it.
Stoker's emailed. He says, watching Miles run between the wickets, he sort of loped along in what seems like 3 strides.
Salter bowls, given the charge, whack back straight at 4 runs. Just bounced about a foot inside the rope, right in front of us, skimming back wide or straight of the fielder.
Right, where are we now?
Long on. 31 to Miles.
27. Got to number 5 now.
Yeah. Britain's number 5.
Going up the charts. 6:27 for 5. For 9, rather. Miles on 31. Salter bowls, driven and intercepted at mid-wicket.
They've just sold out at Crimden Dean Working Man's Pub. This week's number 5, Miles under leader. Not off. Let's give it some clapy.
Salter tries to york him, and Miles came down the wicket, got one on the bottom of the bat as Salter tried to york him, and then went rather inelegantly scrambling back to his crease.
There's a lot of intent to hit that ball about a metre.
He'll go for the 100 metres hit next. Salter bowls wide of off stump, and he's got a bat on it, and it's spooned out into covers. Salter going for the stumping as he saw Miles charging, and Miles used those long arms just to get a toe end to the bat, to the ball, and got a single.
Oh, poor Salter. He's even got a pat on the back there from Pollard, the umpire.
We are nearly at a record high for the 14th of June in this area.
What, the score or the temperature?
Yeah, the temperature. Record high was 21, recorded in 2011, and it's currently 20.
Miles' first-class best is 62.
Yeah.
For the Gloucesters against
Gloucestershires.
The glorious Gloucesters at Cheltenham in 2014. So he's only halfway to his best.
He's shot them nicely, hasn't he? 32 not out, 41 balls. Obviously had that chance down at long on. And I thought Salter had done him all ends up on that last ball. He's managed to lob it up at deep cover.
Use this back into the attack.
Gorvin. Yeah.
Right, redeem yourself. Here he comes, right arm over from the lovely end to Miles. Miles plays it back past him up towards mid-off for 1 run. Damo says, I'm kind of wondering why we don't declare. I am as well. Paul says, enjoying the Baz ball in the backyard with a refreshing ice lolly. Plenty of fluids at tea, you two. Delirium setting in. That pops on there. Delayed her a little bit then. He pulls out of the shot
there a little bit, I think.
Emir Evans says, wicket still looks a road. Time for Sussex to and hashtag another great escape.
Yep, grind it out. That is on the cards.
Comes in and bowls again. And Deleda drives up to wide, long on for a run.
Don't know if that's Miles' normal running style, but he's not moving the freest out there.
Well, coming into bowl, he's sort of bounced quite a bit, loped into bowl.
It's a very heel type runner.
His torso's sort of upright, isn't he?
Yeah.
Most of us run bent down.
Like he'd lean backwards almost.
Go into Miles. And
He's out.
He's just flicked a little catch out to mid-wicket, and Durham are all out for 630. He made 33, the lead 240. Wowzers.
Gorvin comes in and atones for his 2 drops in the outfield and gets a cuddle from Chris Cook. A long cuddle there. There's a lot of hurt and a lot of pain that's been shared amongst the Glamorgan squad out on that field.
That partnership ends at 62 from 62.
And normally you see the opening batters running off the field at this stage to go and get padded up.
Is it tea? They can't take tea yet.
It's far too early, isn't it? Too early, but Salter and Al Hassan will go off the field. As Bazdalida walks off, 85 not out. Is it career best, that one, Marty?
I think so, because it was 65 was his best. Yeah, because 65 at Bristol was his best. So.
Played really nicely with the tail, who were more than adequate support. Durham finish all out on 630.
Right, let's look at the score.
That's even enough for your lead, isn't it?
Yeah.
630.
Right, Van der Houten, 2 for 80 from 25 overs, and 6 of those were maidens.
Let me stop there, Martin.
Okay. Ul Hassan, none for 74. Right, we'll 2 wickets each for Van der Houten. Corvin
got 3 in the end.
3 in the end, yeah. It's just clipped over now, isn't it? Yep. And 2 for Carlson. Right, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Although I'll be back in about 3 because I've got an update to do.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskin.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
with a commitment to encourage
equity,
diversity
and inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
See Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
It looks like a really good batting track still. There's been some good partnerships. 62 for the final wicket, 55 for the ninth. We've had 53 for the eighth, and then the sixth wicket was worth 149. The highlights today: Beddingham with 151, Clark with 80, and Basteleda 85 not out.
So here we go then with Glamorgan's second innings, a mere 240 runs in arrears. Happy Christmas to you as well. 42 overs remain this evening. One thing Glamorgan have done is get through their overs well. Even if they haven't been wholly successful, they've delivered them at a reasonable rate.
How many overs left in the day? 42.
42, so 10 till tea. Be taking tea, what, about 10 to 4 or thereabouts, which is pretty respectable. And Ben Rain to open up.
from the Lumley end round the wicket. The first ball is left alone by Zain Ul Hassan. Bit of a breeze today. Flags fluttering away on the pavilion roof. Got the Union flag on there, the roof of Lumley Castle. We can't actually see it because, not very clearly, because the angle it's blowing at is pointing more or less directly at us. But it is warm. In fact, it's a sort of breeze where you can get conned into believing you're not burning, I would say, if you're out in the seats. Rain in. Oh, that's a wide. It's gone off the corner of the track.
Oops. Sorry. Slipped. Well done, keeper Robinson, for stopping it. Only 239 airbrays.
Rain. And again, it's not had to have been played.
Well, I suppose for Glamorgan, the first target is obvious. 10 overs. It's a nice, manageable amount of time. Get through till tea. It's the sort of game where you talk about breaking it down into small chunks of time, isn't it, for the batting side? To keep their concentration.
Rain round the wicket. Bowls. This has gone off towards backward point.
I think it's fair to say that Glamorgan won't clear the deficit this evening. To make some sort of inroads into it, even if it's only half of it, and they won't care if they've lost maybe 1 or 2 wickets this evening. I think 3 and above, then Durham will really fancy their chances of making a 5th win of the championship season.
Rain bowls. That's left alone.
And 2 sides somewhat depleted for various reasons. Morgan without their openers and without their overseas quick, and Durham without at least 3 of their top choice seam bowlers, but Miles has certainly done a good job on loan from Warwickshire.
Rain. Oh, a plain a miss from Ul Hassan. And he's got him, drawn him out in a length there. Ball.
Well, Rain never seems to bowl badly, Rain, does he?
Mm-hmm.
He's always plugging away, contributing in the wickets column, even if he's not the headline act.
One ball left of this first over. Ul Hassan edges it down into the ground, and a diving one-handed stop to his left at third slip by Alex Lees under the over. I'll be back in a mood.
So a quick whisk through the other scores in Division 2. Derbyshire 412 for 7 in their second innings against Yorkshire. That is a lead of 170 runs. Now they've just lost an 8th wicket. 416 for 8. Deploy 170, Haider Ali 146, the main protagonist for Durham as they fought back, but Yorkshire probably still favourites to take the victory there. At Bristol, after rain interruptions, Gloucestershire 368 all out, Leicestershire 183 for 3 in reply. Looks like that game is destined for a draw, barring declarations. Craig Miles then, the Lone Ranger, as that one is driven by Salter straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 2 championship matches as the duration of his initial agreement with Durham. Down at Hove, Sussex 182 for 5 in their second innings. That is a lead of 120 over Worcestershire, and Sussex have collapsed rather. They reached 143 for no wicket, Haynes 91, before losing 4 wickets for 4. Outside off stump from Miles, and Salter has nothing to do with it. In Division 1, Essex against Somerset. Essex declared their second innings on 170 for 7, giving Somerset 466 to win. They're 32 for 0. Interesting declaration, early proceedings, as that is driven by Salter straight to, well, not straight to, but 2 mid-off, and a bouncing Borthwick does the fielding. Kent against Surrey. Surrey were bowled out in their second innings for 344. Means Surrey needed 501 to win. They're 48 for 1. Hampshire battling to avoid defeat against Lancashire at not at Old Trafford, Southport. Miles in, bowls to Salter, who defends back, straight back to the stumps at the bowler's end. There's no contact from the bowler before it hit the timbers. Hampshire 292 for 6 in their second innings. That is just 60 ahead of Lancashire. And at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire facing a mountainous task to avoid defeat at the hands of Warwickshire. Miles is into bowl to Salter, leaves it to go through outside off stump, and the ball bounces twice before it reaches keeper Robinson. So Nottinghamshire in their second innings are 74 for 2, and that is still a mammoth 342 runs behind Warwickshire. They face a battle to avoid defeat, as do Glamorgan here today, still at 1 without loss. Last ball of Craig Miles's first over the second innings. He had 4 for 73 in the first, and he bowls to Andrew Salter, who plays it into the slips. Bounce first. And a good over from Miles. A slightly tentative shot from Salter, but at least he got on top of it. 1 without loss after Miles maiden. You want to tweet us with any thoughts about this match, these teams, or anything else cricket related, or anything even tangentially connected to our discussions? Marty Cricket and Nick Webb 2017.
Here's Rain. Right arm round to Ul Hussain. He pulls at a shortish ball and it's away for 4. There is a man at fine leg, but he wasn't going to get across to that one. I think it's Stanley McAlinden there. The ground staff sheltering under their parasols, advertising a famous brand of lager from Australia, which doesn't actually exist in Australia, as I found out when I went to Australia.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
Never heard of it. There was a few brands of so-called Australian lager in Britain at the time that no one had heard of in Australia.
Are they weaker over here than in Australia? Or is it just presume those manufacturers make something for the Australian market?
I can imagine everything's brewed either in a huge brewery in Manchester or Milton Keynes by a head brewer called Dave. 5 without loss.
Someone's getting rid of a helmet as Graham Clark dons a sun hat instead and goes back to a deepish square leg rather than a close catching one.
Got Ajaz Patel at short mid-wicket here. 2 slips in a gully. Rain in. And Ul Hassan's edged the ball into the ground and it's gone past the right ankle of Alex Lees in the slip cordon and down to vacant third man for 4. Early business being reported at the bar.
Yeah, I don't think you can really grumble too much about the absence of a third man when you've got a first innings lead of 240.
Well, you're John.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not, but you know.
Not even my dear colleague Edward Bevan would be grumbling about no third man at the moment.
Rain in. And that's played up to mid-on. I was trying to work out who that was running there. That's Miles, isn't it, with the big wide brim hat on. 1 run.
What's the sun hat count? The sun hat counts up to 4.
Yeah.
Is this a season's record?
Rain will wear one when he's not bowling. So that'll be 5. Umpires are wearing them as well. Rain over the wicket now to Salter. Defended on a length. Quite a full length delivery, that one.
Yeah. County Championship crowds can have no grumbles apart from in Bristol at the timing of this particular round of matches.
I think, and I'm not 100% sure of this, but I think this Friday night's game against Derbyshire in the T20 is the one where Sunderland season ticket holders can get in for £1. In comes Rain. Oh, that's worth a shout. Not given. Looked to have played around that there, Salter. Did he get any bat on it?
Did he get outside the line on Stumps, maybe?
Just gone down leg, perhaps. Never heard of this one, Paul Summerside. Tell you in a second. 10 without loss, Rain in again. Salter plays the ball down into the ground and it bounces high and out towards point. End of the over. He said, we used to drink a lager called Slalom D back in the day. The D stood for death. 4 pints in the Harbour View was spinning. I've never heard of that beer before.
Oh, yes. If you feel you're on a slalom after a few pints, then it must have been strong. Emir Evans, that's a very naughty tweet. Slightly too derogatory to read out, I think. 10 without loss, Glamorgan are a mere 230 runs adrift. Oh, thankfully the deficit is on the bottom right-hand side of the scoreboard away to our left on the pavilion side of the ground, which saves too much math, so at least it was a round number, the 240 deficit, or lead, depending on your perspective. Miles around the wicket, whipped away on the leg side from Ul Hassan. They'll take 1, they'll turn and come back comfortably for a second run as Ul Hassan goes into double figures. Andrew Salter yet to get off the mark. Salter getting 43 in the first innings, but hasn't been his match since then. He was adjudged to have gloved a pull shot to the keeper. As Miles bowls to Ul Hassan, who plays out on the offside. No run to cover. So Durham have got fielders back at fine leg and at deep square, as well as the forward short leg being in position on the leg side and a mid-on. So there's room for a catch off bat pad and a catch off the big shot. Miles into left-handed Ul Hassan, who leaves that one go through outside the off stump into the gloves of Ollie Robinson, who's accompanied by 2 slips, and the other fielders on the offside, all single saving. Patel is at point. Borthwick was at cover, but has now removed himself to mid-wicket, and Rain is at mid-off. So Borthwick adds himself to the leg side field and tells his deep square to go backward of square. Miles in to bowl. The bouncer, though, is outside off stump, and Ul Hassan just sways away from it. This is a little bit obvious for a leg side trap. You'd think maybe this is a double bluff, and that Miles is going to bowl off stump Yorkers. He's just packed the leg side at the moment. As Miles bowls and Ul Hassan just places it into the gap where Borthwick wasn't, at cover, and goes through for the single.
They used the heavy roller at during the interval there between the innings.
And why wouldn't they? Maybe a stroller they could get their hands on. Glamorgan hoping to squash the life out of the pitch as they try and bat 4.5 sessions to draw. Miles bowls and Salter drives on the bounce back to the bowler. .240 the Durham advantage on first innings. 390 plays 630. Morgan would be very pleased if they could wipe out half the deficit tonight, I imagine. 38 overs to go, 6 till tea, which we're going to take at a respectable hour, well before 4 o'clock. And
Can you answer that for me?
Morgan desperate to get there with none in the wickets column.
Be one of those PPE companies again. No, it was PP. What was it? PPI. Round the wicket comes Rain, and angled in towards the foot of off stump, played across the short mid wicket by Ul Hassan.
PPE is what pub landlords sold to the government a couple of years ago.
Yes, and glass files. Yeah. I see the COVID inquiry has begun today and it's going to last 3 years, which is longer than the pandemic did.
As Humphrey said, yes, Minister, let's have a royal commission.
Yeah. 13 without loss. Shortish ball pushed away by Ul Hassan towards backward point.
Politicians will blame the scientists will blame the politicians. And it'll be so long down the track that all politicians involved will have retired.
Rain in. Ball makes its way off to there's a Durham 12th man with no number on there, and I don't recognise any of the kids sitting on the boundary as extras, because the seconds have gone up to Scotland, so these are just academy kids. In fact, what time is it? They all might have turned up from school. I wonder if they're Parkview lads. Maybe. 13 without loss. Rain bowls and played by Ul Hassan up to Miles at mid-on. Dot balls in this over so far. Creeping towards tea. 5 overs to go. And 3 balls before we get to tea. There was, when I got upstairs at lunchtime, because I was a bit late getting up there after doing a report and writing stuff for the BBC website, there's hardly anyone in the press room upstairs, just one other person. And then they all turned up en masse with their screams. Rain in. Oh, that skids through low. That was a good leave. He took a big step across outside the line of off stump there, Ul Hassan, but that skidded through low. Angled back as well.
Yeah, just about safe. But yeah, right arm round. You do get a bit of an angle in as Gorvin managed to bowl Lease that way just before lunch yesterday, or the day before. Yesterday.
Rain again. Oh, that's gone down the leg side. Keeper can't reach it, and it's away for buys. Leg buys or buys? I think leg buys.
Yeah, I think I just saw a minimal tap of the knee from umpire Pollard. 17 without loss with the addition of those 4 sundries. Martin Emerson is being shown something on a phone. I hope it's not more pictures from Bristol.
Yeah, don't want to see any more of those. Right.
Not before the watershed.
No.
Maiden over from Rain. Of course, the buys don't count against the bowler.
The 12th man is a New Zealander called Raymond Toole.
Mm-hmm.
Who I think Sam just said is playing for Shotley Bridge.
Miles bowls and Salter defends. Raymond Toole.
Yeah, with a knee. The Cloud Ground. There was that Essex. Has he been to Essex before?
Yeah, that's the Essex ground, isn't it? The sponsors.
Says he was born Johannesburg. He's actually got a profile on Cricket Info.
Sort of Johannesburg born New Zealander.
Yeah.
Miles to bowl. Salter is off the mark, much no doubt to his relief with a couple of runs down to square leg, where there is a sliding stop by the boundary rider. Salter is underway, 19 for naught.
Now then, he plays for Central Districts. Isn't that where Ajaz Patel plays? Yeah, so they're probably mates then. He's come down to see his mate and...
come and do a bit of fielding.
Do a bit of 12th man. He's had a spell at Essex as well.
As Salter drives on the bounce back to the bowler. Yeah, seems to be... he's on Essex's staff. Did he play against Glamorgan possibly last season? Did we play Essex in a 50 over? I think I've heard the name somewhere before. Did Glamorgan even play Essex last season? Yes, they did. Yeah, Toole played against Glamorgan last season.
Well, there you are.
Miles bowls, Salter drives nicely through the offside. Might not quite reach the boundary. Running down the slope, just dapped back inside the ropes by the sliding McAlinden. And they ran 3 runs. Salter to 5, 22 without loss. Toole, yeah, he opened the bowling against Glamorgan at Chelmsford in August 22. Took 1 for 25, dismissed Glamorgan captain David Lloyd, 1 for 25 off 5 overs, and made 14 batting at number 11.
Yeah, he played 1 day as for Essex last year. Plays for Central District in first class and limited overs cricket. Manawatu played for them in the Hawke Cup.
Thought it was a rugby side.
He's played for Central Districts in the Super Smash.
Miles around the wicket, the left-handed Ul Hassan. Shortish ball outside off stump that doesn't get up and is allowed to go through to Robinson. So Toole doing fielding duties. Do we know instead of whom? Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, he's gonna...
I thought the media guy might have told you.
No. Could work it out.
Well, is it one of the bowlers? That's the key question, really. Miles is into Ul Hassan. There's a glove, that too, short leg. There's an appeal. He's standing, and it's not given out. So Durham were very interested.
Yeah, can't tell if that's come off his glove, his arm, or his shoulder there.
Yes.
He got an unfortunate one in the first innings, didn't he?
Apparently so, yes.
Benefit of the doubt then.
Yeah. Well, Summerside, part of Durham ethos to use every tool in the toolbox. Boom. Still looks a good track. Hope yet of a draw. Wichita lineman says, can't see this attack getting 10 wickets. Hope I'm wrong.
Rain bowls. Start of a new over. Played away by Salter to mid-wicket.
Rod Young, unbelievable as any side can bowl. 55 overs a spin and not a maiden. Inch.
Yeah, he's playing at Shotley Bridge in the North East Premier League, which is Paul Collingwood's family club. Rain in. Salter collapses on the shot here, and the ball plays off to square leg. He's a left-handed lower order batsman and left-arm fast medium. He's got a New Zealand Level 1 cricket coaching badge and a UK passport, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, there were only 10 maiden overs delivered by Glamorgan in the, what was it, pushing 140 they sent down.
Rain in. This is defended in the summer of 2022. Ray linked up with Bellis Cricket Club in the ECB Essex Premier Division and took 40 wickets and won selection for Essex for 3 Royal London Cup fixtures. Picking up the best of 2 for 19 as Essex flogged Yorkshire. This is from the World Sports Exchange website.
Essex flogged Yorkshire.
Yeah. Next ball is bowled by Ben Rain to Salter, and a late sort of play and a miss there.
Yeah, pushing forward. Just past the outside edge. Through the keeper. Durham up to... I thought they were fielding having 3 slips, but it's 2 slips and a gully or first, second and fourth slip.
Rain in. Oh, that daisy cuts through. Just wide of off stump.
Yeah, if they're wide of off stump, it's if the straight balls start behaving like that, it's going to be problematic for Glamorgan. It is more like first, second and fourth in terms of the slippage rather than the gully.
Last ball of the over, looking for a maiden here. And he gets one because the ball is bumped into the ground and played out into the covers into the over. So a maiden for Rain. His second. 0 for 10 from 4.
Yeah, crucially for Glamorgan, 7 overs out of the 10 negotiated before the tea interval. So it's not really 4.5 sessions, is it? It's sort of 4 1/3 that they've got to survive. As Glamorgan and your commentary team dig in for the possible long haul. 22 for 0, 218 runs adrift. Glamorgan. It's the Swindon-born pacer. Craig Miles bowls, turned off his legs by Ul Hassan down to fine leg. In fact, turned by his legs down to fine leg. It's a leg by.
I wonder what he thinks of the magic roundabout. Yeah, the county ground, the cricket ground, and the county ground, the football ground at Swindon is right next door to the cricket ground. So a bit like Burnley, where a lot of away supporters park in the cricket ground and then head across to the football ground.
Yeah, I think the only time I've been round the magic roundabout on the Swindon was I'd actually broken down on the motorway and was being towed into the garage.
Well, it's a huge roundabout with about another 5 or 6 roundabouts off it, isn't it? Going in all kinds of different directions like a spider's web.
Miles bowls to Salter, who drives expansively, opening his shoulders, beating the dive of wide mid-off and racing down the hill for 4 runs. Will that lift some of the cares off Salter's shoulders, I wonder?
I lost the back of a coat on the fence at Swindon Cricket Club. Jumping over to go into the football ground, and the coat snagged on the back of the fence and ripped the entire back out.
27 for naught. Miles to Salter, who drives again, but this time punches it straight at Ben Rain.
It was a lovely, lengthy, padded sort of manager's coat back in the day, and unfortunately I hadn't had it very long, and doubly unfortunately I wasn't wearing it at the time. My girlfriend was, and I told her to wait while I helped her down, and she jumped and rip. Might still be hanging off the fence.
Right, what have we got here? Is it not a ball discussion
really?
already?
7.5 overs in? What you
7.5 overs in.
Since last year's balls again.
That's a Friday afternoon ball. Came off the assembly line at 4:59. Now that'll do. Chuck it in.
Funnily enough, I drove to Swindon in a Friday afternoon car. They're going to replace the ball here. Wowzers, it's back to 2022.
Well, it's a bit of, what's that, the third of the match? There's umpires Pollard and Pratt Potter off towards the boundary. And who's bringing on the 12th? This is bringing on the box of replacement balls. We had the delights of Brenda down at Sussex, who Adrian Harms was very keen on boosting her role in proceedings. A veteran supporter who was delegated the task of proffering the box of balls to the umpires, and indeed had to do so on several occasions in the course of the match. And that 7-3-7 Glamorgan second innings. Have they made their selection? Which one looks most like a ball that's bowled 45 deliveries? 27 for naught, Glamorgan. 2-1-3 behind. Hold up in play means our tea break remains tantalisingly on the horizon. Salter hoping his concentration hasn't been disturbed too much by that unscheduled stop. Faces up to Miles again. 2 slips and a gully are behind him, and it is a no ball. So we're still 15 balls away from the tea interval. 29 without loss. It'll be interesting to see whether Glamorgan do try to sign a bowler on loan, if there is anyone of reasonable quality available. If they haven't managed to get an overseas quick by the next match. As that's down leg side, and Salter plays without getting anything on it. 29 for naught. All is sedate in the afternoon sunshine. Miles will try to make it less so as far as the Glamorgan cause is concerned. Here comes ball. Salter drives. A repeat of his shot earlier in the over was the previous ball. This one likewise is dismissed through wide mid-off for 4. 33 for naught. Salter to 13 not out.
Accidental Partridge has just retweeted something which I think, looking at the camera, looks like it's...
Is it us?
Some commentary from, I think it's going to be Derbyshire. But I'm going to need to listen to this to see what it is, to see if it's okay to...
33 for naught. Salter 13. Miles bowls and he hammers this back down into the ground. Miles fields in the follow through, threatens to flick it at the stumps. Salter turns and makes his ground. 33 for naught after the end of over number 8 of the Glamorgan second innings. The deficit is 207. There are 2 overs to come until the interval. What have you discovered, Martin? Is it family entertainment?
I think it's okay. This is Dave Fletcher from Radio Derby and Jonathan Doidge from Radio Leeds. Oh, hang on.
To skin a cat. Skin the cat? No.
Jonathan sounded rather surprised if he asked that question there, didn't he? Here comes rain then. Start of a new over from him from the Lumley end. That is a leave. It actually feels a bit warmer now than it did earlier.
I think it's a phrase I first heard used by one of the union leaders during the miners' strike.
More than one way to skin a cat.
I think they were talking about picketing tactics or some such.
Right. Can't say it's a phrase I've given much thought to over the years. Rain to Ul Hassan. Played off across towards deep square leg for one. McAlinden coming up the field from the fine leg area. It's a nice sunny day, and the wind now seems to have turned from a northeasterly to an easterly, judging by the flags on the pavilion. Gentle breeze in off the sea. Rain. Got 3 slips in place as he bowls to Salter. Salter pushes this to mid-on. We're in the final 2 overs before tea, and we're halfway through this one. Very pleasant afternoon, quite still out there. Quite relaxed in the stands as rain comes in and bowls. Salter plays this to short mid-wicket, picked up by the leader.
Yeah, shouldn't there be much relaxation in the middle for Glamorgan? On the back of that T20 schedule, long journey, 4.5 sessions in the field in hot weather. And bizarrely, the schedule says that as well as Glamorgan's first team T20 on Friday night at Chelmsford, they've got to play a second 11 T20 finals day on Thursday. So
where was that? You say
that's at Wormsley.
Yeah,
the Getty gaff.
It's just over the back hedge to Chelmsford from there, via London. Rain to Salter. Ball played behind, pointing down towards the third man boundary for 4.
I've no idea how they're going to pick their team for that second team game. Because it'll be basically anyone who isn't here, because they'll be hoping that they're still engaged here tomorrow evening. And I think it would be asking a bit much then to play a game at 1:45 down south on Thursday.
Rain. Bowls. Oh, an edge there from Salter. He wasn't in much control of that one, and that's going to go for 4 more. It's just trickling over the rope now.
Yeah, the only element of control is that he did manage to get over the top of it. So although it was a genuine edge, it was pretty much along the ground. 1 over for Glamorgan to negotiate before the harbour of the tea interval, with the deficit now a mere 198.
Paul Summerside says, skinning a cat goes back to old America. Bobcat and mountain cat pelts were extremely valuable.
All right.
Never knew that.
So not your domestic feline then?
No.
Good. Right, a bit of spin to win before tea. The obligatory contractual obligation over before tea from the spinner. Ajaz Patel.
Been sent some pictures here from Davy Fennick. Can you and your co-commentator remember eating these? It's a little packet of gold nuggets. They were chewing gum, weren't they? And they were gold, and they were in a little Hessian bag. Cabanas, I remember those. Can't remember. I don't think I ever had Spangles.
I thought golden nuggets were crisps or cereal.
They are now, aren't they?
Patel in to bowl, and Ul Hassan plays to short leg.
It's a little packet of gold, tiny little bits of chewing gum, gold-coloured, which was very tasty for about a minute.
All right.
Then lost its taste.
Patel brings his square leg in to a second mid-wicket position. There's one close-ish in and one a little further back. As there's a bit of turn there from Patel, maybe. Ul Hassan blocks it. Watches it carefully onto the bat.
Wonder if the ice cream man's still here.
As that's turned away on the leg side by Ul Hassan, straight to short leg, but on the bounce. You would have thought they'd do a reasonable trade from a fairly modest crowd, but still those that are here would be ice cream inclined. What's Patel doing? He's fiddling with his leg side field, and he's not going to call in an extra helmet for 3 balls, is he? For another close fielder? I think that is what is going on. Yeah, it's just psychological, I think, really. Could have done this at the start of the over. He is calling in the extra infielder to go where? Leg slip. Who has to be helmeted.
Do you know what? Unless they've got the helmets on at the start of a over, they shouldn't be allowed to go and get them, should they?
Good idea. Save a load of mucking around, wouldn't it? There's leg slip, short leg and slip all crouch around Ul Hassan, who turns it between short leg and leg slip, and it'll run down to fine leg. They'll take 2 runs. They'll have a look at a third and then decide otherwise. And that was the correct decision because it was a good chase.
Yeah, the ice cream van's still there, apparently. He's right round in the car park. What's he parked there for? Normally goes in this gap between the where the TV screen is.
44 for naught. Ul Hassan to 15. As Patel finds Ul Hassan pushing forward and smothering the spin. This will be the last legitimate delivery before tea. At lunch, Durham were 521 for 8. They pressed on to 630 all out. Ul Hassan defends and it squirts away into the gully area. There is no run. Durham adding a further 109 runs after lunch with some tail-end entertainment led by Baz Deleda with 85 not out, his career best. Glamorgan have had 10 overs to negotiate before tea, and they have put on 44 runs to reduce the deficit to 196. Ul Hassan has 15, Salter has 21. There are 32 overs remaining, and those will start at just before 4:10. So we will speak to you then, apart from Martin's no doubt report into the 4 o'clock news.
I might be a bit late getting back from the ice cream van at that rate, you know, doing the maths.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospectors now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's six. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
And he's gone.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the North.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North 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 and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart in concert.
Yes, tea on day 3. Durham all out a little bit earlier for 630, their 5th highest score in a first-class match and their highest by a long way against Glamorgan. That included 151 today from David Beddingham, 80 from Graham Clark and 85 not out for Baz the leader. So a lead of 240. There were 42 overs left in the day when Glamorgan started their second innings, and at tea they're 44 without loss. Zain Ul Hassan has 15 and Andrew Salter 21.
Very good evening and welcome back to the Riverside at Chancellor Street for this final session of day 3 between Durham and Glamorgan, as Durham look to boost their victory chances in the final 32 overs of the day, and Glamorgan look to make some progress towards salvaging a draw for the second match in a row. Match situation is that Glamorgan at 44 for naught in their second innings are still 196 runs in arrears, and the question is whether they can bat well enough to bat most of the remaining 4 sessions. They might get away with 3.5 if they get into the lead. But they will certainly have to be batting at this time tomorrow, you would have thought, if they have any hope of saving this game. Andrew Salter takes fresh guard from umpire Pollard at the Lumley end, and Craig Miles will change ends for this over as he's in to bowl to Salter, who's up on his toes and defending. So Ben Rain started at the Lumley end, with Craig Miles running away from us at the Finkel end, and then we had an over from Ajaz Patel before tea, which has allowed Miles to swap ends. And he comes now tall and springy and bowls to Salter, who defends to cover where Patel springs round to do the fielding. So Durham still looking to give themselves the option of the short pitch delivery, because they've got a square leg back about 3/4, as well as a fine leg, McAlinden, who's about 3/4, 2/3 the way back to the ropes for the miss hook shot. Miles bowls, and Salter has nothing to do with the hook shot as he ducks underneath it. So as well as those two deep fielders behind square on the leg side, there's a shortish mid-wicket in the hope of a mistimed drive or a ball lobbing up off the gloves, something like that. Conventional mid-on, mid-off. Cover is close, Patel, as Salter plays one down to fine leg off a thickish inside edge and jogs through for a single. Patel in a catching position at cover. This man at point. And the slip area, which reconvenes for the left-hander, is at the moment just the one slip and a gully, I'm going to say, as Jones in at slip. And Beddingham is more or less a gully position, maybe a fifth slip. Here's Miles then. It's the left-handed Ul Hassan. He's coming round the wicket and bowls, and Ul Hassan pushes forward defensively to mid-on, and there is no run. 45 for naught, Glamorgan. 195 runs in arrears. It's really all about the wickets this evening. If Glamorgan are 2 down, they'll give themselves a chance. If it's 3 or more, then I think Durham are favourites, as Ul Hassan pushes forward. Defends on the offside. No run, single off the first over after tea. Glamorgan 45 for naught, 31 overs remain. Well, we might get to tea to the close around about 6:15. We had a fairly prompt finish yesterday, since Glamorgan bowled their overs at a good rate, even if they weren't hugely successful overs.
Derek Pringle has responded to the Santa cloud.
All right.
It's quite good what he's done here. Santa in the sky with YI mans.
Hey, you ought to take up writing for a living.
Yeah. Now writing for the cricket paper and Metro. Spent a bit of time with him out in Abu Dhabi when Durham were out for that first pink ball game against the MCC in 2010. There were a number of national cricket writers on their way back from an England tour of Bangladesh who called in to cover that game.
How nice for them.
Ejaz Patel bowling here. And this is off towards point. Do wonder where Durham are going to get 10 wickets from here.
It's a long time to bat.
It is, but it's on a track that doesn't appear to be doing much at all, does it? Patel in. Oh, that's a better ball. Playing a miss there. That might have been used wrong, and actually. Yeah, it just went straight on, really. Once again, ball pushed off towards point.
Yeah, trying to do the maths. Glamorgan going to have to bat. Say they scored 100 a session, they'd have to bat until midway, I think, through the final session of the game to be reasonably safe.
Next ball, that just misses off stump. That's a good leave. Dean, looking at that picture of the cloud, says, I think it's important to keep hydrated in the sun. We're not in the sun, we're indoors in the shade. We never get to sit in the sun. This has gone to point no run there. The issue is, though, I think if we were in the sun today, you'd be trying to cover up all the kit because it would overheat, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
And then,
tablets don't like it. Yeah, the tablets would be switching themselves off.
Patel in. Ball's gone through to Miles at short extra cover. And that is the end of the over. A maiden. I got halfway around the pavilion and saw the queue at the size of the...
Oh, I thought you'd eaten your ice cream.
No,
PDQ.
Far too many people in the queue. The guy will be buying a private island off Barbados after today, I think. Yes, unfortunately, T just fell right at the wrong time. 5-2. About 5-2.
Yeah.
Ball by the time they'd gone off, so then I'm sitting there for...
Doesn't work at all for us for the 4 o'clock bulletin.
No.
Haven't got a clear stretch of time for the ice cream grab.
No.
I'll have to wait. I'll have to eat less lunch tomorrow so I can fit in an ice cream. Miles round the wicket, bowls to Ul Hassan, who defends.
What, that Jerry Rafferty song going round and round in my head now?
Well, Baker Street.
No,
or the other one. Was it Get It Right Next Time?
No, it was something to do with the night.
Night Owl?
Night Owl, yeah.
It's not me this week, I can tell you. Absolutely flaked by mid-evening. 45 for naught. Miles is into Ul Hassan, who nudges it down carefully between slip and gully, and the ball just trickles away gently down the hill for 4 runs. Nicely placed by Ul Hassan as he moves on to 19, in total of 49 for naught. First innings, these two put on 55. Ul Hassan making 24 and Salter 43. This time it's a double role of crease occupation as well as eating away at the deficit. Miles into Ul Hassan, who defends back down the pitch. No run. The Durham crowd had a bit of entertainment in mid-afternoon when the last Durham pair were laying about them, adding 62 for the last wicket, 50-odd for the 9th wicket as well, as Ul Hassan defends that one up on his toes, back to the bowler again. So Durham from 290 for 5, more than doubled their score for the last 5 wickets, principally due to that big stand between Beddingham and Clark. Miles into bowl, short pitch ball outside off stump. Ul Hassan correctly ignores it. So, question of discipline for these two. And resisting temptation. Trying to accumulate without taking too many risks. 49 for naught. Miles is into bowl. Ul Hassan drops the wrists on it, turns it on the leg side. There's no run, so just the one scoring shot that for the third man in the over. 49 for naught. Glamorgan trailed by 191. Listening to BBC Sport Online. Martin Emerson, Nick Webb. A sprinkling here and there of former Durham player Ashley Thorpe. You going to see him again today?
He said he was going to drop some of the kids off somewhere, didn't he? They're going to cricket practice or something. Vijay Patel, Jazz Patel, bowling to Salter, ball played back to him. Comes in and bowls again. Oh, it skids in low. And Salter down on that late there. Right in front of middle stump.
Patel must expend fewer calories per delivery than virtually anyone in the first-class circuit.
He just walks up to the crease, doesn't run. A little hop. That's a full toss. That's coming our way.
Hello.
4 runs.
1 bounce 4. Well, that was a unexpected burst of aggression from Salter.
Well, it was a full toss. Whether it had Salter not used his feet, whether it would have pitched, I don't know. But he got to it quickly and thumped it over the bowler.
50 up for Glamorgan in the 14th.
13.3, 53 for none. Next ball in. Defended. It's a bowler again. Ball played back. Oh, 2 Ajaz Patel, and it bounces out of his hands. It's taken a bail off as well on its way past the stumps.
Oh, looking for the run out.
It's up to the stumps. Forward comes the batsman, and that is the end of the over.
Ian Holmes says good afternoon from the sun-kissed Scottish capital. If Hogan is fit, he would be a more than handy loan signing, surely. Well, sure a lot of Glamorgan supporters would like that, but I don't think it's likely to happen because Kent presumably are looking to manage Hogan's workload at the age of 42, much as he'd love to play every game. And I think Hogan said goodbye to Glamorgan, really. 53 for naught. Miles to Ul Hassan, who plays to point, and there's no run. We're talking about players travelling round between games. Colleague Edward Bevan says Steve James once played a Sunday League game at Hartlepool and was told that he had to drive to Folkestone for a second team game the following day. It's a bit of a stretch.
I think Durham years ago were playing Hampshire in Portsmouth.
As Ul Hassan turns that one down just past short leg. It was a good ball, but they're coming back for a couple of runs. As Miles bowling intelligently to his field there. He's got a short leg in and he's just dropping a little bit back short of a length. And much as I loved the old Sunday League, and I thought it at the time it was a great format, the 40 overs, and somehow they managed to play it all between about 2 and 7 or 1:30 and 7 on Sunday afternoon. Great timings. Miles in the bowl, and Ul Hassan forces that back past him, but doesn't really time it, and it's fielded mid-on. They did have the eccentric situation in some cases of playing a different team at a different venue in between days 1 and 2 of the championship match. And it really was a far from ideal schedule if you had to drive Miles and then drive Miles back in on the Sunday. As that one kept a touch slow, but Ul Hassan watched it carefully onto the bat.
I think the story was something like Durham were playing Hampshire in Portsmouth, and then on the Saturday night had to drive to somewhere like Cardiff or Somerset, then drive back to Portsmouth for either 1 run or 1 wicket on the Monday morning.
In comes Miles, bowls. Ul Hassan turns another ball to short leg on the bounce, fielded smartly by Clark under the lid. Edward Bevan cites another case put up by Dean Kosker, now a match official, of course, who captained the second team on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in Hastings, was told to pull out the match and drive to Cardiff, then to Colwyn Bay, arrived in the early hours. That was the game in which Peterson and Prince scored millions of runs. As Ul Hassan slightly squared up by that one, but he's got on top of it, played it into the offside, off an outside edge and dashed through for a quick single. So good reaction from the batter there. 56 for naught. Glamorgan trail by 184.
"27 overs left today here on the BBC. Day 3, where will we be come the end of day 3? Looking into day 4. Decent opening stand from these two. What did they put on in there?
55 in the first innings. Given that neither is a specialist opener. But a big, long job to do for their team today, and into tomorrow if they possibly can.
Durham turning to spin in the 10th over, wasn't it? I think. Ijaz Patel, left arm over from the Finkel end, pushed away by Ul Hassan, 4-2. McAlinden's in off the Castle boundary, 1 run. 2 runs.
Yeah, I suppose if Durham are going to win this match, then Patel may well play a large part, as he did in the last game.
Well, at Bristol, they managed to get Gloucestershire 6 down on the penultimate evening, and then the final 4 wickets fell in 2 hours the next day, right on the stroke of lunch. This next ball is just snuffed out by Ul Hassan. He's on 24, Salt at 26. 182 the deficit.
Yeah, Glamorgan would be very disappointed if they were snuffed out by lunch tomorrow.
I can't see it happening from here. Balls again. Drive, that's a nice shot. That's away for 4 wide of mid-off and into the front of the County Durham stand at our right.
It is a balance for the batters, isn't it, to play safety first, but not to pass up on any opportunities to score runs, which is
Patel once again bowls and a reverse sweep for 4 from Ul Hassan.
Cheeky.
Yeah. And also risky.
Indeed, I think Patel will be quite happy to see that shot coming out. Oh yeah, have a go at those. You know, you might nail half a dozen, but then you'll lob one off the top edge, and it'll be my battle.
A couple of gadgets on the top tier of the stand there. They've dispensed with everything other than their shorts and now sunbathing. Legs spread out across the seats in front of them and burning by the looks of things. .66 without loss. Patel bowls, lofts that in, and that's got Ul Hassan at full stretch to the point where, as he defends that, he then ends up on his hands with his back foot still in the crease. Last ball off the 16th over, and the ball played safely onto the leg side, no run.
Yeah, interesting. Ul Hassan signed as really a middle order bat, all rounder of sort of 50-50 all rounder, I guess. He'd be described as coming into the Glamorgan setup this season. Batted mainly 6-ish, I think, for the second 11. Might have been 1 or 2 games at 4 and 5. Open the bowling. Wouldn't have expect to be opening the batting here as Miles continues from the Lumley end, and Salter leg glances and will take a single down to fine leg. As Patel fields. His number is wrong on the scorecard, I've just noticed. 67 for naught. Field having to change round all the time between right and left-handed batters. Miles bowls. Ul Hassan drives straight to cover, no run. Morgan looking to dig in for the long haul. They've cleared 1/4 of the deficit. Just over. Need to keep going back long. And 3/4 probably left tonight as Ul Hassan hooks at a short ball and has got away with that one. It's flown past fine leg for 4 runs, but that wasn't cleanly struck. And again, an aggressive shot from the batter that will encourage the bowler, even though it went to the boundary. Went fine of Patel on the ropes in front of the County Durham stand. Away to our right. Ul Hassan moves on to 36 not out, but Durham will be quite happy for him to keep playing that sort of shot, and they've got 2 backward of square now on that shortish boundary to our right. Miles bowls down leg side. Ul Hassan gets his bat out of the way. So a short leg in for the prodded catch, and 2 fielders out on the boundary, no more than, what, about 30 metres apart maximum?
Yeah,
pretty close
to
together.
short boundary though, isn't it?
It is.
About 50 metres.
One's a backward square leg, and the other's a fairly wide fine leg. Another short ball that Ul Hassan is squared up by. Look to turn it on the leg side. The ball runs out on the off. This is a decent spell, this, from Miles, without reward so far. Having started off at the Finkel end, switched to the Lumley end. Bowlers used in the first innings. Rain and Deleda opened up, followed by Miles and McAlinden. The spin of Patel and just the 1 over from Borthwick. Ul Hassan gets, I think it's a full toss that he's smacked through the leg side for 4 runs through mid-wicket. That was something of a gift. 75 for naught. Ul Hassan 40, Salter 27. Deficit 165 or 175 and 65. But Durham have got a lot of time still left to make headway tonight. 25 overs to be precise. And this is a long time for Glamorgan to try and negotiate safely.
$25-5. What's going on here? Conversation with Ben Rain, Scott Borthwick.
Umpire? Oh, not the ball. Ben Rain is not happy. Shows it to umpire Pratt, who goes over to discuss the meaning of life with umpire Pollard. 42.
You see this ball? Yeah. What do you think about that bit there? Yeah. What about that bit there, though? Yeah. Right, well, we'll change it, shall we? Yeah. Right, okay. Got no idea what their accents are, but the ball's being changed again.
Second change of the innings.
So when was the first ball?
7.5, wasn't it? Yeah. Ball change 7.3 and 17. So that lasted less than 10 overs. I feel another article coming on, Martin. BBC Sport website.
I haven't got the time for the phone call.
Cowgate 2.
What was that? 9.3 overs.
Yep.
We're into last year's box again, I think.
Net result is that Ajaz Patel will be propelling a different cherry for this over.
I get a wicket with it then. He bowls. It's a little drifter down the leg side and ends up going back towards Silly Point. What's the deficit? 165.
Yep.
Patel left on round from the Finkel end. Forward comes Salter. Blocks that one. They might be your spare men actually on the boundary there. And the luminous green tabards. Oof. What's happened there? Did that go through the gate? It did. Maybe the keeper's gloves.
Beating the bat.
Oh, it's had too much in it. It pitched around about leg stump, but had too much bounce, went over the bails. Bit of spin as well. It's cut off to point, no run. It's gone out of the covers, actually.
Do you think Patel will be bowling for the rest of this session?
Yeah, maybe.
Repeat.
Bowled a lot of overs at Bristol. Oh. He's warning Ul Hassan about backing up and leaving the crease. And that all happened at snail's pace because he doesn't run in. He just walks in. Everything happened in slow motion. Balls again. Ball runs up to Jones at mid-on. No run there.
Yeah, not the day for a Mancat.
Next one is a really full-length delivery right on leg stump. Played away to short mid-wicket. McLinden comes in and fields it. That is the end of the over. It was a maiden. Oh, I'm going to stand up. Ow.
It's a fairly generous burst of applause for a maiden, which I think one beat the bat. So McAlinden is going to have a blast.
Needs to keep it tighter than the other day.
I think that's
6
good.
or 7 wides as well, wasn't it?
It's good captaincy, really, because...
I was at no balls, wasn't it? It wasn't wide.
Because Durham have got that many runs in advance, a youngster who had a bit of a nervous first innings, I think it's good captaincy to get him on while Durham still have plenty to play with, and he doesn't have to worry too much if one or two go to the boundary. McAlinden then runs in towards us and bowls, and the first ball is edged by Ul Hassan pass slip for 4 runs. That might have carried to a second slip had there been one there. It was a fairly low edge, but we'll give the bowler hope anyway. It's Scott Borthwick left wondering why he didn't post a second slip. Beddingham is the only one there, and he asks maybe should I go a bit wide? horse stable door bolted, etc. Bedingham moves wider at slip, and Ul Hassan drives through the covers. Is that going to run away for 4 runs? I think it is. Ul Hassan finding another gap with a much better shot.
Vic, the Durham groundsman, was quite pleased with his new boundary rope yesterday. Said it's nice and bright and should be a lot more visible from up here, which it has been until it's just sort of blending in now the way the light is. The far side, far left-hand corner of the ground. There's nobody to put the Toblerones out this match. So.
McAlinden bowls, and that's just back of a length, and Ul Hassan dots it down into the ground, and it stays virtually where it was at his feet. Yeah, I suppose the ground staff probably have more important things to do.
Well, they've been using groups of other staff and volunteers. Backbreaking work, though.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, bending down. They have to unzip each.
All right.
Or unfelcro each cone and each Toblerone at a time.
McAlinden bowls. There's a appeal for a catch down the leg side, and he's gone. Ul Hassan has gone. McAlinden has made the breakthrough. Ul Hassan out for 48. Glamorgan 83 for 1. Gloving a catch to a diving Robinson down the leg side.
Good take. Good take. And McAlinden leaping into the air in celebration there. He was away down the square celebrating before the umpire's finger went up. 83 for 1. And the deficit is 157. Just a little bit of extra pace there, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, first couple of runs, boundaries, the first couple of balls, boundaries, and then just the variation of angle and a bit of pace. Ul Hassan looking to put it away. But trudges off a rather dejected man. As he makes his way back to the dressing room, and Colin Ingram will arrive at the crease at number 3.
Fourth ball the wicket came.
So that provides the breakthrough that Durham were looking for. His 48 came off 60 deliveries. Durham, of course, with an attacking field, so there are a few boundary opportunities for Glamorgan, but it's length of time that Glamorgan need to bat. First wicket falling in the 19th over. Out of the 110 or so that Glamorgan probably need to bat. McAlinden into bowl to Ingram, who cuts at a ball that wasn't there for the shot. It's through to Robinson. More applause from the home crowd for the 19-year-olds.
My nostrils are quite sensitive. Somebody has just reapplied some suntan cream outside.
England under-19 honours. Made his Durham debut last year as he bowls a short ball outside off stump, and Ingram sways back and lets it go through. That's a knowledgeable crowd, isn't it? There's a bit of the local lad makes the breakthrough, a bit of the suffered in the first innings, so deserves a bit of sympathetic applause.
Well, he's one of a few who have come over this way from Cumbria. There used to be a lad called Ben Stokes. I don't know whatever happened to him.
No, he'll never make it.
A lad called Ben Clark, Graham Clark, Liam Travaskis.
Right, production line then.
Yeah. Comes Ajaz Patel, new over.
Oof, that's turned.
Yeah, but away from the stumps. Balls again. Forward is Salter. Defends that one. Next ball played off the leg side. Doesn't like playing videos on TweetDeck. I'm just trying to look at the video of that last wicket.
New man Ingram taking his time to survey the field.
It was quite high and he just tried to fend it away one-handed around about the armpit. This is played out through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he didn't need to play it, did
No.
he, really? Could have just let it hit the shirt or even go by, but there we are.
It was angling in towards the ribs, but yeah. Left arm over for Ajas Patel. This has gone behind square on the leg side. McAlinden loitering. A backward square leg, no run. Ajas Patel. This is flicked off towards the offside, no run there. And just the one from that, he was through that in a nanosecond.
They're looking to bowl extra overs tonight. 22 remain of the day's play. 84 for 1, Glamorgan. 156 as the deficit. So they've scored at a good rate, but Durham have got the breakthrough from this man, Stanley McAlinden, taking his first wicket of the match. As I said, good captaincy from Scott Borthwick. Get on there, sunshine. You did mention the 12th man, and we haven't mentioned Baz Deleda.
All right.
Is he out there, I'm wondering? McAlinden is in to bowl and threw outside off stump fairly low.
Yeah.
To Robinson. You've got Deleda, have you? There we are.
Mid-wicket.
Okay.
Isn't the 12th man not gone off again?
Aye, has he? Oh, there we are.
So Deleda had just finished his innings, hadn't he, when... Because the 12th man was on inside the first 10 overs, so Deleda was obviously having a bit of a rub down or a... whatever.
Umpires are fairly lax on that sometimes, aren't they? As McAlinden is in to bowl to Salt, who drives and doesn't time it.
It's a no ball. He thrust his hands up onto his forehead there. It was a good length, Yorker length ball, and I thought he was doing it because he thought he'd nearly Yorked him, but he'd heard the cry of no ball.
Well, I think both applied. He did nearly York him, but it wouldn't have mattered had he done so. 86 for 1. 154 behind. McAlinden bowls. Salter takes on the short ball and has played that well. It's been brilliantly fielded
by Deleda,
by the aforementioned Dutchman. A deep backward square, who really was at full stretch there, and he's saved 3 runs. Ball that looked as though it was going to the boundary. Tempting Salter with the short one. He took it on, played the hook well on that occasion. Put it down into the ground. But Deleda prevented it from travelling to the ropes.
There were 6 no balls from McAlinden in the first innings and 1 so far in this.
And he comes around the wicket to left-handed Ingram, who squirts one away off the edge. He didn't know much about that one. They'll go through for 2 runs as Patel runs round the third man boundary. Ingram rather a tentative start to his innings as he gets off the mark with that edged 2. Ingram, of course, capable of batting long, but hasn't played much championship cricket this season. He played in the first match, scoring 13 and 16, and then gave way to Marnus Labuschagne for the next 5. McAlinden bowls, and Ingram pushes it on the offside. He has played some splendiferous innings in the in the short format. But this is a different kettle of fish.
Why would you put fish in a kettle? Is it to smoke them? Is it a smoking kettle? Would they be there next to your cat pelts?
As McAlinden round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who glances to fine leg for a single. 90 for 1. That's the badger.
I did pass Stanley's dad earlier walking the dog. Don't know where he's gone and sat. Might have just been doing a lap of the ground.
I wondered why he had the binoculars out. Spot the bowler's dad.
Yeah.
Yes, at least two members of the Glamorgan side with parents here, Carlson and Gorvin. Maybe more. As Salter plays that one nicely through the offside. A back foot punch past cover point, racing away for 4. Salter to 33 off 60 deliveries. Glamorgan to 94 for 1. 146 runs behind. Majors Patel hands his sun hat to umpire Pratt. He continues into his 7th over. There may well be another 10 to follow tonight.
I think I've found him. Majors Patel. Coming in left arm over. The ball to Ingram. Then flick through the leg side. One-handed stop. At short mid-wicket. I think he is in the little quadrant at the end of the pavilion.
Mm-hmm. In the shade?
Yeah. In the back row. That's him, yeah. Underneath the big windows at the end of the members' lounge. Patel again, balls defended. Round about off stump. Words of encouragement from Scott Borthwick. Oh, that's a great leave. That is a really good leave from Ingram. That pitched well outside of off stump and it zinged back in over the off stump bail.
Good job. There's a bit of bounce there.
Yeah. Patel balls and he sweeps. And it's cut off at fine leg by Pasteleda diving across to his left.
Well, that's another 3 runs Delader's saved, having gone full length at the other end of the field at backward square.
95 for 1, deficit 145. Salter, the right-hander, is on 33 from 60 balls. There's a discussion going on here. It might be time to replace the ball again. How long we had this one since?
It was 17 overs.
Yeah, it's been a full 4.4. They brought Borthwick in as a very short extra cover to go alongside extra cover. The ball's gone out into the covers to McAlinden. So Borthwick's just one cut strip across on the offside, and then behind him Miles is another couple behind him. That's left alone. Stepping across the stumps there, Salter. And that is the end of the over. 22 gone. 20 to go in the day. So we've just passed the halfway point of what was left in the overs to go today when Glamorgan came out to bat for the second time.
Yeah, I like these unconventional fields. It shows that a captain is thinking, doesn't it, rather than just plonking his fielders in set positions. Catches on the drive, leg slips, etc., etc. Players back for the hook shot, of which there are 2 at the moment. And McAlinden will continue from the Lumley end and bowl to Ingram, who drives into the offside, but has punched that straight at Deleda at cover point. Morgan will have to not get too frustrated because there's a few good shots of just been singles or dot balls in the last few overs. 95 for 1. Durham pressing for wickets. McAlinden bowls. Ingram drives rather off the end of the bat. They'll turn, they'll come back for a second run, and Ingram is able to jog home fairly comfortably. He moves to 6, the total to 97 for 1 in the evening sunshine. Santri's gone home to the North Pole after Martin's description of a Santa-shaped cloud early in the morning. As McAlinden bowls and Ingram, well, let it hit him really. Just ducked gently, a short pitch ball, and obviously hit him in a protected area. Ingram, I suppose, not wishing to meet the same fate as Ul Hassan caught down leg side, so wanted to get everything bat and glove related out of harm's way. 97 for 1. McAlinden working up ahead of speed with another short pitch ball that Ingram ducks underneath this time. Little signal from umpire Pollard. That counts as one of his short pitched balls for the over. Ingram will have seen it all before, even though he had a bit of a hiatus from first-class championship cricket. He's played a heck of a lot of it over the years. McAlinden to Ingram, who defends back to the bowler. 97 for 1. Not sure whether they'll have set their sights on closer play yet, or they're just thinking of another 10-over chunk. Survival. The runs will come with... It's not much of an attacking field at the moment, but there are scoring opportunities there. There's McAlinden bowls. Ingram pushes it down into the gully, just jogs a couple of paces in case Salter fancies a single. He does not. 2 runs come off the McAlinden over. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 20. The 1 being the key factor, of course, as Durham press for wickets. Glamorgan 97 for 1. They're 143 runs behind, and 19 overs remain in today's play.
$143 the deficit. Here's H.L. Patel to start his 8th over, none for 18 so far, 2 maidens. (26-27) inland, away from the coast in the northeast yesterday, 25 today. Lots of sunshine tonight, good. Jazz Patel comes in and bowls. Loopy delivery, played away to the cover area, no run. 23 tomorrow, and this is driven off towards deep backward point for 2 by Salter. McAlinden fielding the ball. Looks like we're going to be all right for the rest of the week up here.
Good, good. That'll be good news
Chelmsford's
for
going to sounds horrendous on Friday.
generally or particularly this week.
Bowler comes in, and the ball has gone to point, no run there. Yeah, it looks like, I think Friday was the day where they thought the weather might change a little bit in this area, but now they're saying it's going to be nice. Patelin. Oh, another good leave. How did that not hit the stumps? How did that not hit the stumps? Oh! It didn't spin, it went straight. I think I'll have to have the old baseball cap on indoors on Friday night, because these nights in June and the T20 are the nights when the sun gets in your eyes. The only time in this ground, really, commentating from here. This is played a short leg.
Oh, it'll be in the glass house at Chelmsford for me then. Better wear a dark shirt because it'll be sweaty.
Patel bowls. It's gone off towards square leg. No run there. It's the end of the over. $18 overs to go, so just over an hour of play. Although if Patel stays on at one end, that might be just under an hour. Duncan Evans says, good afternoon. I heard you mention the need to bat sensibly, which I agree with. Can you recall, was it North Hanser and Chris Cook, and I think Ingram batted the best part of 2 days at Sophia Gardens for the draw?
It was against Notts, where Cook and Ingram batted the entire last day.
Yeah, was that a pink ball game or not?
No.
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 Was it early season and the weather had been awful and there'd been quite a lot of weather around?
No, I don't think so. I think just Glamorgan in a bit of a mess, and Cook and Ingram batted them out of it. So, Stuart Broad was playing for Nottinghamshire, one of the rare occasions over the years, and I think he bowled about 30 overs, 0 for 55 in the second innings. As Deleda into the attack, replacing McAlinden, and he's cut the first ball to gully, and Colin Ingram has gone for 6, and it is advantage Durham, and Colin Ingram's return to first-class cricket is not a happy one.
Is that Beddingham? He absolutely clobbered that towards the ground, and Beddingham got down like a flash and got his hands under it just as it was about to hit the ground. That's a really good catch, actually. Was Ingram out for 4 in the first?
Yeah. So the first ball from Deleda has claimed the wicket. Ingram is a man who will always look to play positively, but didn't quite nail that shot. And Beddingham has taken a very smart catch.
The TV scorecard still got McAlinden bowling, but it wasn't him. It's now switched to Deleda.
So it's 99 for 2, still 141 runs behind.
It was Beddingham, yeah.
19 balls faced by Ingram. Sam Northeast to the wicket. Batted reasonable amount of time, 108 balls in the first innings for 60. Same again would be very nice, Sam. 2 down though. Still 141 behind. That's a tipping point, really. Glamorgan can't afford to lose any more tonight, and there's still a good hour to go.
Update. While Durham earlier all out for 630 against Glamorgan, it was their highest score against them, their 3rd best on this ground, and they've just taken 2 wickets after tea. So the first to go was Zain ul Hassan, and he was caught down the leg side off the bowling of Stanley McAlinden. McAlinden's first over, he banged in a shortish one around about the ribs, and he couldn't get out the road of it, clipped it to the keeper when he was on 48. 83 for 1 at that point. Colin Ingram has just gone moments ago. Bas Deleda's first ball of the afternoon. He looked cut hard, and it went like a shell down to gully, where David Beddingham took a great catch. So he's out for 6. And Glamorgan 99 for 2, trail Durham by 141. We've still got 17.5 overs to go tonight, so just over an hour's worth of play.
Deleda into Northeast, who's hit on the pads and out first ball, and Deleda's on a hat-trick. And Glamorgan are in deep trouble. Seem to come back in a bit, kept reasonably low, and Northeast, a key man for Glamorgan, is on his way back. And Durham, citing a 5th victory of the season, Glamorgan may be heading for a first defeat at this rate. $99 for 3, still 141 behind. And something of a scramble, no doubt, in the Glamorgan dressing room for the skipper, Kieran Carlson, who's due in next.
The last hat-trick for Durham in a county championship match was Chris Rushworth, and it was a very unusual one. And it was down at Hampshire, and it was in 2015. And he took the hat-trick over 3, across 3 overs and 2 innings. So he got James Tomlinson LBW with the final ball of his 21st over, then bowled Gareth Berg with the first ball of his 22nd. That ended the Hampshire innings, and then he got Michael Carberry caught behind first ball of the next innings to complete the hat-trick. The first player to do that in England since Tony Locke, Leicestershire, Hampshire, in Portsmouth in 1967. Steve Harmison also got 2 hat-tricks for Durham against Worcestershire here in 2005 and Sussex at Hove in 2008. The Worcestershire one, that night, it looked like that game was going into a final day. Lots of people had left the ground because it had got a bit boring and there wasn't much going on, and they're thinking, oh, well, come back tomorrow. And he just then ran through them with the hat-trick. He looks quicker and more accurate with a red ball in his hand, Deleda, than one I've seen him with a white ball so far, and he came as a white ball specialist. Dutchman.
Would you care to take this delivery on?
I will do. Well, it's Kieran Carlson who's the new man, so if he gets him, that'll be a massive, massive wicket for Durham, given that he got 160, was it 2 in the first innings?
Yep.
The slow hand clap as he comes in from the Lumley end. 3, slips in place, and Carlson plays it off towards point. Oh, what an anticlimax. That was LBW, that last wicket, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just I was still writing in the previous wicket when I saw he was out. And, later in, Carlson keeps that out. Ooh. That's pitched. I've got it on the thing here. It's pitched around about off stump, but he's waiting for what he thinks is a length ball to come up.
Which is this, the Northeast dismissal?
Yeah.
Yeah, kept a bit low, didn't it?
He's gone up on his toes and it's hit him under the pad roll.
Deleda then from the Lumley end with 3 slips and a leg slip. Bowls to Carlson, who pushes defensively on the offside. And there's no run. So Patel has gone into leg slip in case Deleda directs one down leg side, or maybe a deliberate attempt to bowl down leg side now and again. And the slips are about 1st, 2nd and 4th. And the attacking positions as Deleda in bowls, and Carlson gets one off his legs down to fine leg for 4 runs. There was bat on it. Carlson is off the mark, but a Double wicket over for Baz Deleda as the 100 comes up for Glamorgan, but they are 103 for 3. And we've got another 17 overs to bowl tonight. So this game rattling on at pace. And Durham will have visions of forcing victory on the morrow.
The sun is shining brightly in Chesley Street. Durham crowding the bat here. They've got a short leg, a silly point. Slip in, keeper standing up to the stumps. And it's Salter on 35 facing Ajaz Patel. First ball is played out to the cover area. Who's that in there? Is that Craig Miles? Craig Miles under the wide-brimmed hat. Rain's wearing one as well at mid-off. This is a little bit of a slider and it's nudged away on the leg side for a single by Salter. Michael Jones coming into field. His sunglasses, which have been on the back of his head for nearly the whole day, fallen off his cap and onto the floor.
Well, it's a day when he should have his sunglasses in the correct place, as Patel is.
In comes the bowler. Oh, it's full-length delivery right on leg stump, and Carlson did well to get that away. Down left arm round. Oh, it's gone through. I think he's played over the top of the ball. It's missed off stump. Yeah. Oh, that's done a bit. Has that gone round his front ankle and angled back the other way?
I think it's whacked the keeper somewhere as well.
Again, just a little bit too much bounce to hit the stumps. It's a good spell from Patel, this. Comes in again. Now that has gone down the leg side and that swung. Bit of drift on it and it might go for 4 byes, leg byes. Borthwick's chased after it. He's stopped it right at the far end of the ground. It'll run 3.
Runs, I think.
Runs off the bat. There was one at Bristol where Ajaz Patel bowled a ball and it pitched in the rough on the leg side and came back at a 45-degree angle, and he got the batsman caught at first slip. It was an incredible delivery. Comes in here, and forward comes Salter, and blocks that one. End of the over. A decent over from Patel there. Refresh my scorecard to see how many were off it in the end. 4. There was a single second ball and then the 3 down the leg side.
Patel's 0 for 24 off 9. Deleda 2 for 4 off his 1 over. And he is back at it, as well he might be. Going down from the Lumley end, having dismissed Ingram for 6 and North East first ball. They're full of confidence. Carlson plays a pull shot down towards fine leg. Clark Fields, single taken. So 108 for 3, 132 runs behind Glamorgan, which is a long way when you're trying to avoid defeat. Wickets falling in the 19th and 2 in the 25th over. Deleda bowls, and that's close to off stump as Salter leaves it. Through to Ollie Robinson.
Well, there's an email in from Davey Fennick at 15 minutes ago. I'm predicting Glamorgan will be 3 down when they pass Durham's total.
Well, it could still be true, but
they've got 132 to knock off from here without losing a wicket.
Delayder's next delivery is outside off stump and Salter ignores it.
That it looks that much like a road, it should have cat's eyes on the wicket.
Delayder's getting some joy from it. Neil G, who was listening on a journey from his London home, wanted to be entertained and tuned in and heard 2 wickets. Sorry, Neil. Bye-bye.
And then he's responded with, I knew that last email would work.
Delayed bowls and Salter drives, calls for a quick single. Has that beaten the fielder? Yes, it has. It might have put the batters in trouble if that had been stopped, but it wasn't. It has run away for 4. Salter moves to 40. As in comes Delayder and bowls low outside off stump. Salter plays no shot.
Who are Leicestershire playing again?
Ooh.
Who's Price play for?
Gloucester's?
Gloucester's. Oh, yeah, they're down at Bristol. Price has just bowled to Kimber. He's played the ball down into the ground and it sort of bounces up, shaves his tummy, and he can't get his hand out the road, sticks in his glove, and he's been given out obstructing the field.
Delayder bowls and Salter drives down into the ground, bounces up past cover and runs away for 4 more. Salter to 44, his highest of the season, albeit only in his 4th innings, beating his first innings 43. Interesting, really, that
it was in. I think it was just sort of one of those movements where it's involuntary, but you do it. You know what I mean? And the law changed in 2017, so it went from handing the ball to obstructing the field. So Durham had a player. Who did Durham have last year? It was the last player out for handling the ball.
Kimber obstruction.
Well, he's put more suntan cream on. In comes Patel. Fended back towards the bowler. 15 overs to go, so we're inside the final hour, so might get finished around about 6:15.
Yep.
Patel bowls, and this is played past point.
It's 6 o'clock if Patel bowls are for them.
Well, that's it. I'm wondering how he'll quicken things up at his end, because Durham at the moment are -2, so they need to be thinking about this. They have lost points this season for a slow over 8. I think against Worcestershire. Patel bowls. This is defended.
I suppose if you get 16 for the win, you'd probably take the hit of 2, wouldn't you? If you think that.
It does make you wonder, though, if a team bowls a side out before a match is finished.
Yeah.
Twice, how you can be done for a slow over 8 when you've won the game. This one goes back off to silly point. No run. Delivery this time by Ajaz Patel. It's played back to him, just slightly on the offside away from the bowler's end.
Nice cluster of fielders round the bat from Borthwick.
Comes in again. Ball rolls out to Miles on the offside this time, no run. Mark Gillham's looking ahead to Durham's chances in the T20 and looking quite the long way ahead, possibly much further ahead than where they're ever likely to be, but we shall see. Looking at Durham's T20 hopes, surely this side wins it on finals day if they make it. Clark, Lees, Jones, Robinson, Benningham, Turner, Stokes, Carse, Wood, Potts and Souter.
Good luck with getting those on the field.
Yeah. Paul Summerside, great effort from Delayder in this heat with the ball and the bat today. Need a good hose down close of play. Oh, let's see what he's done now. Perfect weather for leader hose. Oh, very poor.
As in comes delayed on the back of his 2 wickets to Carlson, who turns one to square leg for a single. 118 for 3, Carlson to 10. Finals day in T20 is Saturday the 15th of July, the 4th test between England and Australia at Old Trafford is the 19th of July. Good luck with getting Stokes and Wood released. Unless you have blackmail material on the England management, no. 118 for 3 as, there's an attempted pull by Salter.
I think he pulled out of it, didn't he, actually, towards the end?
It didn't make contact, and Robinson dropped it anyway.
Durham got to finals day in 2016 with a fairly youngish side, with Paul Collingwood skippering them. They did really well, probably achieved more of the sum of the parts, really. And then when it got to the semi-final, they played Yorkshire.
There's delayed bowls to Salter, who has been hit on the foot. I think he's jammed it onto the foot off the bottom of the bat, maybe. He's been hopping around in the crease anyway. And he's sunk to one knee, and now he's having a stroll towards square leg.
Yeah, Yorkshire, for their semi-final against Durham, brought all their England players back, and suddenly there were 4 or 5 players who'd hardly played any T20 in that Yorkshire team. And Durham blew them away. But then they met in the final against the Northants side, who had quite a bit of experience of finals day around about that time, and it was pouring with rain.
Delayed bowls, and Salter works one off his legs down to fine leg for a single. 119 for 3.
And a few things went against Durham, really. They did have Northants something like 9 for 3 in the first 2 or 3 overs, but they recovered and they put on a good score and they won. But because there'd been a rain delay earlier in the day, the first semi-final, which was Northants against Notts, didn't finish till quite late. So by the time Durham won their semi-final against Yorkshire, there was only 20 minutes between the end of that game and the start of the final.
Delayed in bowls, and short ball Carlson gets out the way.
So there was a bit of a rush. They had to race round the other end of the ground, get all their kit from the far end of the stadium, bring it back to the dressing rooms at this end. Paul Collingwood didn't even have a chance to hand in a team sheet that started the match. And it was all a bit rushed. And anyway, Northants won it. But the 2 teams who got to the final that year were very much the sides who'd played the same 11 regularly through the whole tournament.
Delayed bowls, Carlson defends on the leg side.
So if you could get your England players back, yeah, that's one thing. But would it be a good idea if you've got a side that's gelled and has been doing it without them? As we saw when Durham lost to Glamorgan 2 years ago in the One Day Cup final. The players who'd all been away for the 100 and hadn't played in the One Day Cup final, they all came back and it was Durham's worst performance of the tournament.
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't blame Durham at all for playing what I thought was their strongest available side, and Glamorgan opted not to recall the 2 or 3 players from the 100 that were available, and frankly, if I'd been in charge, I would have played them if they'd strengthened the side.
Ajaz Patel bowling, start of a new over. That one's more or less been jammed around the feet of the batsman Salter, who's on 45. We have an ice cream update from Michael Gordon. So Ajaz Patel bowls. That's pushed out through the covers. They should get 2 here. And they will. McAlinden fielding with his back to the pavilion. He says, I've just got back from the game today and I've been told you've been discussing the absence of the ice cream van on the first 2 days. Apparently the vendor was ill, so has only made it to the ground today for the first time for this game. Anyway, next ball comes in from Patel. It's played back along the ground. Visiting him, I said I was sorry to hear he wasn't well. And he said he's given me a full medical bulletin, which I won't repeat. Next delivery comes in. Met on the bounce, dropped short to short leg, no run there. He said I would pay for my ice cream using my card, so he retrieved his card machine from the freezer.
Right.
And he said he had to put his card machine in the freezer because if it got too hot, it would cut out and not work. Patel bowls. And the ball rolls away on the leg side slightly. He retrieves that.
So if there's a bit of a metallic tang to your ice cream, you'll know why.
He says, in other news, a cricket match was taking place hereabouts. Yes. He's actually parked right round the back of the pavilion, up against the main turnstile building as you come in. That's off the pad, but it was going down the leg side. The only person who appealed there was Scott Borthwick at first slip. The bowler wasn't interested.
Well, Glamorgan have moved to halve the deficit, starting 240 behind in this second innings. They're 121 for 3, but it is still a pretty precarious position for the visitors. And Durham will have victory hopes even if they don't claim any more in the remaining 12 overs this evening. Glamorgan with a long battle still facing them, and only 7 wickets standing as Carlson turns one down towards short fine leg. Patel collects rapidly and there's no run. Both these teams are 5th in their respective T20 Blast divisions. Durham 4 wins from 8 in the North Group. They are in 5th place, only behind 4th placed Worcestershire and ahead of Lancashire in 6th on run rate. As Carlson is hit by that one, making sure he got everything out of the way. So 3 sides on 8 points, although Worcestershire do have a game in hand and the superior net run rate, which puts them in 4th. Notts on top with 12, having played 9 games. How has that happened? Birmingham and Yorkshire 10 from 8. As Carlson plays one into the offside, and that one will be picked up inside the ropes by Lees, and they've ambled through for a couple of runs. Glamorgan went off like a train with 4 wins out of the first 5, but their bowling fell apart at Cardiff twice in the space of 3 days, so they're now 4 wins from 7, and with not the greatest net run rate. They're in the negative there. As delayed a bowls, short pitch ball that Carlson ducks. So Somerset runaway leaders really, 14 from 8, Surrey 12 from 8, Hampshire 10 from 8, Essex 10 from 7, and Glamorgan 8 from 7. So an important game for Glamorgan at Essex.
Well, last Wednesday, Durham weren't playing, and because Derbyshire beat Warwickshire in the manner they did, it meant that the run rates altered, and Durham went top on run rate by 0.001.
As Carlson turns another ball to mid-wickets, no run.
So they went top on Wednesday, having not played, and then lost at Notts, quite one-sided match on Thursday, and got thrashed by bottom side Leicestershire on Friday. So they've played 8, they've won 4 and lost 4, and for every win they're chalking on the board, there's another defeat around the corner.
Delayed her in, bowls down leg side. Carlson plays no shot. 123 for 3 are Glamorgan, 2 runs off the over. 117 the deficit, 11 overs to be bowled tonight.
I did have this little strange premonition, and I have to say, and I've said it many times, I go into every T20 season watching Durham expecting nothing. I think Glamorgan generally have had a poor record over the years, haven't they? Weren't they one of the first teams to 100 defeats? They might have been the first.
Oh, don't.
It was Durham, Derbyshire, Worcestershire, Glamorgan and Middlesex were the first 5 teams, I think, to 100 defeats.
Twice they've reached finals day.
Yeah, Durham have as well. Ajaz Patel bowling here too. Salter, who the ball was played off towards point. 1 run there. So Notts have beaten Durham 8 matches in a row, and I just had this strange premonition. What about somehow Durham get to finals day and beat Notts on finals day? Patel balls, defended on off stump.
Just because you want to get one over your sparring partner, Mr. Bracegirdle.
I think finals day is an absolute nightmare to cover. Patel balls, and this is defended by Carlson. Hopping in and out of studios.
Yeah, there
not
is that.
finding links on internet sites, all kinds of things. It's just bedlam.
Yeah.
It's really full length deliveries, these right into the block hole from Patel. That one's turned a short leg. 124 for 3 here on the BBC, deficit 116. Patel balls again in a leading edge along the floor down towards gully, no run. The tree surgeon's arrived for his fitness regime at the gym. I think he's struggling to find somewhere to park though, with his trailer on the back. Got one of those machines that grinds up the trees and fires them out in little pieces of bark. This one is played back to Patel. That's the end of the over. He's leaving it at the far end of the car park. Maiden, sorry, one from it at the start of the over.
Well, he's stopped.
He's getting out now.
Fancy's watching a bit, maybe. Oh, just another over. Just another over. Sorry I'm late, dear. Traffic was bad. 124 for 3.
He's got tree management on the side of his van rather than surgeon. Maybe he's failed to save the lives of a few trees and was...
Salter on 48 on strike. Toledo with 2 wickets to his credit to bowl and bowls him. Salter absolutely cleaned up there. 2 stumps go flying out of the ground and Toledo is on fire. And Durham have taken some big steps towards a victory tonight.
Update. Well, we're not hot and sweaty, but I'll tell you a story in a second. Firstly, though, Baz Delayder's on fire because he's just taken 3 quick wickets here, 2 in 2 balls. Ingram caught by David Bedingham for 6 in the gully, and then he got Sam Northeast LBW with his first delivery, the next delivery. So Northeast going for a first ball duck. He's just bowled Salter for 48. Earlier, Ul Hassan out for 48 as well, caught off Stanley McAlinden. So Glamorgan, 124 for 4, trailing Durham in their second innings by 116. And I am told, and I've emailed Gilly with an email about this, but the ice cream man in the car park here in Chester Street is having to put his credit card machine in his freezer because otherwise it's getting too hot and it won't work. Yeah. Yes, so there you are. Well, you've got Michael Gordon, so you read that out. You've got time to read that out. Here you are.
Ice cream related bants on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, they're getting lots of messages during Gilly Hope's show about people in the heat and what they're doing to keep themselves cool. But that was a corker of a delivery from Baz Delayder there, wasn't it?
It was very emphatically bowled, wasn't it? Stumps flying all over the shop. 124 for 4. Just has been a really good spell. Ingram with a shot that he might have put away for 4 9 times out of 10, but drilled it to the fielder. It took a smart catch. Northeast got a really good delivery, as did Salter, just pushing forward and beaten. Delayder bowls a short ball to Root. He's mixing it up well, isn't he, the Dutchman? Quite a few short deliveries and then the full pitch one up in the block hole, such as that, which demolished Salter's castle. So both opening batters out for 48.
Yes, spooky.
There's Root tries to hook and plays it down into the ground, and it's fielded by the keeper. Ulsan 24 and Salter 43 in the first innings, neither successful with the ball. So if David Lloyd is fit for the next championship game, whom does he replace? Because they've both done a reasonable job. I suppose one of them might drop down to the lower order. As that is another short ball from Deleda, and Root gets underneath it. Morgan needing to someone to stand up and bat an awful long time out of these two, and Cook really. The batting power does go a little bit beyond that, below that rather, as Root stands up and plays it out on the offside, and there is no run. So the deficit's still in 3 figures. And Glamorgan are 4 down. And The Great Escape Part 2 looks off the cinema schedules at the moment. There's another short delivery from Deleda. Obviously, some of those weren't counted as short pitch deliveries. It's a wicket maiden from the Dutchman. He's got 3 for 17 off his 5 overs.
You get 3 for 17 in 5 overs.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt as to
was
who
it first over a double wicket maiden or not, or was there a run from it?
I think it was. No. There was I think there was runs towards the end of it. Yeah, he was 2 for 4 after 1 over.
Right. Here's Patel. First ball is defended by Carlson.
No doubt as to who your interviewee should be tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, he got a decent score, didn't he? And then
career best and 3 wickets.
Yeah. As his dad would say, nice. Just defended. Next ball comes in, just drifting slightly leg side-ish and shoved onto the left foot of short leg Graham Clark and bounces back towards the stumps. Next ball in, length ball, played down into the ground safely. Sun is shining still as Patel pushes this one 2 miles out in the covers. He does look like he's limping a little bit, doesn't he, there, Miles, as he runs? Like he's running with blistered feet.
Yeah, he's moving slightly awkwardly, isn't he?
Next delivery comes in. Oh, a leading edge, but there's nobody at silly point. If there had been, that could have been a problem for the batsman. Made an over. And that's the 3rd in 13 for Ejaz Patel. And the pressure is on Glamorgan here. They're trailing by 116 in their second innings. And they are 4 down.
Yeah, Durham staff walking clockwise, Glamorgan anti-clockwise in their boundary perambulations. 124 for 4, 116 behind. Deleda bowls to Root, who is hit on the helmet as he tries to evade that one. He's well enough to run a couple of runs, but will now presumably get a medical check. Well, short pitch stuff from Deleda. Perhaps it wasn't the helmet.
Bat handle, maybe?
No, it's given us leg buys. So even though he wasn't playing a shot, he was trying to take evasive action. It must have been the shoulder then. Flew high in the air over the slips. It's delayed a bowls. Another short ball that Root hooks but plays well. Down to fine leg for a single. Pollard signalling that was a short ball that counts as one of his allocation. Deleda claimed the wicket of Ingram with a shortish delivery, but his other two victims were full-length balls as Carlson punches one through the offside for 4 runs. 127 and 31 for 4. 109 runs behind.
I think it's probably time they gave me a newer photograph on my BBC profile on the cricket website, because I look about 10 on there. Struggling to remember the clothes I was wearing at the time the picture was taken.
Deleda bowls. Carlson plays into a gap on the leg side and runs a comfortable single. He has 17. Root has 3, 132 for 4. Glamorgan got to 83 without loss, but have struggled ever since McAlinden broke the opening partnership. Ul Hassan was caught behind down leg side for 48. Ingram slashed to gully for 6. Northeast leg before first ball. Delayed around the wicket to Root, who jabs down on that, plays it out on the offside. No run. And most recently, Salter, who was comprehensively bowled by Baz Deleda. Ul Hassan lasted 60 deliveries for his 48. And Salter's 48 occupied 91 deliveries. As another short pitch ball from Deleda. There's definitely a cunning plan going on from Deleda as Root got out the way of it.
Looks like the air ambulance. 7 overs to go. Just under half an hour, so
we'll be away fairly promptly.
Patel bowls to Carlson, who's on 17. That's played up to Rain at mid-off. There's no run. Ball says some performance, this from Baz. And he's gone even further and plunged further new depths in humour.
Oh dear.
Or attempted humour.
Baz ball.
Who can follow the leader?
Oh.
That punt, I promise. Next delivery from Patel. Just spins away from the batsman into the keeper's gloves. He's got a leg slip, a short leg, and a first slip. He bowls again. Carlson gets on top of that one and pushes it out on the offside 2 miles. Bit of a delay while they basically taken Gully out. There's no point, and they've moved Delayed her into mid-wicket. And a reverse sweep from Carlson, who puts the ball exactly where the leader had just been. It's gone for 4, up towards the Health Club boundary. Deficit's 104. 6.2 overs to go tonight. Durham can get one more, 5 down.
Take the extra half hour. You're not looking at a day off, are you, Matty?
No, they can't take the extra half hour and 5 down, can they? But
no,
it's a good position to be in tomorrow.
7 down generally.
Right, if Durham could take a quick 3 now. Be nice to have a day off without having to do match notes. Oh, top edge sweep. It's going to land safely beyond Lee's at backward square leg. 1 run from Carlson. And again, Patel will be happy to see him employing the sweep shot. Bertha Young has been on it. Rather puts the lie to the white ball specialist tag with regards to Deleda. I should say Deleda would have played a great deal more first-class cricket already were it not for the fact of the abolition of the Intercontinental Cup in 2017. Yeah. This has gone off to short mid-wicket no run there. His debut for the Dutch was their last red ball match. Yeah, it was. I've mentioned it in commentary.
Yes, due prominence has been given to the Intercontinental Cup. So, Deleda is off, having taken 3 for 25 in his 6 overs. And Rain, about 5 overs, not for 19 at the start, is back again. What would you like? How about a slip? A 4th slip come gully. Point out on the ropes. Cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square leg to 3/4 back. Fine leg, ditto 3/4 back. And Lee Robinson standing up to the stumps. Against rain.
Yeah.
Brave man. 137 for 4. Rain in to Carlson. Works it on the leg side, just out the reach of mid-wicket, so they'll go through for a single. 138 for 4. At the moment, it's Glamorgan battling to avoid an innings defeat. And really, their remaining 6 wickets have to last, you would have thought, into the final session tomorrow. And that seems somewhat unlikely, with all due respect, unless we get another Carlson marathon. Root and Cook. Emphasis on those 3 having to do a fair chunk of the work, you would have thought. Glamorgan's lower order last as well as Sussex, but I think this is slightly less of a road, as Rain bowls and Root squared up, plays back down the pitch. Billy Root made 45 in the first innings. Started the season well with 117 not out and 39 not out against Gloucestershire. Got an unbeaten half-century away to Yorkshire, where he always performs. Needs another big score as he defends back to Rain. No run. Shadows of the pylons or one in particular, lengthening onto the outfield. Out of the pavilion side of the ground is not really making itself felt on the playing arena, which is mostly bathed in bright sunshine as rain bowls to Root, another short pitch ball outside off stump. Well, they've induced some discomfort from the Glamorgan batters, but out of the 4 wickets, well, ball that got El Hassan was just short of a length. Salter was pitched up, northeast was pitched up. Ingram just back of a length. But Durham have banged it in quite a bit as Root, that one kept a little bit lowish outside off stump. Root, was he beaten? Did he get his bat out the way? Depends on who you ask. Carlson has 23, Root has 3. There are 5 overs to come after this. That is played by Root down into the gully. Sinks down to his haunches as he plays that one for some reason. Applause for the rain over, which conceded just the 1 run. 5 to go tonight. And the deficit remains in 3 figures, 102.
Five overs to go. Shadows from the floodlight pylon right behind the pavilion on our left, just starting to creep beyond the boundary rope on that western side of the ground. Still plenty of people enjoying the sunshine in the stand on our right in t-shirts and shorts. I think the 2 guys who were topless earlier have probably put their tops back on now. Still 1 or 2 topless in the stands. This is over number 15 for Patel, none for 33. He's taken 3 maidens. First ball goes out through the cover area for 1. Bertus says, alas, I haven't been able to have the comms on all day today, though enjoyed it very much when I did. Regarding the amount of red ball cricket for Pasteleda. In comes Patel. And a reverse sweep. There's a man on the boundary. Lees cuts it off down at...
Fielded, so.
Yeah. He was a deep point, so it turned him into deep square leg shot. 1 run. Carlson on 24. Oh, he's padded up to 1. It's pitched down the leg side, though, so he's okay.
Yeah, booted away.
Bertus says, thought I might add the Netherlands domestic 1-day competition was played in whites with a red ball until 2018, which I suppose may explain Baz's feeling more at home in the county championship than some expected he would. Interesting. He's padded up this time as well. His back leg's about 3 stumps down the leg side from leg stump. Patel bowls. Again, he pads up, bashes off the thigh pad. Now, this is interesting here. If he wants to just leave one...
Yeah, it might be called wide.
It'll get called a wide, won't it? We saw this in the first innings.
Probably doesn't want to risk it, though. Just in case one does turn.
That's on off stump, and it was over pitched, and it's played out into deep extra cover for one. McLinden Fields.
Oh, the deficit finally is below 100. But only 6 wickets left.
Four overs left today.
Yep, better keep my eye on the time. I don't think I'll be able to complete this over. Which will be bowled by Ben Rain from the Lumley end. Sure, the over 8 is good for Durham because they're mucking around with Patel at one end. You can afford to. There are 2 close mid-wickets now for Kieran Carlson, who defends that one back down the pitch to Rain. Umpire Pratt, who has been positioned at point, decides that that is not the best position with the sun straight in his eyes. The right-left combination at the moment. And now there is a silly-ish mid-off as well. 3 in Carlson's eye line as he plays that one to the squarer of the 2 short mid-wickets. So there are 5 catches, a slip, a fine gully or 4th slip, a silly mid-off and 2 short mid-wickets. Run scoring opportunities if there is anything loose, but Carlson will be mindful of the need to survive the night as he's glanced that one down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Bang.
One for 5 for 4. Carlson's 29. Morgan hoping for yet another major contribution from their acting captain. And I'd better bail out and go and do my radio report.
Durham looking to make it 5 wins out of 7 in this year's county championship. Going into this round of games, they were certainly the only side to have won 4. They were only the side to win 3 as well. The next best was Worcestershire with 2. Everybody else at best had 1, and 3 didn't have a victory at all. So they had a lead of 29 points at the start of this round of games. So even if they got nothing at all out of this game bonus points wise, they'd still be ahead at the end of the match, but they've managed maximum bonus points. 3rd time this year they've got maximum batting points. Twice they've done it this year against Glamorgan. And maximum bowling points as well. Ben Rain comes in, keeper standing up, and it's a shortish, slower ball, which Carlson hooks down into the ground on the leg side and pushes away for a single. Rich says, "Hi Marty and Co, great commentary from you and Ash, plus your colleague from Glamorgan. If you spell Bastilleda with only 3 E's instead of 4, as I did, it's an anagram of able deeds." Indeed. And why would you do that, I wonder? Rain coming round the wicket now from the Lumley end to the left-handed Billy Root, who pulls the ball to Lees at long leg. 1 run. Bertus de Jong says, "As I am on a nostalgic Dutch cricket trivia train, the man who finally convinced the KNCB to switch the topperclasser to white ball and coloured kit after a century in change of playing whites to coloured was none other than Ryan Campbell, who of course is now the Durham coach. Coached the Dutch for 6 years. Ball's played off towards point for 1 run. Three overs to go this evening. Patel bowls one down the leg side, and Carlson, the right-hander, just lets it hit his thigh pad. Next ball comes in and is met on the bounce, right and leg stump by Carlson. Slower full toss, always come down the track and popped it up in the air, but H.S. Patel was wrong-footed and couldn't get forward to try and cut it off. Next ball comes in, and that's turned quite a long way from way outside of leg stump, hits the pads and loops up and is caught at silly mid-off by Beddingham, no run. Next ball comes in, it's a quicker medium pacer on the off stump, and it's cut out towards the cover boundary for 1 by Carlson. He's on 32 route, now on strike on 5. There's 1 ball left of this 40th over, then 2 to go here on the BBC. Stat from the Met Office, the 13th of June was the only date in meteorological summer since records began that not had 30 degrees centigrade or above anywhere in the UK until today. This next ball is to the left-handed route, and it's gone beyond first slip and down towards third man. He runs 2 and bye signalled. Yes, we're going into the final 2 overs of the day. Glamorgan have just reached 150 in their second innings after 40 overs, but they are 4 down. 3 of those wickets falling to Baz Deleda. He got Colin Ingram with his first ball caught in the gully for 6, and then Sam Northeast, the Golden Duck, next delivery, LBW. Then a couple of overs later, he bowled Salter for 48. Salter and the other opener, Zain Ul Hassan, both falling for 48. So when Glamorgan started this second innings, they were 240 behind. So at the moment, at 151 for 4, they trail by 89. Ben Rain in bowls. And Carlson's in his crease here. He's pinned in there because the keeper's standing up to the stumps. Ball now being given a polish back at the bowler's end by Scott Borthwick. Rain in. Carlson pushes this one off the back foot out through the covers past point for 2. Lot riding on what these two can do from a Glamorgan point of view. Billy Root and Kieran Carlson. Carlson's had back-to-back centuries in the county championship in the last 3 weeks. He's had 2 centuries this year against Durham. In more than thwart their hopes and ambitions. Rain has a leg slip in place, 3 short on the leg side for the pull shot. He has pulled that, but he's pulled it into the ground and out towards the long leg for 1. Next ball round the wicket to Root, the left-hander. Claps this along the floor to Patel at short mid-wicket. Just here 1 or 2 seats springing back up as people decide to head for the exits with 1.2 overs to go. Deficit is 86. They bring in a short leg here. There's a line of 3 helmets behind the keeper. He's ran and handed one of them to Beddingham, so he goes in as a short leg for Root. Rain has 2 balls left in his day. This is the 8th over he's bowled, none for 30 so far, 2 maidens. Round the wicket from the Lumley end. Root plays this one safely up to mid-off. 1 ball to go to the final over of the day. Rain up to the stumps. Bowls, Root pulls. It's gone down to fine leg to Clark for 1. So he'll keep strike. Ben Rain's work is done for the day. None for 31 from 8 overs. Glamorgan 155 for 4. Trail by 85.
Yep, so Durham favourites to win this game tomorrow, you would think. Unless Glamorgan get a really big stand for one of the next 2 wickets. All the signs in Durham's favour. I think 3 would have been the point at which they'd been happy, and Delada's got 3 following the one from McAlinden as Patel bowls outside. Root's off stump and he gets his right foot across to make sure it can't spin back at him. Patel in to bowl to Root, who props forward and defends on the leg side, and there is no run. Fielders clustered round the bat. There is a leg slip and a forward short leg, as well as the conventional slip in the evening sunshine. As that one comes back in a bit, and Root jumps it away down to short third man for no run. Glamorgan in their second innings, having lost Ul Hassan 48, Ingram 6, North East no score, and then Salter also for 48. 3 wickets to Deleda, 1 to McAlinden. Earlier, Durham 630, all out. Deleda career best 85. And runs from all the lower order as Durham increased their score as Root is hit on the pad, pushing forward. 2 wickets for Van der Houten, 3 for Gorvin in the end, 2 for Harris, 1 for Sisodia and 2 for Carlson. bowling figures were not pretty reading for anyone in particular. Morgan having done the hard work really in the first hour of the day in getting rid of the overnight batters, Bedingham for 151 and Clark for 80. And Durham now bringing everyone in round the bat, bar 2, for the final couple of balls of the day's play. As Root pushes forward and is beaten by that one outside off stump. The applause for Patel beating the bat. And you'd have thought this was the last over of the match rather than the last over of the day, as Durham are really going for it. They now have 9 round, well, all the field is round the bat effectively, as the one man at cover is brought in to the leg side cordon. Everyone in catching positions now, absolutely everyone. It is the final ball of the day's play from Ajaz Patel to Billy Root. And he comes, bowls, Root plays the reverse sweep and gets it away for 4 runs. Not daunted by being crowded, Root moves on to 10 and Glamorgan 159 for 4, but they are still 81 runs in arrears, and Durham still big favourites to record their 5th win in 7 games. It would be Glamorgan's first defeat if they do succumb. Carlson, Root, Cook, the emphasis on them to go big tomorrow if Glamorgan to have any chance of avoiding defeat. But it has been Durham's day here at Riverside.
It's a lovely sunny evening. The two batsmen heading off. Partnership of 35 from them so far, with 59 balls faced between the two of them. Carlson on 35, Root on 10. So the deficit 81, and all of tomorrow beckons. And Glamorgan really to bat well into the late afternoon if they're to avoid defeat. You've got to think they must be batting at least around 3 o'clock or so. They've still got the deficit to wipe out, and then they need to be trying to build enough lead. It has been done before in recent years. I think Leicestershire twice have come here and batted out the final day, and Worcestershire did it last year. Worcestershire did it down at Worcester as well, where there was only 1 wicket fell. So this is not a foregone conclusion. But at the moment, Durham in the better place of the two sides. We'll leave it there, and we will see you again tomorrow morning. Remember, reaction tonight on Twitter and on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Tees in the morning and BBC Radio Wales as well. See you tomorrow.